Kinghamshire Gazette, 9th of November, 2015. Elaine Winterdale, 37, a property manager, has been handed a suspended prison sentence for failing to maintain a faulty gas boiler that caused the death of 2 tenants from carbon monoxide poisoning. Revika Albu, 29, was found dead with her son Benka, 2, by her husband Mr. Toma Albu, 32, at a property they rented in Reading on the 23rd of December, 2014. Following an investigation by the Health and Safety Executive, Ms. Winterdale was today sentenced at Reading Crown Court for breaches of gas safety laws, after she failed to arrange gas safety checks to be carried out at the property over a 3-year period. Despite assuring her employer, the owner of the property, that she had done so. In June 2011, an employee of National Grid Gas visited the property to replace the gas meter. The boiler was labelled as immediately dangerous due to fumes at open flue and was disconnected. A report was left with Mrs. Albu, and subsequently a letter was sent to Ms. Winterdale, which she failed to respond to or pass to the owner of the property. The boiler was not repaired. For 2.5 years, the only heating in the home was from one borrowed electric fire. On the 22nd of October 2014, Mr. Toma Albu was away from home overnight and returned to find the flat warm. His wife informed him that after repeated petitions, Ms. Winterdale had finally arranged for the boiler to be reconnected. On the evening of the 23rd of December 2014, Mr. Albu returned home after a double shift to find his wife and son dead. Tests showed Mrs. Albu's blood contained 61% carbon monoxide. A level of 50% is enough to be fatal. Ms. Winterdale pleaded guilty to 7 breaches of the gas safety regulations and was given a 16-month prison sentence, suspended for 2 years. She was also given 200 hours community service, was fined £4,000 and was ordered to pay costs of £17,500. Chapter 1. Lexi. Saturday the 20th of April. I can't face going straight home to Jake. I'm not ready to deal with this. I need to try to process it first. But how? Where do I start? I have no idea. The blankness in my mind terrifies me. I always know what to do. I always have a solution, a way of tackling something, giving it a happy spin. I'm Lexi Greenwood, the woman everyone knows of as the fixer, the smiler. Some might even slightly snidely call me a do-gooder. Lexi Greenwood, wife, mother, friend. You think you know someone, but you don't know anyone. Not really. You never can. I need a drink. I drive to our local. Sod it. I'll leave the car at the pub and walk home. Pick it up in the morning. I order a glass of red wine, a large one. Then I look for a seat tucked away in the corner where I can down my drink alone. It's Easter weekend, and a rare hot one. The place is packed. As I thread my way through the heaving bar, a number of neighbours raise a glass, gesturing to me to join them. They ask after the kids and Jake. Everyone else in the pub seems celebratory, buoyant. I feel detached, lost. That's the thing about living in a small village. You recognise everyone. Sometimes that reassures me. Sometimes it's inconvenient. I politely and apologetically deflect their friendly overtures and continue in my search for a solitary spot. Saturday vibes are all around me, but I feel nothing other than stunned, stressed, isolated. You think you know someone. What does this mean for our group? Our Frimley, friends that are like family? What a joke. Blatantly, we're not friends anymore. I've been trying to hide from the facts for some time, hoping there was a misunderstanding, an explanation. Nothing can explain away this. I told Jake I'd only be a short while. I should text him to say I'll be longer. I reach for my phone and realise in my haste to leave the house I haven't brought it with me. Jake will be wondering where I am. I don't care. I down my wine. The acidity hits my throat, a shock and a relief at once. Then I go to the bar to order a second. The local pub is only a 10-minute walk away from our home, but by the time I attempt the walk back, the red wine had taken effect. Unfortunately, I am feeling the sort of drunk that nurtures paranoia and fury, rather than a light head or heart. What can I do to right this wrong? I have to do something. I can't carry on as normal, pretending I know nothing of it. Can I? As I approach home, I see Jake at the window, peering out. I barely recognise him. He looks taut, tense. On spotting me, he runs to fling open the front door. Lexi, quickly come in here, he hiss-whispers, clearly agitated. Where have you been? Why didn't you take your phone? I've been calling you. I needed to get hold of you. What now? My first thoughts turn to our son. Is it Logan? Has he hurt himself? I ask anxiously. I'm already teetering on the edge. My head quickly goes to a dark place. Split skulls, broken bones. A dash to A&D isn't unheard of. 13-year-old Logan has daredevil tendencies. And the sort of mentality that thinks shimmying down a drain pipe is a reasonable way to exit his bedroom in order to go outside and kick a football about. My 15-year-old daughter, Emily, rarely causes me a moment's concern. No, he's fine. Both the kids are in their rooms. Look, come inside. I can't tell you out here. Jake is practically bouncing up and down on the balls of his feet. I can't read him. My head is too fuzzy with wine and full of rage and disgust. I resent Jake for causing more drama, although he has no idea what shit I'm dealing with. I've never seen him quite this way before. If I touched him, I might get an electric shock. He oozes a dangerous energy. I follow my husband into the house. He is hurrying, urging me to speed up. I slow down, deliberately obtuse. In the hallway, he turns to me, takes a deep breath, runs his hands through his hair, but can't meet my eyes. For a crazy moment, I think he's about to confess to having an affair. Okay, just tell me, did you buy a lottery ticket this week? He asks. Yes. I have bought a lottery ticket every week of my life for the last 15 years. Despite all the bother last week, I have stuck to my habit. Jake takes in another deep breath, sucking all the oxygen from the hallway. Okay, and did you? He breaks off, finally drags his eyes to meet mine. I'm not sure what I see in his gaze. An almost painful longing, fear, and panic. Yet at the same time there is hope there too. Did you pick the usual numbers? Yes. His jaw is still set tight. You have the ticket? Yes. You're sure? Yes, it's pinned on the notice board in the kitchen. Why? What's going on? Fuck! Jake lets out a breath that has the power of a storm. He falls back against the hall wall for a second, and then he rallies, grabs my hand and pulls me into the room that was designed to be a dining room, but has ended up being a sort of study/dumping ground, a place where the children sometimes do their homework. I tackle paying the household bills, and towering piles of ironing, punctured footballs, and old trainers hide out. Jake sits down in front of the computer and starts to quickly open various tabs. I wasn't sure that we even had a ticket, but when you were late back and the film I was watching had finished, I couldn't resist checking. I don't know why. Habit, I suppose. And look. What? I can't quite work out what he's on about. It might be the wine. It might be because my head is still full of betrayal and deceit. But I can't seem to climb into his moment. I turn to the screen. The lottery website, brash and loud, a clash of bright colours and fonts. 1, 8, 20, 29, 49, 58. The numbers glare at me from the computer, numbers I'm so familiar with, yet they seem peculiar and unbelievable. I don't understand. Is this a joke? No, Lexi. No, it's for real. We've only gone and won the bloody lottery. Chapter 2. Lexi. 17.8 million. 17.8 million. 17.8 million, no matter how often I say it. I can't make sense of it. In fact, the opposite is true. The more I say it, the less real it seems. I can't imagine what it means. Not really. Our numbers are on the screen. They are still there. I've checked 1,000 times just in case, but they are there. And the other numbers, too. The numbers saying how much our winning ticket is worth. 17,870,896 pounds. So much money. I rush to the kitchen and grab the ticket off the notice board, suddenly terrified that a freak gust of wind has blown it away or that one of the kids has knocked it off when they pinned up their letters from school. Although this makes no sense because in the entire history of our family life, neither of our 2 kids has ever pinned up a letter from school. I'm much more likely to find them crumpled up at the bottom of their rucksacks. I stare at the tiny hole made by the drawing pin. The ticket is slightly creased at the corner. How can this scrap of paper be worth 17.8 million pounds? It's unbelievable. It's incomprehensible. What does this mean for us? I turn to Jake to see if he is making any more sense of this. Jake beams at me. It is the widest, most complete beam I have seen him wear for years. I'm reminded of our early days together. When we were nothing other than hope and happiness, it makes me splutter laughter through my nose. Are you sure this is right? Absolutely. I've checked. I've watched the draw 6 times on YouTube. They've announced that there is a winner, just one. Lexi, that's us. We are rich, rich beyond our wildest dreams. I giggle again because the phrase is crazy. Rich beyond our wildest dreams is something people only say in pretty dreadful plays or movies. My body is tingling. I can feel every nerve end. It is almost painful. Wow. Wow. What shall we do? I ask. Well, we need to call it in. How do we do that? My fingers are cold, immobilized, but on the other hand I feel hot and no longer solid. I am melting. The 2 glasses of wine I downed now feel like 6. Shock, I suppose. How the dusty, neglected phone on the desk feels more serious than a mobile. I think we've won the lottery, the whole amount, the jackpot. The person at the other end of the phone must ask Jake if he bought the ticket because he looks confused and a bit irritated when he replies, No, my wife actually bought it. Well, yes, she paid for it. Yes, she's here with me now. He offers the handset to me. They want to talk to you. I somehow managed to stumble through the security questions that confirm where and when I bought the ticket. I suppose some people might find winning tickets, or steal them. The lottery company has to be certain I bought ours, fair and square. Can you please write your name and address on the back of the ticket now if you haven't already done so, advises the woman on the end of the line. She sounds calm and measured, which I find comforting but bizarre. I wonder how many times this woman has spoken to winners, to people whose lives will never be the same again following this particular phone call. I wondered what it must be like to be her. I'm struggling to be me. I feel I'm having some sort of out-of-body experience. I can't concentrate or reason when she says, "Well, congratulations, Mrs. Greenwood. You are indeed a winner." The whole lot? I just can't believe it. Yes, Mrs. Greenwood, the whole lot. £17,870,896 sterling. The number, massive as it is, rolls fluently off her tongue. I start to giggle. It's impossible. Earlier on, I thought this was the worst night of my life, but now the night has turned around, completely. What am I talking about? My life has. Now, Mrs. Greenwood, we have people here who will take you through the process, and for us to do that most effectively, we'll need to know, will you be taking publicity? No, I don't think so. I imagine the lottery company like it if you take publicity. A good luck story in the papers must mean more tickets are bought, but my instinct is to keep this to ourselves. You don't have to decide now, she replies smoothly. One of our winner's advisors will be in contact with you shortly. They'll send an email or call you, and then they'll fix up a meeting. Probably for Tuesday next week. Usually it's sooner, but as it's a bank holiday on Monday, Tuesday might be better for you? Yes, whatever you think. I don't want to cause any inconvenience, make someone work on their bank holiday. You can talk through the matter of publicity with them, and they will tell you everything about what happens next. Jake grabs the phone from me. Will he bring the cheque? Even at this distance, I can hear the amusement in the woman's voice. No, there is a tiny bit more paperwork to be done first. Bank account details, etc. When will we get the money? I scowl at Jake. He's being crass. I'm not sure what the elegant response to winning nearly £18 million is, but I doubt it is demanding the money like a highway robber. Our advisor will be in touch, but if everything runs smoothly, as I'm sure it will, you'll most likely have the money in your account by Wednesday, Thursday at the latest. This Wednesday? Asks Jake, beaming. Yes. After the call finishes, we just stare at one another, amazed. Then, through some silent communication developed after nearly 20 years of marriage, we simultaneously pounce on one another and kiss each other in a way that we haven't since the first week we dated. Urgent and jubilant, grateful and eager. Pushing away all other thoughts and just staying in the moment, we have fast, intense sex on the desk. For the past 10 years, possibly longer, sex has been limited to the bedroom. The exciting, novel nature of this hungry and triumphant sex naturally means it is soon over. I pull up my joggers and laugh, a little self-consciously. Now you really have hit the jackpot. Jake holds me close and speaks into my neck, his breath tickling. Actually, technically, you have hit the jackpot. You bought the ticket. This win is yours, that's why they wanted to speak to you on the phone. I laugh. What's yours is mine, though, right? It has always been that way between us. It has for so long. We're a team. Husband and wife. Your spouse is your teammate, right? I shake my head as a clouding thought enters it. It has to be addressed. Jake, what about the Heathcotes and the Pearsons? Jake instantly moves away from me. He concentrates on putting on his pants and jeans and won't meet my gaze. What about them? I just went to Jennifer and Fred's tonight. That's where I was earlier. Oh, so not delivering a book to Diane Roper like you said? No. Normally I'd be mildly embarrassed that I lied to him about something so petty, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't register. I hadn't wanted to tell him that I was checking up on Jennifer's story about them going away to Fred's sister's place this weekend. I thought he might have tried to stop me. I thought he'd gently tease me, insist I was getting into a state about nothing. Although he'd have been wrong. They are not away, like they said they were going to be, I tell him. I see. I drove past their house. What do you think is going on? Why would they lie to us? I have no idea. Don't you care that they've lied to us? Not at all, he snaps. His tone suggests he cares quite a good deal. I stare at him. His head is bent. He must feel the weight of my gaze because eventually he straightens up and his eyes meet mine. Breathing fast and shallow, he says, "We've just won the lottery, Lexi." But the Heathcotes, the Pearsons. His expression changes to one that is smug and victorious, but there is also something about the way he moves his mouth that reveals to me that he is smarting. Concerned? He draws me to him. Look, this is karma after the way they behaved last week. It was just Patrick that was out of order. The others sided with him. It was humiliating. We don't need them, he whispers. I lay my head on his chest and breathe him in. Are you sure? I ask. I want to believe him. Not now we don't, Lexi. We have everything. I try to heed his words. I want to feel absolutely safe, secure. I'd always thought being rich would make me feel invincible, but honestly, I feel apprehensive. I bury my face into his neck. He has always been my haven, and I will the feeling of dauntless unassailability to overpower me. We need to think how we're going to tell them. I'll buy a Ferrari and drive past their houses, says Jake. Fuck them, Lexi. We are rich. I start to giggle, because it is truly marvellous. Rich beyond our wildest dreams. I quote his words back to him. Then I kiss him, my handsome husband, and I hold him tightly, putting all thoughts of our former friends, who I thought were the best people in the world but now realise I hardly knew, out of my head. Chapter 3. Lexi. Sunday the 21st of April. I wake up and my heart is beating so fast and hard I can hear it. Adrenaline and excitement, yes, of course. But also a fairly clear conviction that someone is about to jump out on me and say, "Just kidding!" I can't believe we are lottery winners. I don't understand the amount of wealth that is now apparently ours. It's madness. As if to confirm the miracle, sunshine floods through the windows. It's an unbelievably beautiful day. I can't remember an Easter Sunday being warm before. I swear we had snow one year. How is our life such a miracle? We've barely slept. How could we? We lay side by side, hand in hand, and whispered to one another about how this could possibly be happening. What it means, what we should do next. We made plans late into the night or actually early into the morning. The illusory feel is accentuated by the fact we fell in and out of consciousness and each other's bodies throughout the night, clinging to one another in a new, entangled, intense way. I'm left unsure as to what is real, what is a dream. The dream. All night, Jake whispered into my ear. He told me he loved me, that everything is going to be perfect from now on in, that we have nothing to worry about, that we'll never have anything to worry about ever again. He repeated this over and over like a hypnotist, and I want to believe him. I want that more than anything. At 7 o'clock, we get up and go downstairs to make coffee. Jake takes the time to mess about with the old percolator, which he very rarely bothers with. In fact, I can't remember when it was used last. The ground coffee is probably well past its sell-by date. Still, I understand. The aroma drifts through the kitchen, declaring it is time to indulge. Cornflakes just won't cut it this morning. We're going to have French toast. I crack some eggs into a shallow, flat bowl and hum to myself. a butterfly fluttering of excitement ripples through my body. I recall Jake's urgent whispers delivered in the dark, oozing seductive possibility. What an opportunity. How lucky we are. I am. Wow. Lexi, can you believe this? Asks Jake, yet again. Nope, not really. I'm a different man. Are you? How exactly? I challenged gently. Okay, I'm the same man, but better. Richer. Definitely richer. He laughs. I can't wait until the kids get up. Should we go and wake them? It's like a massively exaggerated Christmas morning, isn't it? For the past couple of years, we have woken up earlier than the kids on Christmas morning. Something I see as a bit of a bonus. It gives me time to listen to the radio, prepare the sprouts. For me, Christmas is about food, family time, and ideally, a little contemplation. Jake finds the kids' teenage lie-ins frustrating. He is always desperate for them to open their presents. He likes to spoil them and see their faces light up when they discover he has, after all, bought the latest must-have they've longed for, that we can barely afford. For him, Christmas is all about the giving and getting of stuff. I've been thinking about it. Maybe we shouldn't tell them straight away, I suggest carefully. What? Let's wait until we are sure. We are sure. But it's complicated, isn't it? Because Emily's best friend with Megan and dating Ridley. She won't be able to keep her mouth shut. I thought we agreed the longer we can keep this from the Heathcotes and Pearsons, the better. How are you going to hide £17.8 million, Lexi? I'm not trying to hide it. We'll have to tell our families. Of course. They'll expect a slice of the winnings. Well, maybe not expect, but certainly they would hope for it. That is natural enough. How much is the right amount to give? He is like an excited kid. I know he can't wait to start handing out bundles of cash. I shake my head a fraction, trying to clear it. It is impossible to think straight after everything I discovered last night, after the poor night's sleep. I lost so much, then won so much. Their betrayal, his loving. My head and heart are about to explode. I just think that it would be best to wait until the money is in the account, just in case. Jake stares at me. I don't know how we can keep this from the kids. They'll be able to tell something is up. It's happening, Lexi. This is real. Jake is grinning so widely, it looks like his face is about to split. But it's a big responsibility. This is going to change their lives forever. We need to think about what to tell them. Give them ideas on how to adjust, I insist. How to adjust to what? Asks Logan. I jump. Where did he come from? I want to kick myself. My excitement had made me careless. I know, and usually remember, that one or other of our kids is invariably lurking, especially if they can smell food. We've won the lottery! Yells Jake. What? Logan looks sceptical. £17.8 million! We're bloody millionaires, my boy! Jake! Sorry, didn't mean to swear. Actually, I was reproving him for his lack of discretion and caution more than his bad language. For real? Logan asks. His eyes on me. He most likely thinks his dad is playing with him. We're millionaires. Several times over, I confirm, with a shrug and a smile. Most probably. Our numbers match and we've phoned to confirm it, but My words are cut off because Logan starts to yell, actually squeal, like a pig. He jumps up and down on the spot. He runs to his dad and launches himself so their bodies smash into each other with a ferocious energy, a move that is somewhere between a hug and an attack. He doesn't know how to contain himself. He is literally overflowing, effervescent. It's brilliant. What's going on? Emily is in the kitchen too now. Logan announces, We've won the lottery! We're millionaires! We've won 17 million and something pounds! Emily looks cynical. Yeah, right. Sluggishly, she reaches for the cornflakes. It's true, my princess, says Jake, picking her up and twirling her around, just the way he used to when she was much younger and less self-conscious. Honestly? Emily asks, caution and disbelief swilling in her eyes. Yes, I verify with a beam. Emily bursts into tears, and then we all run to one another and amalgamate into a big mass of cuddles, screeches, and happy tears. We've been saved.
Chapter 4. Emily. Tuesday, 23rd of April. Emily, get up. Your alarm didn't go off. You've slept in. Mum is banging on my bedroom door. Then she opens it and rushes in. She's carrying a freshly ironed school shirt. It's like this weekend never happened. Come on, sweetheart, you'll miss the bus, she urges. Do I have to go in? Are you ill? No. Then of course you have to go in. Mum looks confused. But we won the lottery, I remind her. Emily, I'm surprised at you. Come on, get in the shower, get a move on. She rushes out of my room and I hear the almost exact same conversation play out between her and Logan. He mutters, What's the point of being a millionaire if I have to go to school? He has a good argument, yells Dad from their bedroom. I smile to myself. Dad is always on our side. Come on, people, I'm serious. Get out of bed, Mum insists. I stay where I am, thinking about how it is going to be at school today. The holidays are ridiculous this year anyhow. Who goes back to school straight after Easter? Who goes to school at all if they've just become millionaires? Mum and Dad have said we can't tell anyone about the lottery, which is going to be so weird because why wouldn't they want to tell the entire world? We are rich. Like, super off-the-scale rich. Mum says I just have to put it out of my mind. Like, as if... How am I going to keep this from Ridley and Meghan? We are lottery winners. Multi-millionaires. Mum sometimes does this thing where she reads my mind. She does it now and swings back into my room. She hovers at the door, looking uncomfortable. I know it's going to be hard keeping this from Ridley and Meghan. Yeah, like understatement of the year. Why do I have to? Because there is a proper chance their parents are going to take this really badly. We were all doing the lottery together until just last week. Yeah, but they said it was lame. I imagine they'll feel very differently now. Can't we just give them some of the money? Mum doesn't answer me. She just looks torn. Mum has morals and makes a big thing of it all the time. If, for example, we are going into London to see a show in the West End, and she sees someone sleeping rough, which is a given, right? Then she insists we give the exact money we spent on one ticket to the guy on the street. Dad says it's a waste, and that they'll just drink it or shoot it up their arms. But he says this at the interval when we're in the bar, and he's drinking a glass of red wine, so Mum's counter-argument is staring at his glass. We can't tell a soul until everything is finalised, and your dad and I have had our meeting with the lottery company. Honestly, this will be for the best. For you, for Ridley and Meghan, for everyone. This is about the millionth time she has repeated this to prove she's really serious about it. Like there is any doubt. Mum is always really serious about everything. Even winning the lottery, apparently. It's a bit of a buzzkill. I mean, I can see that the Heathcotes and Pearsons are going to be gutted. Can you imagine pulling out of a lottery syndicate the week before your numbers come up? Major fail. But Ridley and I will get through this. I know we're only 15, but we're really serious about one another. He is my one. We're soulmates. Meghan, though, I'm pretty sure she will kick off. Explode with jealousy. I mean, I love her, she loves me, but we are 15-year-old best friends, so she also hates me sometimes, and I hate her sometimes. Mum probably has a point. This shit is going to get real. I hear the bathroom door slam. No! Logan got there first. He'll take forever and make it smell like hell. I put on my robe and drag myself downstairs. I know there's no way on earth Mum is going to let me ditch school, lottery win or not. She values education above everything else. Thinks it's the biggest agent for change, etc., etc. Personally, I think maybe she overvalues education. I mean, clearly, a lottery win is a big agent for change too, right? As I pour myself a bowl of cereal, I glance over the lists we drew up yesterday. There's always a notebook knocking around the kitchen in which Mum scribbles herself little reminders of things she needs to buy. It also has the scores from our family games nights when we play Monopoly or cards, and sometimes Mum and Dad write notes to me and Logan in there if they're going to be late home. Just stuff about what there is in to eat and how long to heat things up for, as though texting hasn't been invented. Yesterday, we used the ordinary little notebook to catch our dreams. I smile to myself as I flick through the pages. On one page, it says, red onions, gravy granules, bleach. On the next, it says, Dad, Ferrari. Emily, holiday to New York. Logan, swimming pool plus house. Which was written as an afterthought when it was pointed out to him that we don't have room in our garden to dig a swimming pool. Mum, new sofa. I don't think Mum has the hang of this game. Dad had said he'd get us anything we wanted, anything at all, and that was the best she could come up with. When we all laughed at Mum and told her to think bigger, she got a bit huffy and said, well, our sofa is quite lumpy, we really do need a new one. Hilarious. Dad said he'd book New York in the next day or two. He would have done so last night, but he said the sort of style we want to do it in would more than max out his credit cards, and the money from the lottery isn't in their account yet. We're going to fly first class. Obs, none of us have ever done that before, but Dad says that's the only way we are going to travel from now on. We looked at some amazing hotels, didn't know where to start. We put in the search, best 5-star hotels in New York. We couldn't decide. They were all out of this world, unlike anything we have ever stayed in. Well, we don't usually go on hotel holidays. Mum has a friend from work who has a flat in the south of Spain. We usually go there. She gives us 10% off the price that's listed on the Owner Direct site. We stayed in a bed and breakfast when we did a city break in Edinburgh. It was nice, fluffy towels with a good-sized TV in the room, but these luxury hotels that we looked at in New York are something else. They all have spas, rooftop swimming pools, club lounges, and amazing restaurants in cool subterranean basements. They are so stylish, I don't believe in them. We didn't know which to pick, and just kept jumping around from one site to another. Sort of overwhelmed. In the end, we chose the Ritz-Carlton because we'd all heard of the Ritz and know it means posh. Mum and Dad kept singing some crazy old song about putting on the Ritz. They didn't seem to know the song very well, though, as that was the only line they sang, and when they petered out, they just howled with laughter because it was a unique, unprecedented, amazing day when we all thought everything was funny. Maybe, and I really want to believe this, maybe none of us will ever be angry or sad or irritated ever again. Not for real. The hotel is right next to Central Park. I have always wanted to go to Central Park since I watched this old show Mum likes, Friends. The Ritz-Carlton is the most elegant, chic place you could imagine ever. Dad said Logan and I can have our own rooms. We don't even have to share. Mum and Dad will get a suite, so we all have somewhere to chill after we've spent the day shopping on Fifth Avenue, which features on like every chick flick ever. I literally can't wait. Yesterday really was the most perfect day I've ever experienced. Dad quickly got bored of sitting around thinking about how we could spend the money. He wanted to get out and actually spend some. Mum made another call to the lottery company, and once they absolutely, definitely double, treble confirmed that we had won, she said we could get a train into London and go to the big top shop on Oxford Street. You know, she still bought the family saver ticket. Dad teased her about that. No point in wasting money, she replied primly. In Topshop, I just went wild. Dad said I could have anything I wanted in the entire shop. Anything at all. We can afford anything and everything, he laughed. I tried on about 1,000 things. We told the shop assistant we'd won the lottery. Once we convinced her that we weren't messing, she said I could take any number of garments into the changing room, even though the usual limit is 8. I can't even remember what I bought in the end. Loads of the Ivy Parks workout pieces, a little boxy bag that is so cute, earrings, a leopard print cap, some sundresses, shorts, quite a few tees. I lost count. Most likely over 20 pieces. Maybe 30. I'm not actually certain where I'm going to wear it all, but I guess we'll be going to more fancy places now, and so I'll have opportunities to dress up. Logan did the same in Top Man. He bought the same t-shirt in 4 different colours, because he couldn't decide which he liked best. I finish my cereal, wash out the bowl, then pick up my mug of tea and drag myself back up the stairs. Back in my room, I lay out all yesterday's purchases on the floor and bed. I can't believe I have to put on my boring school uniform. There's a tap at my door. I'm expecting it to be Mum, coming to tell me to get a move on, hop in the shower, dash for the bus. But it's not Mum nagging. It's Dad smiling. Logan is hanging around in the hallway, still wet from the shower, with a towel wrapped around his waist. He's obviously not in a hurry either. Hello, Princess. I beam. Hiya, Dad. Just looking at my stuff again. Still can't believe it, can you? Not really. He grins and rubs his hair with his hand, something he does when he's really chuffed with life. Logan is punching the air, something he has done on a more or less continuous basis since they told us the news. Look, says Dad with a reluctant sigh. Your mum wants me to remind you to keep this to yourself, at least for the moment. I know, she's said. She's just worried about people's reactions. Why so? Asks Logan. Oh, you know, people can be jealous or just weird. Weird how? Dad doesn't directly answer. He says, she's worried about security. Security? Logan looks fit to burst with excitement. Like, in case someone kidnaps us? No one said anything about kidnapping, replies Dad calmly. What then? Logan looks crushed that his newfound wealth isn't going to place him in immediate danger. The lady who is our winner's advisor said she wanted to talk about how to deal with begging letters. You know, things like that. It's possible once the news is out, people might just turn up and ask for money, I guess. Well, we've plenty of it, so maybe we should just give these people some, if they need it, suggests my brother, showing that he hasn't got a clue. Dad is kind enough not to say as much, but just asks, yeah, but where would that stop? We will give to charity, of course we will. We just need to think it through. I can't wait for the moment when we tell people, though, I add, beaming, thinking of Ridley and Megan's faces. I just can't wait.
Chapter 5. Thomas. Wednesday the 6th of February. Do you want a cup of tea? I'm about to put the kettle on. He didn't respond, not coherently. His bones ached. He was so wet and cold that often, when waking up, it took a few moments for him to process where he was, who he was, what he was. Street, widower, immigrant. He stared at her, the woman asking the question. She looked kind enough, concerned. He had learnt the importance of making quick character judgments. Still, it was too easy to trust people. Sometimes they looked kind, and then they stole your shoes. This woman wasn't homeless, though. She was dressed in a trouser suit and had her hair tied back in a neat ponytail, suggesting she worked in an office, maybe the one he was sleeping outside. Still, he remained aggravated, aggrieved, fearful. The homeless generally don't like to be woken. Who does? Sleep is an escape. But when they are woken, the best they can hope for is that they are being moved on. The worst, they are spat on, robbed, assaulted. So he stared at her like a wounded animal, savage but impotent. She waved a bunch of keys at him and nodded towards the door he was obstructing, so he shuffled to the side to allow her to open it. She did, and then she stepped past him, over the threshold. It was a simple act, but he felt a twinge. He envied the fact she had a job to go to. Anywhere to go to. The sign said Citizens Advice Bureau, a place set up to help, but to help people like him. He didn't know. No doubt there was a protocol to follow, and naturally it was not a great idea for a woman alone to invite a homeless man into her office. So he was not surprised when she left him on the street. He might be dangerous. Desperation often leads to threat and menace. He didn't think he was a danger, at least not to her, but he couldn't be sure. He was no longer sure what he was capable of. He was surprised when she came back outside, carrying a mug of tea and a packet of biscuits, and sat down on the ground next to him. It had been raining. The wet would seep into her trousers and underwear. She was really trying. It was a nice gesture. Some would think it was patronizing, take offense. Not Toma. Toma hurt and he hated, but the man he had always been couldn't be angry at this woman for trying to find his level. It was not her fault that his level just happened to be in the gutter. She handed him the tea and biscuits and confessed, "I stole the biscuits, but honestly, I think you need the calories way more than anyone in our office does." He smelt bad. How could he not, living rough on the streets? The pertinent word in that sentence being rough. He saw her nose twitch involuntarily. She must be making a big effort not to pull away. He wondered whether she had enough dealings with street people to identify the length of time they'd been homeless. He could grade them now. Those who had spent months or even years on the street smelt of damp and feces, alcohol and vomit, dirt that had penetrated past clothes and skin and into souls. It was almost unbearable. Not because it was the worst smell in the world. Decaying rats in the walls smelt worse. Death smelt worse. The sensory assault is accepting that the smell is made by another human being. A fellow human being. People who've been on the streets for days or weeks rather than months smell different. It was still overpowering, but it was just stale sweat, greasy hair, maybe urine. Other people's urine, often. Guys on their way home from trendy wine bars sometimes pissed on the homeless for sport. Toma knew this. It had happened to him. "Thank you." He took the tea, made eye contact. It was important. Back in the day, when he had a home, a wife, a child, people had called him handsome. He knew his large brown eyes were considered intelligent, even sexy. He wasn't trying to flirt with this woman. That was absurd. All that had gone. Those compulsions, desire, hope, fun. Now he existed, nothing more. And he existed to get justice. He made eye contact with this woman because maybe she could help. And she was more likely to help if she could see that his eyes were not clouded with drugs or alcohol. She would judge him. This nice woman with a wet arse who gave him sweet tea, she would try not to, but it was instinctual. She would feel hopeful if the eye contact was good. I'm Lexi. Toma Albu, he replied. My authentic name. Few homeless people gave a surname, and even first names are often made up. He wanted to show her he was different. So, were you waiting for me to open? She asked. He shrugged, unwilling to expose himself by committing so immediately. He was scared to ask for help in case she wouldn't give it to him, in case she couldn't. This was his last hope. If this didn't work, he didn't know what else he could do. Find a tall bridge over a deep river, perhaps. Because, why not? What did he have to live for? Have you any plans for today? He shook his head, tutted. She left him to drink his tea, went back inside, and then, about 5 or 10 minutes later, returned, clutching some leaflets. There's a place you can go to get breakfast and a shower. It's about a 10-minute walk. Here's a map and the address, okay? She was asking if he could read the leaflet. He nodded. I'll telephone them, tell them you are on your way. Come back here afterwards and we can talk through some options. He slowly got to his feet, picked up his filthy, torn sleeping bag that was heavier than usual, bloated with rainwater. I realise when I ask people in your position to come back to see me that there's only a 10% or less chance of them doing so, said the woman. Then why risk it? Why not talk now? We don't open until 9:30 and you'll concentrate better if you've eaten something. Besides, I've worked with wilder odds. I'm secretly a bit of a gambler. She smiled. He liked her. She was joking with him, appealing to him, treating him as a human being. Thomas spent the morning in the hostel she had recommended. He ate the breakfast they offered and took the opportunity to launder his clothes. As he waited for his clothes to wash and dry, he showered and then stood in a borrowed baggy tracksuit that countless men must have worn before him. Shaved. He imagined how easy it would be to use the razor to slit his wrists. He thought that maybe he'd come back to this place and do exactly that tomorrow, if the woman didn't listen to him. If someone didn't listen to him. He returned to the office just after midday. He looked through the glass door and saw that it was a very small place. The desks were practically on top of one another. He no longer smelt, so didn't dread being close to people as he usually did. But there would be no privacy. He waited outside until she emerged. On spotting him, she said, I can skip lunch if you want to come in. You shouldn't miss lunch. I'll walk with you to get your lunch. She smiled again. She was definitely the sort who was fast to break into a beam. Well, that's a strange inversion of the usual order. You mean a homeless man concerned that an office woman misses her lunch is comment-worthy? He was suddenly irritated by her. Couldn't she understand that he used to be someone responsible, thoughtful, caring? Couldn't anyone imagine that? She grinned. I mean, anyone being concerned with me missing lunch is an inversion of the usual order. He thought she was too thin. He imagined she regularly worked through her lunch break because she seemed concerned, committed. His irritation subsided. Her boss ought not to let that happen. Her husband should encourage her to look after herself as well. There was a husband. She wore a ring. He had checked. He hoped she had children too. It would help. They walked to Boots. She bought them each a sandwich, crisps, and a drink. They sat together on a park bench. It wasn't warm, but it wasn't raining. Where are your things? Things. This morning you had a sleeping bag. It fell apart when I washed it. Oh. It doesn't matter. He'd once had lots of things. Big things and small things. He'd had a life where he would sometimes be home from work in time to kiss his wife, tell her he'd take over. He'd carefully lower his son into a bath full of bubbles and toys, where the boy would babble, bathe and play. Thomas would then gently lift Benka out, dry him carefully and thoroughly with a big towel between the toes and behind the ears, dress the child in Peppa Pig pyjamas, and then place him softly in a bed. There was a night light that threw out a golden light. It had small motifs twirling around the shade, cars, tractors and trains. Thomas would read to his son from a colourful book, which lived with other colourful books, on a shelf, until the son fell asleep. They'd all gone. The bath toys, the soft pyjamas, the nightlight, the colourful books, the wife, the child. Many things. Everything. He should squirrel away the sandwich. He'd had breakfast. He didn't need it, or, more accurately, he might need it more, later. Being on the street demanded constant forethinking and planning. He bit into it, anyway. "Can you tell me your story?" she asked, gently. He took another bite. He wanted to tell her. He had to, but he hated pulling the words forward. At first, he had not been able to believe they were dead. For months, he kept expecting to come home from work and find his wife behind the ironing board, or in the kitchenette, his son in front of the TV. He would open the door and see them both instantly. There was nowhere to hide in their tiny flat. He would expect them to run to him, kiss him, hug him. It sounded old-fashioned. Him at work, her at home, but she was studying too. A correspondence course in accounting. She had ambitions. She had plans to go out into the world, be something, do something, but Benka was young and she had to get the qualifications first, so she stayed at home, did her best to make the small, neglected flat into something that was not awful. They didn't have much. They didn't have enough. The place they lived in was a disgrace, really. Damp on the walls and in the beds, everything broken, locks, taps, cupboards, windows, and they couldn't get warm. Thomas doubted an Englishman would have ever rented the place. It was all they could afford. For months he had not accepted they were dead, and so never looked for the words to say that they were. When he did finally accept that he'd never open the door to their smiles, or sulks, their laughter, or their grumbles, he fell into a profound, prolonged depression. He existed in a fog of antidepressants and alcohol. The months slithered by like black, slippery eels. There were warnings at work. He was reluctantly let go. Someone who knew his story and felt sorry for him found him another job. More tablets, more whiskey, the same solid grief. The warnings were brusquer the second time, the letting go less reluctant. He couldn't pay his rent, an eviction notice. Then there was a bed at the YMCA. No permanent address to write on application forms meant that there was no gainful employment to be had. Then finally there was another flat, even worse than his home with Revika, but better than the streets. He shared a bathroom. It was a cesspit. The place was horribly overcrowded. People and mould spores jostled for somewhere to rest. One day, he tried to talk to the landlord about what needed to be done. That was the end of that. Out on his ear. No notice period. Throughout this time, people asked him to explain himself. He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't trade Revika and Benka's lives and deaths for sympathy, for a bed, for an extra coin. Their names stuck in his throat, choking him, 5 years on. The woman sighed heavily and admitted, "I Googled you this morning." He was not offended. It was a relief. She was curious and concerned. She might be the right person. "Providing Thomas Albu is your name." "It is." "Then you are either a genius mathematician born in 1943, which seems unlikely because I'd peg you to mid to late 40s, or..." She left it hanging for a moment. He nodded, stiffly. The pain, which people thought resided in the heart, permeated throughout his body. It throbbed in his legs, his neck, his arms, everywhere. Or you are a man who tragically lost his wife and child in 2014. Carbon monoxide poisoning, the result of a broken boiler. Yes, I am that man. I'm sorry. People always said they were sorry. It wasn't their fault. What else could they say? It wasn't enough, though. How sorry are you? Sorry enough to help me? Of course, I'll help you. There are ways to get back on your feet. I can't imagine what you've been through, but I do know that you are not the first person to find themselves on the street after such a monumental loss. I can make some calls to the Housing Advice Centre. I've seen enough cases to understand how easy it is for people who, 1 minute, are living fairly ordinary lives, to have a knock, not even anywhere near as profound as your loss, and then the next minute find themselves homeless. I can find you somewhere to live. I can help you find employment. I want justice. She looked confused. I read the newspaper articles about the incident and court records. A woman, the managing agent, was brought to trial for her negligence. Thomas objected to her word, incident. They were murdered. The Lexi woman looked uncomfortable. Her research would have told her that Elaine Winterdale was charged with negligence and several breaches of the gas safety regulations, but not manslaughter, and certainly not murder. The sentence might have seemed inadequate to you, and, for what it's worth, I certainly thought it was. But if you think about it, Thomas, even if she had been given a custodial sentence, no amount of time would bring them back. It wasn't her. She's just the monkey. I want the organ grinder. The bastard landlord that killed my beautiful Revika and Benka but then wasn't held accountable. The landlord was exonerated. Winterdale lied to him about the check she was doing, and she didn't forward on the gas board warnings to the owner. He was ignorant of all wrongdoing. Thomas shook his head. No, I do not believe this. He has walked away and still doesn't change his ways. All these years later. The woman weighed it up. On one hand, aggrieved people had bias and denied facts. On the other, mistakes were made. What are you saying? She asked, cautiously. I accepted what the court said. I was too tired, too broken, to question. I thought it was this Winterdale woman. She said she was guilty herself. But later I stayed in another place. I discover same man is the landlord, and I discover he is criminal. The laws, they are clear about our landlord's responsibility, right? Right. Private sector landlords are responsible for the safety of the tenants. The Gas Safety Regulations 1998 deal with landlords' duties to make sure gas appliances, fittings and flues provided for tenants are safe. It was clear the woman quoted this law frequently. Bad landlords were not confined to the Victorian era. She probably quoted it every day. But he doesn't do this. She brightened. We can investigate that. We can issue warnings, have carbon monoxide alarms fitted by the council if the landlord fails to comply. We can stop this sort of tragedy from happening in another one of his properties. That would be something, wouldn't it? Thomas listened to her trying to sanitize the matter, trying to rectify without rocking the boat. He still lets out slums, Thomas insisted, his accent becoming thicker as emotion throttled him. Since they died, I have suffered the pain, the grief, the loss, but I managed, not lived, just existed. Never remarried, although everyone says I should. Stayed loyal, stayed focused, stayed here. How could I move back to Moldova, to my sister and my cousins? I couldn't bear to leave my wife and son here alone. I have no choice but to stay. Then I lose my job, move into a hostel, end up on the streets. Then last year someone takes me in. I work on a building site for a place to stay and food. No wage. No, I know this is exploitation. I have no choice. I don't care. I stay in the place they offer me. It's better than the streets. But I notice the law is broken in this property. I ask who the landlord is. No one has a name. But one day I stay off work. I pretend I am ill because I know that this day is rent collection and I see him. And then I recognize him. It is the same man. My old landlord. He was called into court one day during the trial, so I am sure I would never forget his face. Then I start to wonder. Did he know, after all? Is he responsible? But why would Elaine Winterdale take the fall? He pay her. Thomas could see that the woman didn't buy into his theory. She was interested in helping, but there was a limit. Come back to the Citizens Advice Bureau with me. We can look into this, she offered. He understood what was happening here. He was a step ahead of her. She thought she was luring him in. She wanted him to trust her so she could introduce him to back-to-work schemes and find him better accommodation. She had enough compassion to want to see Thomas on his feet again. Yes, undoubtedly she would issue warning letters about the carbon monoxide alarms to the bastard landlord, if she could track him down. She had a developed sense of responsibility and would want to stop this sort of disaster happening again, if she could. She was good at her job. He nodded and stood up. He followed her through the park, back along the high street and into her office, certain that it was not him on the end of the line. It was her. He would reel her in. A slippery, reluctant catch, maybe. But he would get her on side. Convince her that his theory was a reality, and then he would use her office resources to investigate the bastard that had killed his loves. Thomas would have justice. Or revenge. Chapter 6. Lexi. Tuesday, the 23rd of April. I'm looking forward to the appointment with the lottery people. My family think my reserve is odd, but I'm not made of steel. Of course I'm excited about this win. Over the moon. It is, as we keep saying to ourselves and each other, amazing, fantastic, spectacular. It is those and all sorts of other overused superlatives. However, I am a realist, and I know that this sort of win comes with some complications and responsibilities, too. The timing couldn't be worse. I try not to think of the Pearsons and the Heathcotes, because whenever I do, the excited glow inside is extinguished. I feel cold and sour in my heart. I just need to understand the process, have everything locked down and agreed, and then we can really relax and enjoy our ridiculously good fortune. Over the weekend, Jake and the kids drew up a list of stuff they wanted to squander the money on. It was very general. The things that featured included, but were not limited to, cars, property, clothes, parties, holidays. I groaned. Guys, that list is a lazy list. All three stared at me, non-comprehending. Both my children look a lot like their dad. Dark curly hair, dark eyes. They are all beautiful to look at, compelling. They wore the same expression, too. Excitement. No, scrub that. Jubilation. At least try and be specific. Don't just write holidays. Write a list of places you've always wanted to visit. Travel is edifying, right? Everyone knows that. I could happily sign off on travel. We'd do it together. We'd learn about different cultures. See what a big place the world is, after all. Disney, Florida! Yelled Logan. Staying in, like, the best hotel. We'd fly first class, right? We certainly would, mate, confirmed Jake. I've always wanted to turn left when boarding an aircraft. And the Maldives. Scarlett Scott went to the Maldives last year and her Insta was amazing, chipped in Emily. "Oh my God, no. Scrub that. New York. Let's go shopping in New York. Actually, both. Can we do both?" A few years ago, there was this Irish couple who won an extraordinarily huge amount on the Euro lottery. I don't recall exactly how much. Over 100 million. They immediately announced that they were going to be giving the bulk of it away to friends, family, and good causes. A wonderful approach, very admirable, very sensible. Jake and I have agreed we'll pay off his brother's mortgages and buy my sister a starter place. She has never managed to get on the property ladder as she's a bit of a nomad and has travelled all over the world for years. We'll send my parents on a world cruise, something glorious and indulgent. Although, thinking about it, my dad suffers terribly with seasickness. We once caught a ferry to Calais and it was as nasty as a Tarantino movie. So a cruise probably isn't ideal for them. Maybe a safari. Or is that a bit too much now they're in their 70s? A couple of weeks in a posh pad in the south of France could work. Regret rips through my body. If only Jake's parents were alive to be part of this, they'd have been delighted, thrilled. Well, everyone will be. Won't they? My mind is working 100 to a dozen. Thoughts zap into my head and I can't hold on to them for more than a moment. There are other people who can benefit from the win. There are endless worthy charities and individuals. Jake has agreed we don't need to keep it all. We shouldn't. No one needs so much money, but lots of people need some money. My line of work starkly highlights that. I work at the Citizens Advice Bureau. My job is to deliver easily accessible community advice. I'm a generalist, a sort of gatekeeper, who often simply takes notes and listens to walk-ins. I assess difficulties and point people in the right direction, towards a specialist, a lawyer, a doctor, or counsellor. No problem is too big or too small to capture my attention. My average day might involve helping to stop payday lenders ruining lives or helping people fill out job applications. I am never bored at work. I enjoy the fact that I can't guess who I'm going to meet or help on a day-to-day basis. On the whole, I like how varied my work is, and I certainly like the fact I can help. But sometimes it depresses me that people's vulnerabilities and needs are so far-reaching. Sometimes I come home from work exhausted, aware that no matter how many people I've met with and advised, I will never be able to help everyone or solve everything. Still, I can try. I do, day after day, and now I'll be able to do more. I push the kids out the door just in time to catch the school bus, grab my handbag and hurriedly shove my feet into my work shoes. I glance around the kitchen. It's chaos as usual, but I'm running late and haven't even got time to stack the dishwasher. It will be waiting for me later. Then I notice Jake sitting at the breakfast bar, still in his pyjamas. "Why aren't you dressed?" "I'm not going to work today. The meeting with the lottery people is at 3 o'clock. There's no point." "Well, I am." "Apparently. Don't you feel like playing hooky, even for a day?" He smiles at me, his broad, charming smile that I've found irresistible more times than I can count. "We could go into London again, have lunch somewhere ridiculously swanky, maybe the Shard. No, Boo? There's plenty of time," he coaxes. I have to steel myself against the temptation he's presenting. I should point out the flaw in his logic. If there isn't enough time to go to work, how is there enough time to have a long lunch? I don't. I just say, "I have meetings in my diary. I can't let people down." I quickly kiss him on the lips. He pulls me close and draws out the kiss. Being wealthy is obviously making him feel very randy. I giggle and gently move away, walk towards the door. "Hey, I've been thinking, when we talk to the advisor today, maybe she could give us some advice on how to choose which charities to donate to. You know, really get an understanding of which ones put money to work and which simply spend a fortune on advertising and their CEOs' salaries." "Yes, sounds like a plan." Jake smiles affably. "Because I was thinking we can pay off our mortgage and then put some away for the kids. Let's say we keep 2.8 million, and then give the rest away. What? Jake barks out a fake laugh. Hilarious. I freeze. I'm serious. We'd quickly get through that amount. It would go nowhere. The kids bought everything they wanted in Topshop yesterday. Some of it didn't even fit properly, let alone suit them. I was a bit startled with how greedily Emily and Logan had behaved. I understand, of course, they are teens in Topshop, the equivalent to kids in a sweet shop. They were bound to get carried away. Being greedy is the normal reaction to a lottery win. Most people would think I am the one acting strangely by still thinking of purchasing items in terms of what we need. Jake and the kids have quickly swapped to only thinking about what they want. But regardless, even during their high-octane retail frenzy, they spent less than £1,000 each, admittedly way more than we've ever spent in one go on clothes before, but only a tiny fraction of what we've just won. I can't imagine how we would use it all. Think bigger, Lexi, Jake urges. Didn't you see that hotel in New York cost 80,000 quid? How much? My voice comes out unexpectedly high and squeaky. Jake laughs. He's been ceaselessly laughing since our numbers came up. I don't recognise him. I'm beginning to think he is technically hysterical. I thought that was a mistake. It can't cost that much. I thought there was a decimal point in the wrong place because no one in the world would ever pay 80 grand for a week-long holiday. There was no mistake, Lexi. 2 superior rooms, 1 suite, in one of the world's best hotels for a week. That's what it costs. That's ridiculous. It would have been ridiculous last week, but now it's a drop in the ocean, says Jake, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. It's a different world. Not our world. Well, it hasn't been. No, but it can be now. That's my point, sweetheart. We have an opportunity to live completely differently. But on Saturday night we agreed we'd donate to charities. Yes, absolutely, we will. But we can't give 15 million away. What if the kids want apartments in London when they grow up? They cost a couple of million now. I shrug. Well, yes, I suppose some flats might, but it depends where you buy and... Jake kisses me, silencing me. He cups my face in his hands. As he breaks away from the kiss, he holds eye contact. I feel dizzy, woozy. I didn't sleep well again last night. I'm lightheaded and struggling to think straight. You are going to be late for work if you don't get going. This is a lot to think about. Take a deep breath. Chapter 7. Lexi. I've missed my usual bus, so have to take the next one, and therefore I arrive 20 minutes later than normal, which still isn't officially late, as I'm usually indecently early. I like a few minutes to myself in the mornings. Today, most of my co-workers are already at their desks. I throw out small, friendly waves and general greetings. I've made the right call. Being in the office, a place where I come week after week and simply try my best, is somehow reassuring. It is crazy to need reassurance after such news, after what is universally accepted to be the best news in the world. But I do. Everyone here is behaving in a dependable, ordinary way, and I like it. Jake and the children's frenzied excitement and constant chatter about what they're going to buy next is proving to be exhausting. Rob is stirring some hot water into a pot of oats. He always has breakfast at his desk. He stirs slowly, anti-clockwise. Judy is vaping outside in the street. At all times, she insists on keeping the door to the office open as she hates to miss out on any of the chatter. It is essential to her to know who watched what on TV at the weekend, even if it means everyone else catches a chill. Heidi still has her earbuds in. She likes to listen to audiobooks and hates stopping mid-chapter. Most of my co-workers simply have their heads down. The office opens at 9:30 a.m. and these 15 minutes represent the calm before the storm. They are generally used to gather thoughts and breath. I plonk down in front of my screen, flick open my diary and run through today's to-do list. This morning is drop-in clinic. I desperately hope Thomas will come in today. Over the past few months, I have been investigating his claim that the property owner was ultimately responsible for the appalling conditions in the bedsit he shared with his wife and child. Ultimately responsible for their deaths. Together, we have researched his hunch that Elaine Winterdale took the fall for her dodgy boss, or bosses. It quickly became apparent that his hunch was likely to be correct. As soon as the trial was over, she moved into a brand new, high-end apartment. We discovered that she didn't own it. The registered owner was the same company as that of the property the Albu family had lived in. It looks a lot like a sweetener to me. More digging around led to the discovery that the same property company is responsible for a number of slum residences, just as Thomas claimed, including the one Thomas lived in for a while when he was working for nothing other than food and a place to stay. So not only a slum landlord then, although that would be bad enough, but a modern-day slaver. This landlord had not learnt a lesson. Far from it. Through not entirely legal means, we've managed to find our way into 3 of these slum properties. I'm not proud of this. I do try to follow rules, and of course I respect laws, but sometimes the end justifies the means. It's not as though we were breaking and entering. I just flashed my business cards and said I had been asked to inspect the properties. I should have been prepared. After all, Thomas told me he'd had no heating in his property for 2.5 years, other than one small electric fire that they only dared use spasmodically because of the expense. But nothing prepared me. These places horrified me. One of the properties had no carpets, just bare floorboards. None of them had curtains to offer privacy or even hide the cracked or missing window panes. In 2 of the properties, there were no doors on any of the kitchen cupboards. I suspected that most likely someone in desperation had broken them off and burnt them for fuel. There was damp on the walls in all 3 places, and the shared bathroom facilities turned my stomach. It's disgusting, expecting people to live this way. It's cruel, debasing. None of the properties had carbon monoxide alarms, and one of them had a boiler that needed to be condemned immediately. I called the gas board. I've written to the registered owner and to the councils where the properties are located, stating the need for alarms and other vital improving measures. I'm taking appropriate action where I can, but I am not getting very far. Until Friday, I couldn't even attach a name to the property company. Corrupt landlords don't readily expose their identities. It's taken a lot of digging to finally find the name of the individual who is responsible. I had planned to share that information with Thomas straight away. I was desperate to, but now I'm not so certain. Would he be able to cope with the knowledge I have? What would he do with it? The sad truth is, I think it's unlikely that the landlord will ever be put away for a crime that Elaine Winterdale has already pleaded guilty to. It isn't fair. Writing letters isn't enough. And I know Thomas will think so too. They are not going to get away with it. I won't let that happen. We have to be more creative in seeking justice. Usually, I try not to get personally involved in the cases I work on. It doesn't help. Not in the end. I'm compassionate, that's a given. Or I wouldn't do this line of work, but it's best to stay objective, efficient, clear-sighted. I do my best work that way. The past couple of months, since Toma Albu came into my life, that has been increasingly difficult. I can't help but admire his particular strength and dignity, his fierce loyalty and determination. I understand him. I realise I have become more involved than I should. It was hard not to, and now it's impossible. I pop my head around my boss's office door, knock as I walk in. The knocking is a courtesy. Ellie operates an open-door policy, and all the staff here think of her office as an extension of our open-plan space. Sometimes, if the meeting rooms are full, Ellie vacates to give us and our clients some privacy. That's about the only time the door is ever closed. "Hiya, Lexi, how was your weekend?" Ellie asks. Where do I start answering that one? "Hot," I say lamely. Thank goodness I'm British and always have the weather to fall back on for conversational fodder. "I know, right? Did you make the most of it?" "Yes, thank you." She starts tapping her keyboard, always busy. "Ellie, I was wondering whether I could take the afternoon off. I need some personal time. Sorry about the short notice. Something's come up." "Yes, fine, of course." "I'll work through my lunch, but need to leave at 2 p.m, so I'll owe a few hours. I'll make it up this week." "I know you will. Everything okay?" Ellie looks up from her screen. Her clever face, which is always set to host a smile, shows she is interested, ready to be concerned, but not nosy. I nod, relieved when she doesn't probe. I don't want to lie and make up some excuse about a dentist appointment or something. I glance at my watch. "I better get at it." "Yeah, enough slacking," she says with a grin, turning back to her own work. My head is about to explode. The only way through this is to stay busy. I pick up the phone to set up a meeting between the head of Community Welfare Benefit Advice Service and the local council's Welfare Rights Unit. Then I set up a meeting of my own with the local branch of Age UK. There is a constant drip of people who need advice, but no sign of Toma. Every client I see, I realise that writing a cheque will solve, or certainly ease, their problems. I have never been so conscious of the power of money, and despite my effort not to think about everything, I am. The responsibility is making me feel nauseous. At about 11, I stand up from my desk, stretch, and walk to the room that is not much bigger than a cupboard, but serves as the staff room. Rob and Judy are hovering over the boiling kettle. Judy exclaims, "Lucky sod! I wish that was me. Did you hear, Lexi? Someone local has won the lottery." I freeze. I don't know how to reply. Luckily, Judy doesn't really expect me to. Like many of Judy's questions, it is rhetorical. She is comfortable answering herself. "Bought the ticket on our high street, can you believe, at W.H. Smith. Exactly where I buy mine when I bother, which I don't often, just when I'm feeling lucky. I didn't this week, but I wish I had. It could have been me." "Well, only if you pick the same numbers," points out Rob. Judy continues, not sidetracked by this fact. "Isn't it unbelievable to think the winner might be someone we've passed in the street? Brushed up against, and we wouldn't know. £17.8 million, can you imagine? Lucky sods." "How did you find out that the ticket was purchased locally?" I ask, a sliver of something uncomfortable gliding up and down my spine. I'm not used to keeping secrets. I'm normally an open book, available for anyone to read. "Said so online, the local news feed on Twitter." "But how could anyone know?" I ask sharply. "I mean, unless the family are taking publicity, then those details are kept private." I know this from my conversation with the lottery people on Saturday. Judy eyes me intently. I blush. I'm not usually sharp, and it must seem odd that I know the procedure so well. Have I given myself away? I'm relieved when Judy laughs. Are you jealous? Well, if you're right about that, then I'm guessing the winner is taking publicity. I shake my head. That's not what we agreed. Has one of the kids said something already? They've only been out of my sight for a few hours. I expect they'll announce the name of the winner soon. Just think, it might be someone who has walked through these doors and we've helped. Sorry to interrupt, says Heidi. There's some Eastern European guy here to see you. I asked him if I could help, but he was pretty insistent he only wants to speak to you. I dash out of the staff room, keen to get away from Judy and her speculation. I see Thomas sitting at my desk, with his now familiar expression of solemnity and determination, and I feel a wave of territorialism and affection sluice through me. It's not strictly professional, but I tell myself it's not wrong. It is manageable. My body goes hot, then cold, the feeling my granny would have described as someone walking over my grave. A warning. I am suddenly certain that I can't share the knowledge I gained on Friday, even though we have been hunting for it together, even though he is desperate for someone to blame. Because of that. This knowledge would overwhelm him. Knowing the landlord's name, but also the fact he won't be brought to justice, could cause Thomas to do something stupid. He might want to attack the man, kill him. It sounds extreme, but Thomas, like me, believes in justice and doesn't care how unjust he has to be to get it. I have a solution. I can protect Thomas. The money I've just won can be put to good. How are you? I ask. Over the past 10 weeks, besides investigating Thomas' claims about the slum landlord, I have also helped him find a room in a decent house. He now lodges with an elderly couple who like having him around the place because he acts like a surrogate son. Their own lives in the States and calls just once a month. Thomas changes light bulbs, cuts their grass, and makes them feel secure. I can understand that. Whenever I am with him, I too feel safe, assured. Even when we are creeping about grubby properties, meeting people who are unsavoury through choice or circumstances. It's not his huge physical presence. It's his deep, poignant calm. I guess when the very worst thing that can happen to you has happened, nothing ever scares you again. I am good, thank you. He's a man of few words. I'm glad you popped in. I think I may have found a lead on a job for you. Yes? He looks keen. He doesn't like to be idle. He's been busy enough whilst we've been playing detective, but that has to stop now. A job might distract him, at least temporarily, from his hunt. It's in an industrial laundry. It doesn't pay brilliantly. It's shift work. Could I take double shifts? I smile. Well, yes, if you want to, I guess. I want. I've never been afraid of my own sweat. What else have I to do besides work? I hope you might find some level of community there. Many of the workers are Eastern Europeans. Good. Sounds good. Thomas nods. I had hoped you called me in because you tracked down the name of the landlord. I shake my head. Sorry. My stomach turns. I don't like lying to him. It's okay. I know you are trying. I know you are doing your best for me. I am. I want to reassure Thomas that everything will change for him very soon, but I force myself to keep quiet. Sometimes staying silent is the right thing to do. Let me dig out the application form. It's a formality, really. They are keen to get labour as soon as possible. You could be in work by the day after tomorrow. Or maybe sooner if I walk my application to them right now. Those at the top of the mountain didn't fall there, Thomas says. And then he flashes me a rare smile that beams into my core. Chapter 8. Lexi. The people from the lottery company said we could have the initial meeting anywhere we liked. We decided it was easiest and most discreet to have them come to our home to go through the paperwork. I can't help but feel nervous. Once we accept the check, our lives are changed forever. No going back. But then I ask myself, who would want to go back when so much good can be done going forward? Going back is crazy talk. I pick up a carrot cake from the supermarket on the high street. I also feel the need to purchase some specialty teas. I don't want to look flash, but I do want to be welcoming. I buy Tea Pigs, a brand I consider a treat, but I'm regretting choosing licorice and peppermint combined. It might be challenging. Would it seem pretentious? What was I thinking? Still, I can always brew a regular cup of builder's tea. I arrive home to bigger challenges than exotic tea bags. I'm surprised to find Emily sunbathing in the front garden, and a startling yellow Ferrari parked on the road in front of our house, incongruous against the Leylandii hedge that needs trimming and the recycling bins that need emptying. I don't know much about cars. I have little interest in them beyond getting me from A to B, but even I recognise the black horse on the badge. I'm unsure which I should ask about first, the surprise presence of my daughter or the car. Jake takes the matter into his own hands and calls out, "I treated myself!" He laughs, delighted. His hands on his hips, his legs wide, manly, triumphant. He doesn't take his eyes off the car to glance my way, but adds, "And I picked up Emily because she texted me to say she was feeling unwell." "How did you buy this? We haven't got the money in our account yet." He beams at me now, pleased with himself as though he's just done something brilliant, like got a promotion or won the father's race on school sports day. "I just took the winning ticket into the garage and waved it about. It was amazing. You should have seen their faces." He's giddy, not himself at all. "I'm not sure they believed me at first, but I told them we've been doing it for years and that we always use the same numbers, that you, buy the ticket from the same W.H. Smith on the high street every week during your lunch hour. They loved the story. Lapped it up. Everyone loves a winner, right?" Well, that solves the mystery as to how the knowledge that the winner is local was leaked onto the internet. My own husband blabbed to a sales rep who obviously couldn't resist sharing the scoop. "You took the lottery ticket into the garage." I'm amazed at his audacity, at his stupidity. I drop my handbag to my feet and gawp at the car. "Yeah." "What if you'd lost it?" Jake clocks my expression, which is no doubt a mix between concern and irritation. "Oh, right, sorry. It was stupid of me. I shouldn't have done that. I'm just so excited." He puts his arms around me, hugs me tightly. He murmurs into my ear, "Sorry, my bad, but don't worry. I didn't lose it." His breath is warm, and his touch familiar. I can't help but sink into it. Emily looks embarrassed at our PDA, and so Jake breaks away and starts to enthusiastically recite facts and figures about the car that make no sense to me. And so Jake breaks away and starts to enthusiastically recite facts and figures about the car that make no sense to me. Isn't she a beaut? This is the 488 GTB. It has a 3.9-litre engine, 530 horsepower. The performance is outrageous. The chassis is sublime. He strokes the bonnet, practically caresses it. This model is a big deal for Ferrari. It represents a change of philosophy for the company's mid-engine supercar. I stare at him. He could be speaking a foreign language for all I understand. Or care. This car doesn't actually belong to me, Jake adds. It's on loan. Oh, thank goodness. My relief is short-lived, though. Mine won't be ready for a few weeks. Mine is red, and I'm getting some customization done. That takes a bit of time. I found it hard to make a call between leather or carbon fibre door cards. I wish she'd been there to help pick. She's sensational, right? How much? Hey, if you need to ask, you can't afford it, and as we can afford anything, you don't need to ask. He grins at me. His irrepressible, charming grin. Normally I find it overpowering. Today, I managed to remain focused. How much? Well, this model is from £195,000, but we're getting a convertible and they are a smidge more. £200,000 for a car. Ours will be nearer 230. Jake sounds proud. You can buy a house for that. Yeah, if you want to, he agrees, obviously not getting my point. Maximum speed is 205.1 miles per hour. That's an illegal speed? Well, I won't ever actually travel that fast, of course. It's just there as an option. Isn't it stunning? Chips in Emily. Although I think Dad should have gone for British racing green with a red interior, I've just been looking at the colourways online. Why aren't you at school? What's wrong with you, exactly? My tone is harsher than I intended. Emily looks to the ground, bringing the shutters down. Period pain, she mutters grumpily. Or maybe a stomach bug. She then shoots her father a look. I'm too busy processing the fact a car can cost over £200,000 to notice if Emily's expression is one of embarrassment or one pleading for secrecy. It's shifty. She's obviously just skiving. I don't want to throw cold water when Jake is so buoyant. He loves cars, and I did expect him to buy a new one with our winnings. Of course. Throughout our marriage, we've made do with reliable second-hand hatchbacks. This was bound to be a moment for him. I just hadn't expected him to select one so quickly. And so expensive. But in the spirit of keeping the show on the road, I say, I treated myself too. I bought T-Pig's tea bags. Jake and Emily burst out laughing. Emily recovers first when she realises I'm not joking. I'll put the kettle on, she offers. No need. I have champagne on ice, said Jake. It's Cristal. It costs £200 a bottle. I don't want champagne. I want a cuppa, I say. Yeah, but when the lottery lady gets here, she might want a glass, says Jake. With a sigh, I accept this might be true.
Chapter 9. Emily. I don't know if it's just because Dad is jazzed about his new car, or if he has actually forgotten, but I'm massively relieved that he obviously doesn't feel the need to tell Mum the details of why I am home. I walked out of school. It was as simple as that. Then I texted Dad. I don't want to be here.
Coming, Princess. Wait until you see my chariot.
The car is awesome. It's just like this great big daffodil-coloured pile of perfection. You can see it a mile off and hear it from even further away. Dad sat at the school gates, revving the engine. Since I was skipping lessons, I should have been keeping a low profile. That would have been the wise thing to do. but it was pretty cool to see kids with mouths hanging wide open. Ridley was one of them. I pretended not to see him, but I could feel his glare on my back. I flicked my hair over my shoulder, and then Dad zoomed away. It cheered me up a bit after my fallout with Ridley and Megan. I just can't believe the way they acted. It was like we'd never been friends. Like we weren't a thing. So jealous. "Did you see their faces? Did you?" I asked Dad as we sped away.
Sure did.
Dad started to give me lots of info about the car then. I didn't take much of it in. I got the gist. Bottom line, the car is fast and expensive. We drove around for a bit. Neither of us wanted to go straight home. We drove past Ridley's house and Megan's house. Not like on purpose. That's just the way home. Although I think the revving outside their homes was deliberate. Dad is definitely being more crazy since we won the lottery. I think I saw someone at the window at Ridley's house. Probably Jennifer. She's usually at home. We decided to drive on the big A road.
Just to let her open up a bit,
said Dad. It wasn't just school kids who turned to look our way. Every other driver stared enviously, tongues lolling. He didn't say anything for a bit. We just drove, enjoying the warm feeling that comes from knowing you have it better than anyone else. Then he turned to me and asked,
"So, what was up at school?"
I should have known I'd get grilled. Yeah, Dad is the fun parent, but he's still a parent, and so always wants to know what's going on in my life. "It sucks," I muttered.
I thought you liked school.
Nope.
You used to.
I shrugged. Ridley and I had a row. Megan too.
About the lottery win.
I shrugged again because, technically, I wasn't supposed to talk about the lottery win. But on the other hand, Dad has just driven a great big bold Ferrari up their street. Not exactly subtle.
I know you won't believe me now, but you were young, and there will be other boys, other best friends.
I looked out the window. He's wrong. Every emotion I have ever felt wanted to explode out of my body right then. I am obviously really, really happy we are so rich, but I just can't believe Ridley and Megan. How could they act like that? It feels like they've punched me. I can't explain it. Even if I could, Dad wouldn't get it. He's too old. Because I didn't say anything, he carried on.
And maybe it's for the best. You are going to be busy in the next few months.
With my GCSEs, I said with a groan. I'm in year 10, but my GCSE mock of the mocks are in a couple of months' time. Honestly, the results make zero difference to precisely anything, but my parents still talk about those exams approximately every 30 seconds.
Busy spending money,
laughed Dad.
We'll be moving to a new house, going on holidays.
I beamed at him, relieved. To hell with school. I don't need qualifications now. We are rich. It was brutal today. Ridley and Megan went schizo. They were pleased for me for a split second when they thought that the win was between all three families, but as soon as I told them that their parents had chucked in the syndicate before the win, they went proper mental. They kept saying that it wasn't fair and it wasn't right. Megan said, and I quote, she hated fucking rich bitches. She said we weren't going to be able to be friends anymore. Just like that. An actual lifetime of friendship, binned. Ridley, what about you? Do you feel the same? I asked, pulling him by the arm to make him face me. You know, it's weird. Even in the middle of a big row, the touch of him floors me. I feel him all the way through my body, like I've swallowed him whole or something.
This is hard.
He is the only person who calls me Em. My mum is pretty keen that I get the full Emily thing as her homage to Emily Bronte, and corrects most people if they dare to shorten it. She doesn't do that to Ridley, though. She has some boundaries. He calls me Em, and I call him Rids. It's our thing. And even though he won't look me in the eye, his gaze bolted to the floor, he did call me M, so I was melting. Megan had stomped off, but was doing that annoying thing she sometimes does when she's in a mood. She doesn't disappear altogether, just keeps herself in our periphery so we'll chase after her. She can be quite the attention seeker.
I mean, I'm pleased for you,
he added.
It's great news, but I didn't know my mum and dad had ditched the lottery. Probably Megan didn't know either. So when you said you'd won, I thought we'd all won, you know?
He kept glancing over at Megan as he explained this.
She's upset. I'll go and talk to her.
I'm upset too.
Yeah, but you're rich upset. And that's never as bad.
He flashed me a fast grin, and then ran off to catch up with Megan. It was confusing because in that moment I sort of thought I had everything and nothing at the same time. Driving in Dad's new car was fun, but I couldn't get Ridley and Megan out of my head. Can I leave school, Dad?
Maybe. You could take a year out, get tutors as we travel. Or just take a year out and drop back a year when you return. You're young in your school year. Anyway, there's more to life than classrooms. Your mum and I need to flesh out a plan. You can certainly change school if you don't like the one you're at. We can send you to a private school if you want.
Yeah, I think I do. That's when he said we should loop back and pass the Heathcotes and Pearsons' houses just one more time. God, that engine is loud.
Chapter 10. Lexi. I instantly like the lady from the lottery, Gillian. She looks just like someone who could work alongside me at the Citizens Advice Bureau. Sensible, bordering on mumsy. She has dyed blonde hair. Her roots are a mix of a darker colour and some premature grey streaks. She probably does her own colour in the bathroom at home, like I do. This is somehow reassuring. Gillian wears secretary glasses and carries a large handbag that is functional rather than beautiful. Would you like a cup of tea? I offer. I've laid out the cake, plates and mugs. I would have put out cups and saucers if we had any. We don't. Emily says maybe we should buy some now. I also forgot to buy paper napkins. Oh, yes, please. Just straightforward builders with milk, no sugar, says Gillian, in the tone of a woman gasping for a cuppa after a long car journey. I thought champagne would be more appropriate. Jake is holding the bottle aloft. Gillian flashes a fast look between the two of us. We are being weighed up. I do the same when sat opposite clients at the CAB. The advice I offer is always the same, but has to be delivered in a myriad of ways depending on what sort of person I'm talking to. I'll have whatever you're having. Champagne is always lovely, but I'm driving, so only half a glass for me. I have a lot of information for you, so I guess it depends how good you are at keeping a clear head, Gillian replies, with a diplomatic chuckle. Jake is already twisting the wire that encases the cork. He bounces into the kitchen to pour. Gillian and I sit in silence until we hear the pop sound. Then Gillian smiles. You have so much to celebrate. Yes, we do. We toast. Jake downs his as though it's going out of fashion, then immediately refills his glass. Gillian begins to pull documents and files from her large handbag and sets about pegging our dreamy unreality into something that approaches a practical proposal. We need to set up meetings with accountants and financial advisors. As you can imagine, it wouldn't do to pop this sort of money into a high street bank. You can get it to work harder for you if you talk to the wealth management arm of your bank. Wealth management arm. Looking at who you currently bank with, I'd suggest Coots. Have you heard of them? I think of the elegant branding on the side of a massive, seemingly impenetrable building I sometimes pass on the Strand in London. Only ever pass. I've never dreamed of going in. Curly, rich-looking black lettering on a creamy background. Coots is the royal family's bank. Will they accept us? I ask. Without a doubt, smiles Gillian. Money talks, chips in Emily. Money shouts, laughs Jake. I'm uncomfortable with Emily being privy to this conversation about finances. In the past, we've always avoided talking about money in front of the kids, although that was because previously all our discussions were about whether we had enough and, if not, how could we make more. My notes say you are undecided about publicity, but we've been online and there's already a leak that the winner is local to this area. Is this to do with... Gillian tactfully trails off but swivels her eyes to the front garden, where the car is parked. Yes, I confirm. My husband lacks discretion. But I make up for it in enthusiasm. Jake taps his fingers in a way that imitates someone hitting a cymbal. Emily laughs. Gillian smiles politely. I swear the man doesn't take drugs, but he's as high as a kite. Well, I suggest you take publicity now. With the leak and a Ferrari parked on your road, it'll only be a matter of time before the local press reveal who has won the £17.8 million. If that happens, you can't easily control the narrative. If we take the lead, then we can help direct and manage the publicity so that it's the least intrusive. Control the narrative? I ask, bemused. Well, there's a lovely story to be told here, says Gillian, with a reassuring smile. Family of 4, big win, people will relate. She means ordinary family. We're quite ordinary. She's just too polite to put it into words. She could, and I wouldn't mind. I am okay with being ordinary. I smile. If it's a little stiff, Gillian doesn't seem to notice. We can introduce you to publicists and even image consultants if you want. I have no idea what an image consultant is, but I nod anyway. I want a team, support. In that case, if you are taking publicity, we need to set up a little ceremony to hand over the enormous cheque. That can be a lot of fun. How about this Friday? Does that work? Yes, I only work a half day on Fridays. I'm sure I can swing it, I say. Again, Jake and Emily giggle between themselves. Clearly, work and school are not considerations for their availability. It can take place wherever you want, but I'd suggest not in your home. Maybe at a local country house, somewhere grand for the photos. We'll invite the local press and radio stations. We'll talk you through the sort of questions they're likely to ask. We can practice answers, if you like. There's nothing to worry about. It won't be huge. This isn't a national story. It's not? I'm relieved. Not really. You'd need to have won 60 million upwards to make the national press. Imagine that, says Jake in awe. I took the liberty of scouting around the area this morning in case you did want to go in this direction. This Manor House hotel looks lovely, just the ticket. Gillian hands over her iPad. I've already spoken to the events manager there. They can accommodate us, if you like it. There are pictures of the stately home hotel, Camberwell Manor. I know of it. They host big weddings and corporate balls. I've never visited, but somewhere in the very back of my mind, I've always thought it might be the perfect venue for Emily's wedding in, say, 15 years' time. Very nice, I nod. Yup, great. I always wanted to take the publicity. I think it will be fun, comments Jake. Only one thing. Will we have to wait until Friday to get the actual money? We were originally told it could be in our account by Wednesday. I close my eyes, embarrassed by his greedy keenness. The cheque is symbolic. You can't actually cash it, points out Gillian. No, thought not. However, of course, we can get the money in your account sooner if that's what you want. It is, replies Jake, firmly.
Chapter 11. Emily. Friday, 26th of April. The lottery company arranges for a car to pick us up so that both Mum and Dad can have a glass of champagne at the press conference without anyone suggesting they will be driving home under the influence. Dad says he could have just the one and still drive, and that he wants to drive there in the Ferrari. Mum says he can't, because even if he is technically under the limit, it will make a very bad story if any of the journos notice. Dad says Gillian said, "We're not as big a story as all that." He sounds disappointed by this. Mum says we don't want to become a bigger story for the wrong reasons, and anyway, we can't all fit in the Ferrari. Logan says if Dad is driving, then he wants to go with Dad, because the Ferrari is dead cool. Mum pushes us all into the lottery car, which is a stretch limo, and not too shabby anyway. She says she doesn't want to hear another word. Final. Camberwell Manor is pretty grand, in an old-fashioned way. There's a gravelled, tree-lined driveway. Inside, there are lots of ancient, scruffy rugs on the wooden floors and lots of panelled walls. Posh people like both things. It's not how I'd decorate a country house if I had one. I'd go all modern, channel the surprise of the unexpected. But I can see its appeal. We are shown into a high-ceilinged room that has pictures of strangely proportioned horses and insipid country scenes hanging on the walls. There are about 20 chairs set up facing a lectern. We are offered drinks. I ask for a cappuccino, but someone brings both Logan and me Coke. Full fat, so I don't touch mine. A few journalists start to arrive. They are polarised. They either strut hastily through the door, sweating because they seem to think they're late and want everyone to know they are busy, and therefore in demand, important, or they saunter, clearly prepared to linger over the 11s on offer and make the job last all morning. Dad says it depends entirely as to whether they are staffers or freelancers. A couple of them are struggling to carry lots of equipment, tripods and reel cameras, as though the iPhone hadn't been invented. None of them are sharp and sassy like I thought they'd be. I guess they're all slightly disappointed that the internet has been invented and Fleet Street is no more. I know that Fleet Street was an exciting journo hub in the ancient past from some novel I read by Evelyn Waugh for English, and also from Dad, who often talks about disappointing careers. The journos are all local, and it's obvious that they know each other. They happily chat amongst themselves, asking after one another's kids and partners. It sort of starts to feel like a party. Not my kind of party, but a parent party. They smile at us, and we shyly smile back, but Gillian, the woman from the lottery company who seems to be our sort of rich person babysitter, has made it clear it's best not to say too much to the press until we make the announcement. Then there will be an open floor question and answer session. Whilst the journos tuck into the cakes that Gillian has arranged, our family largely holds back. Only Logan bothers. He eats 3 eclairs and a donut in about 5 seconds. I think the rest of us are a bit nervous, even Dad. When the journos have taken up most of the seats, Gillian stands behind the lectern. I listen as she tells the world, OK, the dozen journos that work on local papers, mags and radio stations in just one of England's counties, that we are lottery winners, and suddenly, hearing her say that, makes everything seem really real and brilliant. This last week, we've been on shopping sprees. Dad has bought his badass car. We've booked a holiday to New York. All of this stuff has been absolutely bloody awesome. But somehow unreal. I think Mum in particular has been worried that someone was suddenly going to take it from us. And her worry has sort of hung around in the background for everyone else. She is a constant worrier. Gran calls her worry bones. Dad calls her worry head. Basically, her entire anatomy is devoted to worrying. I beam at her, and she beams back. Suddenly, and simultaneously, we believe it. We are okay. We are winners. At that exact moment, Carla and Patrick Pearson and Jennifer and Fred Heathcote bustle into the room. Carla's voice rings out, loud, brash, confident, and, to be honest, a bit annoying. "We're close friends. We've come to congratulate. Let us in." It's a command, not a request. The guy we met when we arrived at the hotel, who was standing behind a desk that said concierge, is obviously not heavyweight security. He politely steps aside and allows the Heathcotes and Pearsons access. All eyes are on them. Gillian waits patiently for the newcomers to find a seat. But they don't sit. I glance about for Ridley and Megan. There's no sign of them. Since our row on Tuesday, I haven't heard from either of them. Not a word. Unbelievable! I haven't been into school this week. I can't face it. There's literally no point to school if I don't have Ridley and Megan. Mum has gone nuts with me practically every day because she hasn't really bought the excuse of my having a bad stomach, but Dad has backed me, so in the end, she's given in. Before the win, there is no way on earth she would let me go shopping on a sick day, but that happened. I wish Ridley was here. I look pretty hot in my new mid-calf length pink dress from Boss. Probably supposed to be on the knee, but since I'm vertically challenged, it is a little longer on me. I glance at Mum and Dad. They are not smiling. They are both stone still and bone white. I know Mum didn't want the Heathcotes and Pearsons to know about the win yet. She's going to go ape when she finds out I told. Dad cared less. I guess he accepts we have to face their reaction at some point. Will the parents be jealous, like Ridley and Megan? Or will they be more reasonable? They said they were here to congratulate. I hope so. Then perhaps Megan, Rids and I can make up. Jennifer and Fred are Ridley's parents. Ridley looks like his dad, but he has the same smile as his mum. She's not smiling now, though. Her jaw is set with a grim determination. The Heathcotes are dressed as they dress most of the time. Smart. Not fashionable, but somehow decidedly suitable. Classic. Jennifer has expensive-looking caramel highlights in her hair, and I think she's probably just had a trim to sharpen things up. She always looks as though she's just stepped out of a hair salon. Fred has a beard, and it makes him look like some old royal duke or something. I can't quite describe it, but they've nailed the look I'm pretty sure Mum and Dad were hoping to discover when they were trailing around New Bond Street, money burning a hole in their pockets. Mum has told me before that Jennifer and Fred are actually very posh in a way that none of our other friends are. They both went to boarding school, and she had a pony when she was a kid. I think maybe Carla and Patrick are actually richer now. They certainly live in the biggest house. But despite this, Jennifer and Fred are the ones everyone admires the most, I think. Because they are so proper and different. They are very nice. Polite, you know? I glance at my parents. They look cool. Younger than either the Pearsons or Heathcotes. But they also look a bit too shiny. They are undoubtedly people wearing new clothes, which is never a good thing. Except maybe on holiday. My mum is basically pretty, but doesn't do anything about it. And as neither Carla nor Jennifer work, they both have a lot of time to go to the gym and beauty salon. Maybe now we are millionaires, Mum can even things up a bit. I remember once joking with her that when me and Ridley got married, she'll have to work really, really hard not to let the mother of the groom outshine the mother of the bride. All she said to that was, "You're too young to be talking about marriage." Mum isn't really very competitive. Is Ridley still even my boyfriend? The thought scuttling into my mind sends actual shots of pain through me, like someone is repeatedly flicking at my flesh. This has to be a blip. It has to be. Patrick, Megan's dad, is wearing his usual weekday uniform, a suit and tie. I briefly wonder why he is not at work. Usually, Patrick is permanently attached to his phone and talks about nothing except work. Not something my dad is guilty of. In fact, shouldn't both Patrick and Fred be at their offices? It's got to be a good sign that they've taken time off, especially to come to this press announcement, hasn't it? They must want to be supportive, or at the very least, to suck up to us. I'm pretty sure that now they know we are lottery winners, they'll want to blag a free holiday when we rent some amazing chateau somewhere. Everything is going to be okay. Once they see how generous we'll be, I'll get my boyfriend and my best friend back. Things will be okay. Carla basically looks better than I've ever seen her look. She is wearing a green and blue mid-calf, slim-fitting, but not vulgarly tight, bodycon dress. Green and blue shouldn't work, but it does. The season is all about the bold colours. A woman in Armani told me that when we were on our shopping spree. I have to admit it, Carla has upstaged Mum. Honestly, she always kind of does upstage everyone. Carla likes to be the best at everything. She has to be the slimmest, the chicest, the fastest if they go on a run. Her kids certainly have to be the cleverest. Look, that's just my opinion. Mum likes Carla a lot, but I think she's a bit full on. You know, she's one of those mothers that can tell you exactly what percentage Megan got in her midweek physics test and who played defensive fullback in Megan's last hockey match. Megan has 2 younger brothers, Scott, who is 12, and Teddy, who is 9. Carla watches them all like a hawk. She constantly complains how exhausting it is being a mother of 3, but I wonder what she would do with herself if she wasn't living through them. At least I can't complain that my mum lives through me. Gillian politely asks the Heathcotes and Pearsons to take a seat, 2 or 3 times over, but they still don't. Instead, Patrick marches up to the microphone.
"Ladies and gentlemen of the press,"
he says, which is a bit over the top, but he can be, though. He knows that a slow, posh voice makes people sit up and listen.
"We are thrilled that the entire syndicate of winners are able to be here today after all, for this photo opportunity, rather than just the syndicate representatives, Mr. and Mrs. Greenwood."
What? I don't get it. I turn to Mum and Dad, who look like a bus has just hit them. No one seems to know what is going on, and there's a confused murmur throughout the room. The words syndicate and team are repeated by the press people over and over. The words are stones. The pond is rippling. What is he on about? There isn't a syndicate anymore. They dropped out. Mum opens her mouth, but no words come out. Just a little ft sound. She reaches for my hand and puts her other arm around Logan's shoulder, but her gesture isn't comforting, it's freaking me out. She's behaving like when she had to tell me Grandpa Greenwood had died, and I'm behaving a bit the same too. My brain is heavy and slow, like wet cotton wool.
"Fuck off," says Dad. "You are not the fucking winners. We are not a syndicate."
The ladies and gentlemen of the press suddenly turn from lethargic donut-eating sloths into twitching, hungry beasts sniffing out a story. So much closer to the journo stereotype I had imagined, but also quite frightening. They leap to their feet and start yelling questions at us.
"So this is a syndicate win? The 6 of you are winners?"
One journalist shouts loudly. It's basically the same question that everyone is asking, so people pipe down and wait for a response.
"No, there are not 6 fucking winners,"
my dad yells back. It's not like him to swear so much. I mean, if he hits his thumb with a hammer, the air turns blue, but mostly in front of Logan and me, he's pretty careful not to say any of the words that we hear constantly at school. I don't like to see him losing control. I don't think it's helping, and I get the feeling we do need help. A number of journalists scribble something in their books. I can't think that's a good thing.
"We have all been doing the lottery together for 15 years, 4 months,
says Patrick loudly, although no one asked. He sounds calm and smooth, authoritative.
"We, as a group, have bought a ticket every single week for all those years."
He has hold of Carla's hand. She is smiling at the cameras. She is very photogenic.
"That's not true,"
insists Dad.
"What's not true?"
asks Patrick. He turns to my dad, smiling. But it's a bullshit, so obviously fake smile. How could anyone be convinced by it?
"Have we, or have we not, been a syndicate for over 15 years?
Oh no. I can see the train wreck that is coming. This is such a classic move. I see it at school all the time. But I can't warn my dad. He walks right into it, admitting, well, yes.
And have we, or have we not, always used those exact same numbers?
Dad nods and tries to say something else. He's stuttering. His spittle makes it into the room, but not his words, because Patrick smoothly turns back to the journalists, smiling triumphantly. Point seemingly proven.
But you pulled out of the syndicate the week before we won,
Dad protests. The Heathcotes and Pearsons pull their faces into textbook expressions of confusion and incredulity. Carla tuts, shakes her head. Jennifer looks to the floor as though she's embarrassed for my dad, shyly tilting her head. Then Fred slaps Dad on the back, quite forcefully.
Good joke, old man, but enough is enough now. I'm not fucking joking,
yells Dad. Mum touches his arm.
Stop swearing, Jake.
He stares at her murderously.
Is that all you can say? You are worried that I am swearing when these bastards are stood up here trying to steal from us.
Okay, that's enough now. Gillian is on her feet. She signals for help, and suddenly the hotel manager swiftly ushers us out of the press conference into another room. The Heathcotes and Pearsons follow us, as do a couple of the hotel staff, sensing that all sorts of crazy is about to go down. They probably haven't had as good a day at work, ever. The journalists are being ushered by security into the foyer. Gillian seems to be talking to everyone at once. We will release a full statement before anyone goes to press. If I can ask you to refrain from reporting anything, either online or in print, until you get that statement, that would be a great help. I suppose she's appealing to their better natures, hoping that the local press will be generous, as they've enjoyed their donuts. But I wonder what the legal position is. Everything that has been said at a press conference. Probably they can report what they like, and at least one of them most likely will. The moment we are out of the journalist's sight, Patrick pounces on Dad. It's really scary.
What's the fucking game, Jake?
He demands. He pushes Dad up against the wall, holding him around the neck. Patrick's face is puce. He's a really good actor. He keeps glancing around the room to ensure all the staff are seeing him put on this performance. They seem scared. I look around for the two security guys, but they are busy escorting the journos off the premises. Patrick looks genuinely wild. I've never seen such an unadulterated violence and anger in a person's face. Dad is way fitter than Patrick, and I expect him to just push him away. But he doesn't. He glares with contempt. This seems to infuriate Patrick more. He tightens his grip around Dad's throat.
Let him go,
yells Mum, lurching forward. I wrap my arms around Logan, restraining him from piling in, but also because I really need to hug him. Then Fred leaps into action. He roughly grabs Patrick's shoulders and pulls him off Dad. I guess he's effective because none of us expected Fred to become embroiled physically. He's a pretty mild-mannered man. My body relaxes as I feel a huge wave of relief and gratitude. Fred has calmed things down. But then, shocker, Fred punches Dad in the stomach.
You bastard,
he growls. Dad goes down like a sack of potatoes. Mum rushes to him and covers him with her body.
Jesus, Fred, what are you thinking? Stop this,
she yells. Neither Jennifer nor Carla say anything to their husbands. Jennifer walks calmly to the table that is set up with iced water and glasses. She carefully pours a glass and then hands it to my dad. Adults are un-fucking believable. Mum stands up and steps away from Dad. I suppose she thinks it's over and he's safe now. But Patrick grabs my dad by the collar of his suit and hauls him to his feet. Dad is struggling to breathe properly, winded by the punch, but he tries to appear ballsy.
Easy, friend,
he says, putting up his hands in appeasement, showing the room he is surrendering, that he is reasonable and wronged. I look around in desperation. Why isn't anyone helping? Patrick tightens his grip, shakes Dad viciously, a bit the way a terrier shakes a rat.
We are not friends,
he insists. He draws his fist back. I think he's going to hit Dad too. Fred's punch was shocking. It took Dad down because he was not expecting it. I fear Patrick will land something far more malicious and damaging. He's a stocky man. Right now, he looks like a brutal little barrel that could roll over anything in his path and destroy it. His face is contorted with a filthy anger. I scream. Everyone turns to look at me. They seem surprised that Logan and I are stood here. I think they'd forgotten about us. As though I've pulled them to their senses, the hotel manager dashes out of the room. I hope he's gone for help. "Stop it, please! Let go of him!" begs Logan, who's crying now.
"This is what you get if you mess around with the big boys," snarls Patrick. "You should know that."
I think Patrick is talking to Logan, but his eyes are on Dad. At that moment, Gillian enters the room. The hotel manager is hovering at her side, unsure what to do with himself. I want to be sick. "Let go of him at once, or I shall call the police," Gillian instructs.
"Why don't you do that?"
bluffs Patrick, but he does immediately step away from Dad. Logan and I run to him, wrap ourselves around him. "Lexi, Jake, I've called you a lawyer. She'll be here in 20 minutes, says Gillian. "Oh, I don't think we need lawyers, do we?" chips in Jennifer. "We're all friends here, aren't we?"
"Are we?"
snaps Mum.
"How was your trip to Fred's sister's last weekend?"
Jennifer holds Mum's gaze, but doesn't answer her. Mum turns to Fred.
"Your wife told me you were going away, but that's not true, is it? You didn't go away."
Fred looks confused, unsure how to answer.
"Is that why you were lying about the syndicate?"
Carla asks. She doesn't seem fazed by the fact her husband has just acted like a basic thug. I mean, it was so outrageous, so disgusting. Why isn't she more riled? She just continues interrogating Mum.
"Your feelings are hurt because they didn't invite you to dinner one particular night, and so now you're trying to cut us out of the syndicate? Lie about us? Steal millions from us?"
"No!" says Mum hotly.
"Well, yes. Yes, you are lying."
Patrick throws a triumphant look Gillian's way.
"Well done for admitting it, Lexi. Now, let's get this sorted out fairly." No, I'm not lying. I'm just saying, yes, my feelings are hurt. You left the syndicate. You are not our friends. I know you for what you are."
Mum isn't shouting, but she looks wrecked. I'm pretty sure she might cry any minute. Gillian puts her hand on Mum's arm. "Okay, Lexi, Jake. I'm advising you to stop talking until your lawyer gets here, and we can get to the bottom of this."
"You think you can get away with this?"
demands Dad, ignoring Gillian to the max.
"We are just claiming what's rightfully ours. We're not trying to get away with anything,"
said Carla primly.
"But you pulled out of the lottery. You said it was common," stutters Mum.
I can hear the righteous indignation in her voice, but I wonder if other people will recognise it as that, or just think she sounds a bit squawky.
"That's not how we remember it,"
says Patrick with a sneer.
"I'm surprised at you, Lexi. Him,"
he points at my dad.
"Him, I expect this sort of low thing, but not you." "Lexi bought the ticket,"
insists Dad.
"There was an implied contract,"
argues Fred. He stares right at Dad.
"I am owed a great deal."
He is the colour of a tomato. Most probably this is because he is lying. I don't imagine that comes easily to Ridley's dad, but somehow the colour works in his favour. If you didn't know him, you'd think he was pretty sincere.
"You may have actually purchased the ticket, Lexi, but there was a kitty. We all chipped in, as usual."
It's unbelievable. I watch as my parents' former friends all manage to pull their faces into complicated expressions that somehow communicate their regret and disappointment in Mum. They look totally innocent and credible. Honestly, they must have been rehearsing this. Mum looks like she wants to pull her hair out in fists. She probably wants to bang their heads against the wall. I know I do. The lying, thieving con artists. Mum turns to Dad, collapses against his chest. She's becoming increasingly unstable, hysterical. She bursts into frustrated tears and yells, "Just because you say a thing often enough doesn't make it true." And I think of Ridley, his hand on the inside of my thigh, his chest rising and falling as he took in fast, excited breaths, pushing them out again as we moved together. "I know what I'm doing. We're safe." I've never felt more alone. My mum is right. Just because you say a thing often enough does not make it true.
Chapter 12. Lexi. Tuesday, the 30th of April. The room is full of suited and booted men and women. It's a small space, airless. Too many expensive perfumes and aftershaves clash up against each other. It's cloying. They all flash me efficient, practiced smiles that are so brief they've gone before they've fully arrived. They hold out their hands for me to shake. No one has sweaty palms or irritatingly weak grips. No one tries to assert their dominance by crushing my bones. It is all very sleek. These people know how to do things properly. That makes me feel more nervous, not less. I wish someone would make a mistake. I look for laddered tights, low flies. Of course, there are none. Our lawyer is Ms. Walsh. She is a slight woman in her 30s. She looks as though a strong wind could blow her away, but when Jake and I met with her on the day of the dreadful press announcement, I was struck by her fast mind and her no-nonsense approach. She remained calm and cool with us. I admired her for that. She's someone who just wants to get on with the job in hand. Since we've become lottery winners, people mostly seem flustered around us, either sycophantic or resentful. It is refreshing to meet such neutrality. There are two people from the lottery, Gillian and a man who I don't know. "Mick Hutch, my boss," says Gillian, pointing her thumb at him whilst pulling her face into a fake grimace that suggests they like and respect one another. A man in his 50s, who is a poster boy for pale and stale, introduces himself as Terence Elliot, old family friend of Fred and Jennifer Heathcote. He is their lawyer. Yes, a family friend too. I met him last year at their 20th wedding anniversary party. We spoke for several minutes about ambulance chasers, but he obviously doesn't remember me. The Heathcote's family friends are all accountants, solicitors, doctors. There are 3 more lawyers in the room. They all have a haughty, complacent air about them. Undoubtedly, they are the sort of people who are used to winning. Mr. Piper Dunn, Mr. Caplin Hudson, and Ms. Chen Ying all say they are representatives of Patrick and Carla Pearson. Whilst I am good at remembering names, I don't commit these 3 to memory, but instead dub them Double Barrel 1, 2, and 3. 3. 3! They have 3 lawyers. We are the ones with millions in the bank, and they have 3 lawyers. I feel exposed and underprepared. "Do you mind if I record the interview?" asks Double Barrel 3. I look at my lawyer. She smiles encouragingly. "Lexi, this is entirely voluntary. You must keep that in mind." Gillian chips in. "You are not under arrest." Her tone suggests she is joking, but my eyes widen. Gillian sees I'm frightened and quickly adds, "No one is. We're simply trying to get to the bottom of the matter." She squeezes my arm. I take a deep breath and try not to panic. This inquiry is serious. I have never been on the wrong side of the law, and I don't like the merest implication that I am now. I have to stay calm and focused. I have to tell my story to the best of my ability. Sort this mess out. I wish I was wearing one of my new dresses. After all, I bought 3 this past week. But this morning I just put on the first things that came to hand. Jeans, a t-shirt, trainers. Suddenly I am struck by the concern as to whether Ms. Walsh, my lawyer, is even my lawyer at all. She is someone the lottery company sourced for us. Is she representing me, or is she really here for them? Is there a difference? Before the press conference, I would have said not. Now I'm pretty clear the world is always divided into them and us. It's just a matter of working out which team everyone is on. I need to step up, get back in control, behave as I would at work, where I constantly fight for the underdog, fight for what is right and fair. Justice must have its day. That's all that matters. They have to believe me. Okay, I have nothing to hide. I'm happy for you to record my interview. Everyone looks relieved. I've given the correct answer. I know I am not under arrest, but I have a lot to lose. A lot. People are lying, cheating, desperate. It's dangerous. Liars undermine everything. You can't trust or know a liar. It's exhausting trying to, a waste of time. People do bad things. They make mistakes. That bothers me less. As long as they own their mistakes and failings. If people own their mistakes, you at least know what you are dealing with, and you can make a move towards forgiving them. Maybe. But lying? Well, lying destroys reality and histories. And futures. Besides being small and plain, the room is a bit grubby. It's nothing like the lavish room from which we made the press announcement on Friday. This place is much more like the sort of room I take my clients into at the CAB. Functional, low budget. I ought to feel comfortable as it's so familiar, but I feel I am on the wrong side of the table. Have I already got used to being in more splendid environments in just 10 days? The table is wobbly and scratched, not with legible graffiti, just mindless defiance or careless neglect. There are hard chairs around it and plastic cups on top of it, which have been filled with water from the cooler in the corner. I disapprove of single-use plastic, but don't feel it's the moment to go eco-warrior. My palms sweat. My throat is dry. I take a sip of water. So, what do you need from me? Gillian smiles encouragingly. In your own words, with as much detail as possible, please, can you give an account of the evening of Saturday the 13th of April 2019, that is, the week before the lottery win? The week you allege the Pearsons and Heathcotes dropped out of the syndicate, adds Double-Barrel too. I don't like his use of the word alleged. Where do you want me to start? Anywhere you like. Tell us anything you think is relevant. Set the scene, if you think it helps. She presses record on her phone. I don't know how far back to go. Our friendship group stretches way back, and my belief in the magic of Saturday night goes further back still. And Jake, well, Jake has been forever, really. We met at university, where I was doing a degree in sociology and social policy, and he was studying industrial economics. I was 18, he was 19. He and I have been an us all my adult life. I love Saturday nights, always have, since I was a teenager. To me, they represent untold opportunities, freedom. Not that I had a wild youth, far from it. Throughout school and college, I was consistently bookish and conscientious. I studied during the week and then babysat on Friday evenings. On Sundays, I visited my grandparents. That is precisely why I lived for the outlet, the release from conformity which Saturdays offered. What could be better than house parties where I snogged boys and drank cider and black until I was ill or stupid? Where I danced to Take That and Mariah Carey and dreamt of a future which I was sure would be happy, meaningful, important. Even when I was in my 20s, I rarely took advantage of weeknight happy hour deals. Jake and I preferred to go to bed early, while our friends dashed around the city looking for people to get off with. We had each other and no interest in scouring pubs and bars to meet sexy strangers. Not that we were boring. We were young. In those days, early nights did not mean sleep. Enough said. We both savoured Saturdays, though, when we got dressed up, went out with a gang and danced at various low-rent nightclubs until my feet hurt. We'd drink enough to make singing in the street on the walk home seem like a good idea. Everything changes once you have children. It's not worse, it's just different. For the past 15 years, weekday evenings have been swallowed in a never-ending round of cooking, bathing, storytelling. And then, as the kids got older, in homework supervision, ferrying them to and from their friends' houses, household admin. Basically, adulting. But Saturdays have remained fun, largely because of our friendships with the Heathcotes and Pearsons. Our best friends. Where do I begin explaining all of this? Saturdays is when our gang, the gang, get together. We have dinner, a few drinks. We tell one another hilarious stories about our bosses, our families, the other school parents. Actually, we tell each other pretty run-of-the-mill stories, but because we usually put away a week's worth of units in 3 hours, the stories became hilarious. The incidents recounted may have originally been frustrating, saddening, or aggravating, but they became amusing anecdotes. It is then that my shoulders loosen. I stop worrying about Jake's inability to find a job that he is truly inspired by, or whether I've missed the optimal time for Emily to get braces, or whether Logan will be picked for the school football team, and I just relax and laugh out loud. Sometimes until my sides ache. Who exactly is in this gang? The way Double Barrel 1 says gang makes it sound like I head up the mafia. Carla and Patrick Pearson, Jennifer and Fred Heathcote, Jake and me. We are good for each other. My frimily, I add. Frimily? He raises an eyebrow. That's what I call us. I think I coined the phrase. We've often said we were more like family than friends. We met at childbirth classes when we were all preparing for the birth of our firstborns, over 15 years ago now. Wow, says my lawyer. I nod. I'm used to people being impressed by the longevity of our friendship. In a world where things are fleeting and unstable, where news is received in 140 characters and national treasures only expect to be flavour of the month for a week, longevity is coveted. A 15-year friendship means something. Or at least, it is supposed to. Time flies when you're having fun, comments Gillian. I agree. Gone in a blink of an eye, and yet none of us can even remember a time when we haven't known one another. You know, sometimes it seems odd that we weren't together at college, let alone at each other's weddings. So it's safe to say you are close, asks Double Barrel 2, his posh ink pen poised to make a note. Yes, we're close. Or at least we were up until... I break off. We've helped one another through childbirths, miscarriages, promotions, redundancies, house moves, new puppies, and even losing parents. Every triumph and heartbreak. Even though the sitcom show Friends played out its final episode a year before we even met, the influence of the show was still profound. We would never say it aloud, as it sounds daft, but on some level, I think the six of us have always seen ourselves as older British versions of the 20-somethings who bounced around Manhattan. Frimily. All the eyes in the room are trained on me as I fight tears. What's happened is so sad. Money is glorious. Money corrupts, ruins things. I need to go further back. The past is safe. When we met, we all lived in London, Clapham. The six of us formed the lottery syndicate when our first babies were very young. And we were housebound because finding reliable babysitters in Clapham on a Saturday night was about as likely as finding the elixir to eternal youth. I look up, hopefully, but no one responds to my small joke. I make jokes when I'm stressed. It's a much misunderstood habit. I push on. It was then that we started taking turns to host suppers. The evenings were often frantic juggling acts involving crying babies and badly prepared food, but we didn't care. We called it a social life. Then Jennifer and Fred announced their intention to move back to Buckinghamshire, just before Ridley's first birthday. They persuasively cited the many advantages of doing so. We all lived in 1 or 2 bed apartments in London. Jennifer kept saying that in Bucks we could buy decent-sized semis or even a detached doer-upper. Plus, Bucks had impressive co-ed grammar schools, sort of private school, without the fees. At the time, I was struggling to get my head around monkey music class admissions, but Jennifer insisted that it was important to think ahead. The rail links allowed efficient commutes into London, which meant the career ambitions of the men, and any of the women who wanted to continue to work, just me, didn't have to be curtailed by geography. Jennifer and Fred had family on the doorstep, so would have access to reliable childcare, and whilst this didn't apply to the rest of us, Jennifer swore her mum was ready to be everyone's granny. Patrick and Carla moved out just 6 months after Fred and Jen. They settled in the same village, Great Chester. It was only when we couldn't get a decent infant school place for Logan that we decided to join our friends and move out of the city too, I explain. Unfortunately, the property market was booming at the time of our move, and we really didn't get quite as much bang for our buck as we'd hoped. We settled in Little Chester, a couple of miles away, which is, in every way, slightly inferior to Great Chester. Still, it has a pub, a post office, and a small convenience store. True, we don't live in one of the pretty wisteria-clad cottages in the high street. We live in a 1990s 3-bedroom semi on the outskirts of the village. But I've never regretted the move. Or hardly ever. Admittedly, there isn't quite so much to do as there was in the UK's throbbing capital. Fewer shops, theatres, galleries. But we make our own entertainment. We fast fell into routines. When the kids were little, we frequently got together for impromptu playdates through the week. That doesn't happen now. The kids make their own arrangements, and I work. But we've continued our tradition of meeting up most Saturday evenings, with the dads too. Sometimes we throw what has to be recognised as a dinner party. Other times we pick up greasy bags of fish and chips. Keep it low-key. How often do you meet? 3 weekends out of 4, we rotate between each other's homes. 1 weekend in a month we do something separate, just as families or with other people. The weekends off are healthy, essential, so we continue to appreciate each other. And you did the lottery on those weekends you had supper together? Asks Ms. Walsh. We did the lottery every week. It was one of my favourite things about the weekend, even though I always thought it was sort of silly, dreamy, impossible. Probably because of those things. Well, not impossible, chips in Gillian. You've proven that. She beams at me. Improbable, I correct myself. Have you ever won anything before? We've twice won £20. How did you share the winnings? We put it towards the takeaway the following week. I see what Double Barrel 1 is doing, but it's irrelevant. The past is irrelevant. I push on, trying not to allow him to derail me. When the draw was still televised, we'd all watch the show together, just for the fun of it. It was a tradition. At least it was, to me. It was one of our things, like watching the fireworks on Guy Fawkes Night or seeing in the New Year, something we'd always done. It proved we were solid, a unit. Now it's not televised. Sometimes someone remembers to put the news on and wait for the numbers to be announced at the end of the programme, but the news is a downer and invariably brings our evening to a close, so more often than not, as dessert is being served, Jake has a sneaky peek on YouTube and then he'll announce, "Not this week," which generally solicits a round of playful groans and assertions. Next time. Double Barrel 1 coughs and says, "So let's focus on Saturday the 13th in particular, shall we?" I was hosting. We'd had a few days of dry weather, and it really felt as though summer was around the corner. Summer is my season. I unfurl. Winter just has to be got through, best hope being not too many bouts of flu and not too many unwanted gifts that need returning after Christmas. I was planning on serving drinks on the patio. I'd themed the night, Mexican. I'd made margarita cocktails, strong ones, and I'd bought Corona and Sol. Sounds like quite the party. I sense criticism in Double-Barrel 2's comment and say, defensively, "This sort of attention to detail is my way of showing I care. I'd even got Emily to download some Mexican tunes." It was the sort of music that makes people want to sway their hips. The tunes were blasting out when Carla called to say Megan wasn't coming along. Megan being one of the Pearsons' children. Their eldest, Carla and Patrick, have 3 children. Megan is 15, like Emily, and then they have Scott and Teddy, 12 and 9. Emily and Megan are best friends. The Heathcote son is called Ridley. He's Emily's boyfriend. "Very cosy," comments Double-Barrel 3. It doesn't sound like a compliment. It sounds like she is accusing us of incest or something. So my daughter's best friend is the daughter of one of my best friends. What could be more natural than that? And her boyfriend is the son of my other best friend. How wonderful. That is a good thing. Or at least it was. Poor Emily. "Sounds like a really jolly evening," says Gillian encouragingly. It wasn't actually, I admit, with a sigh. Despite all my efforts, to my disappointment and, at that time, mystification, I don't think my guests were particularly comfortable. The evening had stuttered along rather than flowed. And why do you think that was? At first I had no idea. It wasn't as though the stilted conversation was a result of adults watching themselves around the kids. We hadn't been expecting Megan, but Ridley also failed to show up. Because neither of her friends were there, Emily hadn't bothered coming to the table. She'd shut herself in her room with a plate of toast and her phone. The younger ones had stuffed down their food as fast as humanly possible and then dashed off to play video games. Jake tried to strike up a conversation about work, but Patrick said, as it was the weekend, he didn't want to think about the bloody office. There was definitely an atmosphere. Something was off. "And did you have any idea what was off?" prompted my lawyer, Ms. Walsh. "No, not at first. No idea. But it became very apparent. The atmosphere was off because they had ganged up and decided to pull out of the lottery." "And that was a big deal, was it?" asked Double-Barrel 1. He threw out a laugh that was shot through with incredulity. Double-Barrel 2 and 3 joined in. I glowered at them. Clearly, since we are all here. I enjoy watching the smiles slide off their faces. "But before the win, why was it such a big deal? It's just a game," insisted Double-Barrel 1. Gillian coughed and wiggled on her seat. She and her boss threw a look between them. Working for the lottery company, they knew, more than any of us, that it's never just a game if money is involved. Them wanting to leave the lottery was symbolic, I explain. "How do you mean?" "They were dumping us as friends, at least that's what it felt like." "Let's stick to the facts, should we? Rather than feelings?" Double-Barrel 1 is a smug toad. I remind myself I can buy and sell his butt now, and it's some comfort. Still, I do as he asks. The outcome of this meeting will determine just how many times I can buy and sell his butt. I need to cooperate. They need to hear my story, and they need to believe it. Chapter 13. Lexi. Fred was talking about, something or other, I don't remember, his car engine, tyre pressure. It wasn't interesting. Then Jake interrupted to announce we weren't lottery winners, like he does pretty much every week. But that week, his interruption created an odd mood. The air was sort of heavy. I guess no one likes to be reminded that they've lost at anything, even if there was never any real expectation of winning. I shrug. Who knows? People are strange. I broke the silence by reminding everyone it was time to chip into the kitty again. I collect a £5 off each couple every few weeks. As each game costs £2, the kitty lasts a little while. "And does everyone always pay in advance?" asks Ms. Walsh. "Sometimes I forget to ask for the money, I just buy the tickets anyway. I'd done that for the 2 preceding weeks as it happened. It's just a few quid. I only mentioned the money for something to say, but then Patrick demanded, 'Why are we even doing the lottery?' His face was flushed, his voice booming. "What's the bloody point?" he asked. He sounded angry. I couldn't understand why he wasn't just reaching for his wallet and casually handing over the cash. I guess it was the drink. I don't want to be mean about this, but facts are facts. Patrick had downed 2 cocktails and polished off a bottle of red before I'd even served the main. By this point of the evening, he was drinking whiskey straight. It was a bottle that my mother had bought Jake for his birthday. I look at Gillian and Ms. Walsh. I was wondering if maybe Patrick is misremembering things because of the amount he had to drink. I want to think the best of him, you know? Gillian squeezes my arm again. My lawyer nods and asks, "In your estimation, did Mr. Pearson drink more than usual that evening?" "Yes, I think he did. Not an unprecedented amount. We've all seen each other quite the worse for wear at some point or other over the years, but yes, thinking about it, he probably did drink more than usual. Fred too, actually. But he's such an easygoing drunk, just sort of dozes off in his chair." "And Patrick isn't an easy drunk," probes Ms. Walsh. "He gets a bit narky with alcohol." I pause and then admit, or even without it. We've all got used to his short temper, his belligerence. Jake and I have privately wondered if perhaps Patrick is a tad stretched. Stretched? Do you mean at work? Workload? Financially? Possibly both. I don't know for a fact, it's just rumour at the school gate. Can you elaborate? I am reluctant to speculate. When I first heard the whispers, I dismissed them. It is hard to imagine. Patrick and Carla have always been financially successful. Big house, 2 family holidays a year. Patrick has his fingers in many pies. He talks about his investments a lot. Jennifer and Fred are comfortable too, although they talk about money less. Fred insists his job is dreary and rarely mentions it beyond saying his boss is a wanker. Until our numbers came up, we simply got by. What happened next? We all started to talk about what we would spend our money on if we won, just joking about, you know? That's when Patrick turned quite nasty. Nasty? He shouted, "Will you cut the crap? All this talk about lottery wins is doing my head in." The more I think about it, the more I believe maybe he does have money issues and that's why he's making this stuff up. I almost feel sorry for him. I stare right at Double Barrel 1. You need to know, even if the money was split 3 ways, that's an enormous amount to us. We wouldn't keep it from them if they were due it. But I'm not a pushover. I'm not going to cough up the cash after the way they insulted Jake. Insulted him? Asked Ms. Walsh. Patrick said the lottery was common, that it was for losers. I glance apologetically at Gillian and Mick Hutch. He wouldn't let it go. He said he only had ever done it to humour Jake. He was quite patronising, quite personal, going on about Jake liking a flutter as though Jake was some gambling addict. He kept coming back to the common thing. He was behaving like a real snob, going on about people on benefits. Dolies, he called them, and he compared doing the lottery with taking your shirt off in public or having a tattoo. Well, none of those are criminal offences, commented Gillian tartly. She has a tattoo on her wrist. A small bird. I know that. Jake has a tattoo. It was clear what Patrick was saying. He was saying we are common. I tried to reason with him. I pointed out that the school's parents' association run a raffle every term. It's the same thing. I challenged him on why he'd suddenly had a change of heart after all those years. Yes, the exact question I was going to ask, challenged Double Barrel 2. It doesn't make sense. Well, I suppose people change. I take a deep breath and stare across the table at the gaggle of lawyers who are opposing us. Look, there's no room for confusion. He was very clear about the matter. He said he didn't want to be a killjoy, but they were going to pull out. They? Both Mr. and Mrs. Pearson resigned from the syndicate. Yes, she always goes along with him. She said, "It's not as though we're ever actually going to win big." Those were her exact words, ironically. And Mr. and Mrs. Heathcote? Asks their lawyer, Mr. Elliot. They'd been largely quiet throughout the row. Fred kept dozing off in his chair, but as the Pearsons left, they stood up to go too. Jake explicitly asked them whether they were still in. And how did they respond? I remember it clearly. Fred said, "I think it's had its day, old man." I remember it clearly because the phrase was annoying. A ridiculous affectation. Jake isn't an old man, and Fred isn't a 1940s cad in a B-movie. I offered to get his coat. Chapter 14. As Carla Pearson entered the room, all the men rose from their seats. This meant the women felt compelled to do the same. Carla was a very attractive woman, the sort that people held doors open for, packed shopping for, went the extra mile for. She had a flat stomach, silky hair, a suspiciously wrinkle-free forehead. Nothing about her admitted that she was a middle-aged mother of 3. "Mrs. Pearson, thank you for agreeing to speak to us," said Gillian. Carla smiled at her bank of lawyers. Patrick had insisted that they employ 3. He said it would intimidate the Greenwoods. He pointed out that they might as well. They had lawyers on retainers anyway, as his businesses demanded a lot of legal attention. He said he knew what he was doing, and she had to believe him. "Call me Carla, please. We don't need to be formal, do we?" "Well, actually, I think it is best if we stay formal," replied Gillian, politely determined. "You understand this is entirely voluntary." "I want to be here. I want my say." Carla sat down and crossed her legs at the knee. Her flowing skirt had a split in it, which fell open to reveal toned, tanned flesh. "Although why there has to be a huge inquiry is beyond me. It's not complicated. We were in a syndicate. The money should be split 6 ways." "6? Not 3?" asked Miss Walsh. Carla waved her manicured hand. "Whichever." "Can you tell us about Saturday the 13th of April? We've established there was a dinner party at Lexi and Jake Greenwood's home. We know who was in attendance. What we're looking for is your account of the evening." "It was very jolly," Carla said firmly. "Throughout?" "Yes, we ate a lot, talked a lot, laughed a lot." "Can you recall what you talked about?" "Oh, the usual things. The kids' goings-on at their school, our holidays." "And was there an altercation?" "No, nothing of the sort." "No crosswords exchanged?" "No, none." Carla shrugged her skinny shoulders with a chic insouciance. "Why would there be? We've been friends for years. There's rarely a crossword between us. We're more like family." "The families I know do have crosswords," pointed out Mick Hutch. Everyone turned to him. These were the first words he had spoken throughout the proceedings. People had forgotten he was in the room, or wondered why he was. However, the point he made was a fair one. "Oh, but you know what I mean. We're friends, we're practically family. That's why this is all so upsetting, actually. I just don't understand them. I don't understand how money can have come between us. Why won't they just share it?" Carla's eyes became watery. The men felt varying levels of sympathy for Mrs. Pearson, ranging from mildly uncomfortable to genuine concern. The women in the room wondered how she could do that on command. "Was the lottery mentioned at all?" asked one of the Pearsons' lawyers. "Yes, actually it was, briefly. Lexi said she needed us all to chip in again, that the kitty had run out. She buys the tickets, you see. Always has." "And did you all chip in?" asked another one of the Pearsons' lawyers. Yes. The moment she asked for it, I reached for my bag. Patrick doesn't carry cash. I paid. I contributed to that winning ticket." "And was there a contract confirming this syndicate exists?" asked the Greenwoods' lawyer. Carla didn't like the look of the woman. She was the sort who didn't bother to make the most of herself, which Carla thought a waste. "No, of course not. Friends don't draw up contracts between each other." Any written correspondence at all? A text? An email? The woman lawyer with the frizzy hair pursued. Well, no, Carla admitted. And is there any similar correspondence to suggest the contract has been terminated? Asked one of Carla's lawyers. She smiled at him. No. I'd have thought a fallout of the scale the Greenwoods described would have merited a text at least. He raised his eyebrows. Carla thought the retainers Patrick paid were well worth the money. There were no texts about a fallout because there wasn't a fallout. Mr. Elliot was the first on his feet when Jennifer Heathcote came into the room. He rose with such speed that he made the other lawyers look tardy, even though they were all in the process of standing too. Jennifer, always a pleasure, he said, leaning over the table to kiss her right cheek, then her left. The movement was graceful, synchronized. Their glasses did not clash. They had been greeting one another this way for years without self-consciousness or a collision. He was clearly half in love with her. In that way, certain men were always half in love with English roses. Women they felt duty-bound to protect and defend. Women they underestimated because they had bright eyes, rosy cheeks, and didn't wear a lot of makeup. "Thank you for agreeing to see us today, Mrs. Heathcote," intoned Gillian, with significantly more neutrality. She made the introductions. "Anything I can do to help," gushed Jennifer. She beamed broadly, seemingly less aware of, or at least less troubled by, the gravitas of the occasion than the other two women who had been interviewed. Jennifer liked people to know she had a sunny disposition. She kept her steely core hidden. "As you are aware, there is some discrepancy about what was agreed on the night of the 13th of April at Mr. and Mrs. Greenwood's home. We are talking to everyone who was present in order to see if there is any level of consensus." "Gosh, yes, obviously. Is this an actual criminal inquiry?" "What do you mean, Mrs. Heathcote?" "I mean, am I under arrest?" "Should you be, Mrs. Heathcote?" asked Miss Walsh, looking up from her notes. "Oh, don't be silly. Me? No. I'm not the criminal here." "Well, that is to be determined," Miss Walsh muttered. Mr. Elliot coughed. "Shall we get on? So what do you recall about the evening?" Jennifer made eye contact with everyone around the table as she began to recount the details. Lexi had made a huge effort. That was a bit unusual. Sometimes she just buys an M&S supper, you know, dine in. She dropped her voice to a discreet whisper. They watched the cash a bit more than the rest of us. I'm not being a snob about it, I'm just saying. They always have had to be a bit more careful. Jake just hasn't found a job he's especially committed to yet. He's always chopping and changing. He sells ergonomic chairs at the moment. Or is it photocopiers? I'm not sure, but they do struggle financially. Gillian made a clicking noise with her tongue. It had the desired effect of moving Jennifer on. Anyway, that night, Lexi had really gone for it. She themed it a Mexican evening. She made chicken tostadas, chili, and pinto bean salsa salad. Delicious. Sounds lovely, but Mrs. Heathcote, if I can bring you to the point, said Miss Walsh decisively. The point? The syndicate. Do you remember anything specific being said that evening with regard to the syndicate, or the lottery? It's talked about every week. That week was no different. What was said? The usual, that we hadn't won. Lexi said that we all owed money, that she'd bought the tickets for the past couple of weeks, that she couldn't be expected to cough up every week. Cough up? Her phrase. And how did people react? Am I under oath? Would it make a difference? I wish I could tell a lie. We'd rather you didn't. Jennifer paused, took in a deep breath. She had the room's full attention now. I was in the loo. Sorry? They were getting spiky with one another, grumpy. I don't like scenes. I never want to be involved in their tussles.
Whose tussles?
It happens from time to time, rarely, but often enough that we can all identify it for what it is and see it coming. Jake and Patrick lock horns. It's never over anything big, not politics or religion, but they hold opposing views about whether the school should save or demolish the old cricket clubhouse. They often disagree on the school hockey coach's tactics, that sort of thing. It can get a little tiring, you know? So that's why I went to the loo to avoid it the moment I realised they were squaring up.
They fight?
Not exactly. It is fair to say they have heated debates. Jennifer giggled, apparently uncomfortable with the idea of anyone having a disagreement. They are both rather competitive, she confessed. Still, some might think it's a testament to the strength of their friendship that they never shy away from disagreements. They bash it out, verbally, of course, and once they've said their piece, they move on, generally. Mr. Pearson didn't contain his actions to verbal onslaught on the day of the press conference, pointed out Ms. Walsh. I understand he throttled my client. That was a first. I'm sure he regrets it. Everyone was so wound up. And does your husband get involved in this? Ms. Walsh broke off and checked her notes. This tussling. I'm so glad my Fred stays away from that sort of macho posturing. The day of the press conference, your husband assaulted Jake Greenwood, pointed out Ms. Walsh. Well, yes, as I said, emotions were running very high. Jennifer looked embarrassed, apologetic. I really wouldn't call it an assault, more of a scuffle. I heard that he threw a punch. Jennifer coloured. He's not normally a confrontational sort, but he feels cheated. She paused, lowered her eyes. Gillian thought of Princess Diana. You know, this is all terribly difficult for me. Mr. Elliot nodded sympathetically, leaned across the table and patted his client's hand. Gillian raised an eyebrow and wondered whether the man had slept through the Me Too revolution. I think everyone involved feels this is a testing time. Why difficult for you in particular? Asked Gillian. Well, I wasn't in the room, so I'm in the same position as you are. I'm wading through the quagmire of claims, trying to work out who said what. I mean, I know I didn't resign from the syndicate personally, and I'm sure if my husband had, he would have admitted as much. He's a very straightforward sort of chap, but on the other hand, Lexi and Jake say he did resign. And why would they lie? And as for the Pearsons, well, I don't know what to think. Jennifer shook her head sadly. One of the men handed her a handkerchief. I just wish I'd been in the room. Not being so has put me in a uniquely vulnerable position. Gillian wondered whether it had crossed Jennifer's mind that she was in fact in a uniquely powerful position. By not alienating the Greenwoods, but still tactically supporting her husband and the Pearsons' claim, she stood to benefit whichever way the pendulum swung. Jennifer dabbed her eyes and asked if it was possible to leave now. I do voluntary work at a local school on Tuesday afternoons, nothing too arduous, just teaching children to read. She giggled self-consciously. Well, not even that, just giving them extra practice time. It's very rewarding and they've come to depend on me. I don't want to be late if I can help it. Everyone stood up as Jennifer left the room. They basked in the sense of calm dignity that she left behind, like perfume floating on air. Do you see who you were sitting opposite? Do you understand that I have lawyered up to the fucking hilt and I'm going to have those bastards for every penny they owe me? Do you understand? Would you take a seat, please, Mr. Pearson? They owe me nearly £6 million. Are you listening? £6 million? The man is a thief. I might have expected it from him. But Lexi, I can't understand why she would lie. She's always been a goody two-shoes. A little bit holier than thou, you know the type. Turns out she's just another bitch. Thank you for seeing us, Mr. Heathcote. No trouble. Best get this all ironed out pronto. Gillian and Mick tried not to exchange a look of mild amusement. Neither had ever met anyone outside Italy who said pronto without any sense of self-consciousness or irony. Mr. Elliot took the lead. Fred, I was wondering, has the syndicate always used the same numbers? Yes, indeedy. And how were those numbers chosen? We chose one each that first time we did it. I chose 8, my lucky number. Jennifer chose 1 to celebrate our firstborn. As it happened, Ridley is an only child, so I suppose the number 1 has taken on an even greater significance. I think Lexi chose 29 because she was 29 years old when she had Emily, or maybe it's her birth date, I'm not sure. Something very meaningful. Jake chose 20, their wedding anniversary, I do remember that. Or do I? Maybe that's his birth date. Or Lexi's. Anyway, you get the gist. Everyone picked something personal. That's why we all feel committed to the lottery. Not just the money, but the history behind it. Including the Pearsons. Fred nodded, a single decisive movement of the head. Yes, they feel committed too. No, I meant, did they pick their numbers for personal reasons? Fred chuckled to himself. Funny story there. Carla initially picked 12, her birth date, but Patrick, her husband, shouted her down. Why? He said most people pick their birth date, so numbers under 31 are more frequently chosen. Therefore, if you did win the lottery, you were more likely to have to share your winnings. He said we'd want to win with different numbers, so we would be less likely to have to share. Patrick picked 58, and Carla changed hers from 12 to 49 because she likes to keep her husband happy. Fred smiled fondly. That was typical Patrick, not only expecting to win despite the crazy odds, but also gunning for the biggest win possible. You have to admire him, and he was right, of course. A clean win. Suddenly Fred's face darkened. Except for the Greenwoods, trying this shady stuff. You maintain that the syndicate was still active at the time of the win? Yes, I do. We chipped into the kitty that very evening. You did? Yes. I threw in a tenner, took Carla's fiver as change. There was no suggestion that we didn't want to play any more. Why would there be? It's a bit of fun. And your wife saw you put that money in the kitty, did she? Asked Miss Walsh. She saw you recommit to the syndicate. Yes, she did. She was sitting right next to me. Interesting, murmured Miss Walsh. She couldn't resist. She flashed a look at Gillian and Mick to be sure they had spotted the inconsistency. How so? Asked Fred. Well, your wife says that she was away from the table at the time of the discussion on whether or not to recommit. She says she definitely didn't pull out of the syndicate, but perhaps you did. Gillian watched as colour, vitality, and hope drained from Fred Heathcote's face. She looked to the floor, fully expecting to see a puddle underneath his chair. She said that, did she? Fred's voice choked in his throat. Mr. Elliot jumped in. I really don't think we should be discussing other witnesses' statements. Heathcote glared at Elliot. They had gone to school together, endured masters and bullies, but Fred knew his friend was vaguely infatuated with his wife and would not be able to stop himself siding with her. Fred's godfather was a lawyer. He should have gone with him. Fred paused. He appeared to be weighing up something important. I'd like to change my statement, please. You would? Miss Walsh looked delighted. The Pearsons' lawyers all steadfastly held their faces in studied expressions of neutrality, waiting to see what would come next. Yes, I'd had a fair bit to drink, to be honest, and I don't know if I do recall everything as clearly as all that. I think I did put the money in the kitty at the beginning of the night, but Towards the end of the night, perhaps there was talk about pulling out of the lottery. Perhaps. Almost definitely. Sorry if I'm a bit vague. I didn't want to admit to how much I'd had to drink, you can understand. Didn't want to appear like some sort of alky. He laughed, self-consciously. But then he stopped laughing altogether, and in a strong, confident voice that did not catch in his throat, he declared, "I recall it clearly now. Jennifer agreed with the Pearsons. She said the lottery was common. She said Jake Greenwood was common. She was quite particular about that, and I wanted to support her. So yes, we all pulled out. Jennifer is not owed a penny, and nor am I, regrettably. I'm afraid I can't bring myself to support her story or the Pearsons. It's not fair on Lexi and Jake." "Do we even need to interview Jake Greenwood?" Gillian asked her boss, Mick. "I mean, I think it's quite obvious what's happening here. It's open and shut. I believe the Greenwoods, these so-called friends of theirs, are a bunch of sharks. There are more holes in their stories than there are in my kitchen colander." Mick weighed up the situation. The money was already in the Greenwoods' account, some of it spent. The lottery company did not have a legal responsibility to do any more than pay out to the ticket holder, providing there was a reasonable proof that the ticket holder had bought the ticket. That was not in doubt. The lottery company were involving themselves in an effort to de-escalate this situation. No one wanted a scandal. All the lawyers in the room shuffled their papers. Gillian was right. There were a number of inconsistencies and now a mid-interview statement change. "I agree we can all go home right now," says Ms. Walsh. It was a hot day. Her shirt was sticking to her back. She was imagining a long, cool shower. Terence Elliot, the Heathcote's lawyer, looked pained. He clearly thought they probably should call it a day, his clients having been the least reliable throughout the inquiry. He was disappointed. He had become embroiled in this because he thought the Heathcotes were good sorts, the type that paid their taxes, never cheated on insurance. Jennifer baked cakes for the school fair. Fred loaned out his power tools to his neighbours. They followed these rudimentary human standards. He hadn't wanted to see them cheated. However, it soon became apparent that their morality was vague and untested. When Jennifer claimed she was in the loo at the most significant point in the evening, he'd gathered it was because she didn't want to tell a lie, but nor did she want to sell her husband up the Swanee, either. Mr. Elliot had rather admired her for that. Even if she wasn't being scrupulously honest, she was being loyal. But then Fred changed his story, admitted he'd had a few and that they had left the syndicate after all, rather embarrassing for all concerned. Terence Elliot didn't want to judge, but he also didn't want to risk his own reputation. It was obvious that the Heathcotes and Pearsons had pulled out of the lottery. Damned bad luck, but there you had it. "I'd like to interview Mr. Greenwood," insisted Piper Dunn. "There still might be a case." He was an experienced lawyer and knew that perhaps the Heathcotes' unreliability could work in the Pearsons' favour. Confusion could be a friend of the lawyer. Results could stand very proudly apart from either justice or truth. Clarity was the killer. Mick Hutch sighed. "I think you're most probably right, Gillian, but we ought to talk to Jake, if only to be seen to be fair and consistent. We've spoken to everyone else." Gillian stood up and opened the door to the hot, stuffy room. Jake Greenwood was sitting on a bench outside. She beckoned him in. "Mr. Greenwood, thank you for your patience and thank you for agreeing to talk to us about the night in question." Gillian was being playful, using the hackneyed phrase, "the night in question." She thought Jake was a bit of a joker. Not a joke. He was too attractive for women to think of him as a joke, but certainly someone who liked to have a bit of fun. She wanted to put him at his ease in order to get the best from him. She wasn't certain he would be his own strongest advocate. She had been able to depend on Lexi to present herself well, but Jake was less careful. She sensed he played things a little fast and loose. She wondered whether this was a new thing since the lottery win, or was an established trait. People interested Gillian. Through her work she came across different sorts from all walks of life. Jake flung himself into a chair and leaned back in it, like a boy who didn't want to be in a maths lesson. He listened to the introductions with a barely disguised sense of impatience. "You've already spoken to my wife, Lexi," he stated. "Yes, we have." "Then you know exactly what happened. I can't imagine I can add anything more. We were both there. She's good on details." "Well, yes, but we have interviewed the other two couples separately." "Because you're trying to catch them out?" "Because we are trying to get to the bottom of this." "Same thing. They'll trip themselves up. I bet their stories didn't line up. Or if they did, that would just be because they have rehearsed." Jake scoured the faces of the lawyers for clues as to what had been said, but they remained inscrutable. "Okay, well, as you can imagine, we're not in a position to tell you what they said just yet," Gillian replied. "Not until the inquiry is over, but we would appreciate it if you could give your own account of Saturday the 13th of April. "They pulled out of the syndicate." "As simple as that?" "Well, that's the important bit, isn't it?" "They are greedy monsters who are kicking themselves because they pulled out and then we went on to win. And win big. You want the facts?" "We do indeed." "Here are the facts. Yes, we have been in a syndicate for 15 years, and yes, we chose the numbers as a group way back when, and it's true that we haven't deviated from the numbers ever. But none of that matters. The only thing that matters is the fact that they pulled out the week before the win. They clearly expressed a distaste, no, a disgust, with the whole concept of the lottery. So they are not due a penny." "Can you be more specific?" "They called it common. Well, they were calling us common, really. They said they didn't want to be part of it. They were very specific." The room was silent. Suddenly everyone felt the unexpected heat of the long day. Shirt sleeves were rolled up and the window was open, but there was no relieving breeze. Everyone sweated, like cheeses on a board. Limp and indolent, the lawyers fought the urge to loll, force themselves to stay upright. "What is going to happen now?" asked Jake. "The money is already in our account." "Yes, it is." "Are you going to force us to hand some over to them?" "That's not in our power." "Then why are we even having this conversation?" "Because there might be private legal action. It's our duty of care to report if we believe there is any misappropriation of cash." "And do you?" Mick Hutch took the lead. "As far as I can see, there is no proof that you were in a syndicate at the time of the win. No written contract, no informal notes. It's a case of their word against yours." "So are we done here?" "No, not quite," said Mr. Piper Dunn. "I think the Pearsons may very well pursue this matter. There's likely to be a private investigation independent of the lottery. I'm certain they will want to pursue all legal routes. We'll be requesting a second interview with Mrs. Heathcote. If she stands by her statement, we're still 3 voices against 3. That's still a case." 3. "Mr. Heathcote has admitted he did pull out of the syndicate," said Ms. Walsh. "He did?" Jake could hardly believe his ears. "But he also admitted to consuming copious amounts of alcohol. His testimony isn't consistent or reliable," added Piper Dunn. "And Jennifer?" "Mrs. Heathcote was in the bathroom at the time of the altercation," stated Mr. Elliot. "Jennifer was?" "As you were no doubt aware." Jake looked confused. "Well, yes, of course, but I never imagined for a second she'd admit that." "Well, she has. She says she didn't pull out of the lottery, and even if her husband did, she'd still have a claim. 3 against 3. commented one of the Pearsons' lawyers. "This is not over, Mr. Greenwood." Chapter 15. Lexi. "We need to get at that woman." "Which woman?" The limo driver is holding the door open for us. Jake sweeps past in, it has to be said, an imperious manner. I fling an apologetic smile at the man. He's been waiting for us for 3 hours. As we couldn't all fit in the Ferrari, and Jake wouldn't travel to the inquiry by train or in our old Volvo, he booked us a car and a driver for the day. An actual chauffeur with a limo, a bit like the one that collected us on the day of the press announcement. It seats 10 people and there are chilled drinks in the bar. I guess it is usually hired to ferry indulged girls to their prom, or wild guys on a stag. It's embarrassing. He wouldn't tell me how much it cost when I asked. At least it was somewhere for the kids to sit and play on their screens whilst we answered questions. We brought them along because we thought they might have to contribute a statement to the inquiry. I'm pleased and relieved that, at least, didn't happen. I shuffle in the leather seat, uncomfortable with the phrase, "get at." My husband sounds thuggish, ruthless. I just want everyone to calm down. "Jennifer," he states. "Jennifer?" I'm surprised. I glance at the kids who are sitting facing us. Jake's gaze follows mine. Emily and Logan are wide-eyed, pale. Worry pours from them. They've been anxious since the press conference blew up. Naturally. 1 minute they're at school moaning about the lunches and homework, the next in New Bond Street, hell-bent on a shopping spree to end all shopping sprees, and then they are witnessing their father on the wrong end of a punch. It's a roller coaster ride. Jake throws out a smile. "Hey, it's going to be fine, right? There's nothing to be concerned about." Emily rolls her eyes. Logan shrugs. They both turn their heads and look out of opposite windows, unconvinced. It was easier when they were babies. "Why do you need to get to Jennifer?" I ask, quietly. She's on the fence. Her testimony was ambiguous. Ambiguous how? She said she was out of the room when it was discussed. I guess she could fall either way. But she wasn't. No. Why would she say that rather than stick to her story? Doesn't that weaken their case? Whispering, aware of the children. It does, which suggests to me that she's open to some sort of deal. I fight a surge of anger that is simmering and threatens to boil. And Fred? That's the strangest thing of all. Fred has admitted that they pulled out. He did. Yes, isn't that odd? I can understand it. Did he say he heard Carla and Patrick pull out too? Maybe. Yes, I think so. I don't know. I need to talk to Jennifer. Do you, though? I ask. Jake doesn't acknowledge my comment. He pulls out his phone and sends a text, presumably to Jennifer. I glower. We haven't been in touch since the 13th of April. She was once one of my best friends. It's unbelievably sad. Jake must see the grief skitter across my face. Look, don't worry about it. Leave it to me. He stares purposefully at the kids. I know he's trying to remind me of what we are in danger of losing. He's reminding me of my loyalties and duty. It is frustrating that neither of them has their earbuds in. Usually it is virtually impossible to get their attention, but I know that whilst they are pretending to be focused on the cars and tarmac whizzing by, they are no doubt acutely tuned in to what we are saying. Maybe this is why rich people have to drive around in such big cars, so they can whisper about deals, wins, pacts, and treaties. What a mess. It's all so grubby, I mutter. Jake plays with the cufflinks on his shirt. They are new, Deacon and Francis. His suit is new too, Tom Ford, as is his shirt, Brioni, and tie, Stefano Ricci. Even his socks and underwear are new, Calvin Klein. He looks crisp, sharp, expensive. "I'm a whole new man," he said gleefully as he got dressed this morning. I had to root through the discarded receipts in order to establish how much this new man had cost. Unbelievably, over 10 grand. I guess that is far from grubby. Surely we should just leave this alone now, let it all die down. The lottery company will believe us, as Fred has backed up our story. That's not going to happen. The Pearsons are still going to fight us. We need Jennifer on side. I have to talk to her. You can't just hope for the best. Lexi, you also have to plan for the worst. There are millions at stake here. Jake reaches across and squeezes my leg. The squeeze sends a thrill and a throb through my body. It's weird. Even after all these years, I'm still basically putty in his hands. Carla and Jennifer used to say I was really lucky that my husband could still make me feel that way. Sometimes I'm not sure. For a few moments, neither of us can trust ourselves to speak. Eventually, he says, "I'll drop you and the kids off at home first, then go straight to Jennifer's." "Without me?" "Yes. This will be better if I handle it." We drive home in silence, the thick, soupy, miserable sort that floods homes with grief and regret. When we get back to the house, the kids go to their separate rooms, close the doors behind them. I guess Logan will be playing Fortnite and Emily will probably be indulging in another round of online shopping. I sigh. I know I need to get them back to school and into a routine, but I'm getting no support from Jake on that, and obviously, they are reluctant. I haven't got the energy to fight them all. Whilst Jake is out, I text Fred and thank him for his statement. He texts straight back and we swap a few messages. I pick up a magazine and try to read it. I find my mind wandering and I read the same 3 lines of the same article about 20 times. I hunt about for my old copy of Mansfield Park by Jane Austen. I studied this text for A-level and have reread it about 10 times since. It's reassuring, civilized, orderly. I've always liked the message Austen advocated. Decency prevails. This novel is comfort food for the brain and I need to get out of my own world. Odd, when I'm living the dream. When Jake finally returns, he's carrying a number of cardboard bags, the fancy sort that are fastened with ribbons and have rope handles. The driver helps him unload the car. Clearly, he's found time to indulge in another shopping fest. The kids dash down the stairs to see what goodies he's bought. I can't talk freely in front of them, but am desperate to know what's gone on. "Did you talk with Jennifer?" I whisper. "Yes." "And?" I offered them £1 million each if she changed her testimony and confirmed our stories, closed down the Pearsons completely. "You did what?" We've been together long enough for me to know that he always goes on the attack when he feels guilty or wronged. It's not what I wanted, Lexi, but I don't think we have any choice. Jake dumps the packages he was carrying on the floor and storms out of the room. Our house isn't big. There aren't a huge number of places available to go to sulk or rage. Jake slams a few doors as he stomps around the house, but his vehemence needs more space. It needs to be exercised out. He goes outside into the garden and, to my utter surprise, starts digging in the vegetable patch. I watch him. I hear the shovel hit the earth and then my husband's grunt, the earth being thrown to the side. What is he doing? The vegetable patch needed turning over, but he is shoveling with such force, it looks like he's on his way to Australia. I know him. He's very physical. When we were at uni, he played a lot of team sport every weekend and on Wednesday afternoons. But besides that, if ever he was stressed by an assignment or upcoming exam, he would have to find another physical outlet. He'd go on a run, go to the gym, have energetic sex. I guess today he'd rather dig into the garden than me. I sigh and force myself to fill the kettle, open a cupboard, find a couple of mugs. I root out the tea bags and milk. I take 2 steaming cups of tea out to the garden. Fancy a cuppa? It is the universal peace signal. Everyone knows that. Jake slows down, then nods, throws his shovel onto the ground. We both sit down on the low wall. That's when I notice that he hasn't even changed out of his suit. His brand new, cost an arm and a leg suit. There is mud caked on his trousers all the way up to his knee. I'm angry with him, but picking my battles. We're teetering, unstable. I'm not going to row about something that the dry cleaners can fix. Is it going to be okay? I ask. Of course, says Jake. His tone isn't as confident as his words. We're winners, Lexi. You have to trust me. Chapter 16. Hearing the door open, she turned and glared at him. She wasn't sure why she'd agreed to meet him at all. The text finally arrived. It simply said, usual time, usual place. It was insulting in its brevity. It was tardy and isolated. She wanted to ignore it. But it was too tempting. She needed to hear what he had to say, how he would justify himself. So yes, here she was. Usual time, usual place. They had met at this hotel almost every Tuesday afternoon for over 2 years, exceptions being Christmas, spouses' birthdays, and last week. They'd picked this particular hotel because it was convenient for him, as it was not too far from one of his big clients. His boss thought he put a lot of hours in securing their ongoing profitability and loyalty. Long, boring meetings, he always claimed. She didn't work at all. Tuesday afternoons were handy for her because she had her hair blow-dried on Monday, her nails done Tuesday mornings. On Wednesday, she liked to swim at the club. Thursday was yoga classes. She often shopped on Fridays or met a girlfriend for lunch. He fitted in perfectly to her life on a Tuesday afternoon. Just another treat. At least that's what she thought at the beginning. A sexy, charming, handsome treat. She'd always admired him. For years. She realised it wasn't quite the right thing fancying your friend's husband, but despite appearances, she'd never been particularly hung up on doing the right thing. She thought it was overrated. Anyway, she might have left it alone if he hadn't made it clear that he wanted her, too. He had instigated the affair, hadn't he? Or was it just one of those things? Inevitable. She didn't believe in fate or anything dreamy like that. She was not a romantic, and fate was the excuse for those too idle to cut their own paths. She thought that there were identifiable patterns in life that led to predictable outcomes. She thought his wife was a tad sanctimonious. He was competitive with most men, anyone who earned more than him, which her husband certainly did. He had a chip on his shoulder about that. Throw in a basic attraction. Ta-da! On some levels it went back a lot further than 2 years, a lot further back than the sex. There had always been a little flirtatious spark, just waiting to be lit. Often he would agree with her opinion, even if it meant disagreeing with his wife. He'd listen attentively to what she had to say, whereas her own husband sometimes cut her off mid-sentence, or worse, dropped off mid-sentence, actually fell asleep. It was so nullifying. When the 3 families went on holiday together and she was wearing a bikini, his eyes would roam her body, explore, challenge, if she ever asked for help putting sun oil on her back, he'd jump to lend a hand. On New Year's Eve, what should have been a friendly peck on the cheek had always been a firmer kiss on the lips. Just brief enough to pass as pally, just long enough to suggest something more. He started to squeeze her tighter when saying hello or goodbye. Something shifted from friendly to fuck me. It finally happened at the end of one of their infamous Saturday night suppers. She'd hosted, which meant she'd been up and down from her seat all evening seeing to other people's needs. She'd hardly had time to take a bite. The drink had gone straight to her head. Evidently, it hit a different part of his anatomy. Hard. People were talking about leaving, so she went to get their jackets. He was in the downstairs loo just next to the coat cupboard. He emerged as she was rooting around. Had he been waiting for her? He didn't mess about, didn't ask with his eyes or his voice. He just put his hands on either side of her face and started kissing her. Not tentatively, not apologetically, with real intent. She wasn't a child or a prick tease. If she kissed a man, it was because she wanted him completely. There was no going back. They slipped into the downstairs loo and he took her from behind whilst their spouses were finishing their coffees. A sexy, charming, handsome treat. He was the one who first started talking about love, asking for more, taking risks, talking chances. At first he limited his declarations to specific parts of her body. He told her he loved her breasts, her arse, her eyes. Then he said he loved her laugh. He loved her cruelty. Finally, he said he loved her. That he was in love with her. No room for ambiguity. She had believed him. She had always been the sort of woman that men wanted to declare love to. And because she believed him, she allowed herself to think that maybe she loved him, too. Or at least, if she didn't love him, he didn't annoy her quite as much as her husband did. But then last week, he didn't show up. Last week, of all the weeks, after her husband had found out about the affair and told her to pack her bags. He didn't show up when she needed him most, because he'd won the fucking lottery. Now she loathed him. He'd deserted her. She wanted to hurt him, very much so. But she loved him. Could she get him back? She'd never hurt him. She didn't know if she was coming or going. She might still be able to keep him on side, so she had made an effort. She was wearing a figure-hugging dress. She'd had a wax and was wearing lacy, claret-coloured underwear, just in case. Because there was a chance, wasn't there? That he'd offer an explanation of some sort, that he'd still want her, or at least take her. There was a lot of money at play. A lot. Nothing was clear-cut, and although it should have been a straightforward case of 4 voices against 2, the 2 had stolen the march, and so she had decided to make a 2-way bet, cover off all bases. She had put on quite the performance today for those lawyers. But she wasn't sure the people at the lottery were convinced by the claim she and Fred and the Pearsons were making. She had to use all her intelligence and charms to ensure everything turned out as she hoped. By saying she was in the loo, she was sending a message to Jake. When she received his text, she knew he'd got it. Loud and clear. She had never considered leaving her husband for Jake. When her husband discovered their affair and screamed at her to, "Just fucking leave, get out of my sight, go to him," she'd had no intention of doing so. She'd planned to stick around, see if things calmed down. She wasn't the sort of woman who could live with a poor man. And Jake had, up until very recently, been a poor man. She could play with a poor man nicely enough, but she needed to be married to a man who was comfortably off. She liked living in Great Chester and could never have managed in Little Chester, the way Lexi did. She didn't want to have to work and chip in on covering the bills. She enjoyed having manicures, pedicures, blow-dries. Of course, Jake was now a very wealthy man. Obscenely rich, in fact. She had a lot to play for. Last week, when he hadn't turned up to their usual rendezvous, when there was no call, no message, nothing, she had sat in the hotel bedroom and worried about him. The thought made her rage now. She'd seriously considered that he had been in a car accident. She imagined him unconscious, his face bleeding and smashed against his steering wheel. She'd wondered about calling hospitals. But then Ridley and Megan came home from school and told their parents about the lottery win. She'd still waited for him to call or message, still believed he would. Each time the tiny icon to say a message had arrived flashed on her phone or laptop, her heart leapt. But the messages were never from him. The silence stretched and physically tormented her, as though she was being pulled apart on a medieval rack. She needed to speak to him, more than ever. It was clear that he was trying to hide the win from them all, even her. He had said he loved her. But people say all sorts of things. The betrayal burnt. It frightened her to think that he didn't need her now. A man as rich as he was would have his pick of lovers because there was always someone willing to buy and sell. Many someones. That was the problem with being a mistress. It was a transient role. Everyone knew that. The wife had some power. She was propped up by children, society, shared history. Even if a mistress ever became a wife, she knew she'd just opened up a vacancy. A more devastating thought was that he wouldn't want a lover at all now. With his newfound wealth, maybe he'd settle for his wife again. Maybe he'd find he could buy up enough excitement and pleasure without having to have illicit sex on Tuesday afternoons. Perhaps all she'd ever been was the equivalent of an exhilarating thrill ride at an amusement park. He could certainly buy bigger thrills than that now. He'd driven his Ferrari right past her house, for God's sake. Despite promising herself that she'd be charming, she found the moment he pushed open the hotel bedroom door and she set eyes on him, in his new expensive-looking clothes, with his new smug-looking expression, that her anger surged. Impulsively, she reached for something to throw at him. The first thing that came to hand was a hardback book about mindfulness. She flung it at him. The irony wasn't lost on her. He ducked and the book sailed above his head, hitting the door behind him. He looked amused. She let loose a cry of frustration and humiliation. He moved swiftly across the room towards where she was sitting on the end of the bed. She was not lying on it or in it as usual, but she had not sat on the desk chair either. He would know that by sitting on the bed she was showing that she was still open to negotiations. He kneeled on the floor in front of her, leaned towards her so that their lips were just a fraction away from touching. She lurched forward and bit him. "Fuck, that hurt, you bitch!" he yelled, standing up and swiftly moving away from her. "It was supposed to, you bastard." Jake looked at his mistress. Exciting, expensive, explosive. Secretly, he liked a show of passion. It turned him on when she was uncooperative, difficult. He had fully expected her fury. He hadn't treated her well since the win, but they were not nice to each other. That had never been part of the deal. Not what they wanted from one another at all. They were always saying so. Even when he'd told her he loved her, he'd almost resented her for it making him weak and needy. "You fucking bastard! Where were you last week?" He admired her for starting with that question, the least expected, the most personal. He had failed to show up for their rendezvous and she was upset, or at least paying him the compliment of pretending to be so. What a joke. considering everything else that was going down. He loved it that she was ignoring the question of the lottery, when really it had to be all she was thinking about. She was such a game player. So exciting. Buying a Ferrari? Fuck you. I'd rather fuck you, he smiled. She glowered. He shrugged. She wasn't ready for him yet, but she would be. She'd wanted him when he was a loser. How much more she must want him, now he was a winner. She was probably wet for him right now. This was just a game. I suppose everything has changed now your wife won £18 million, she muttered sulkily. Nothing has changed. She looked wary, vulnerable. He'd never seen her like this before. And my wife and I won £18 million, give or take. She bought the ticket. He shrugged, careless of the technicality. Relationships were all about power. Who has it, who wants it, the balance, the imbalance. All longing was in the gap in between. She had always had the power, and now he did. Or at least he had the money, and that was more or less the same thing. What's going on, Jake? I'm going to divorce her. I'm going to get $9 million, not as much as that, of course, if I have to split it 3 ways, pre-divorce. He watched her carefully, amused at how she was trying not to react. Something about her mouth betrayed her, though. It flickered as she suppressed her smile of triumph. He knew she'd never felt happier, more victorious. I see. And if we had a third per family and both divorced, we'd still only have 6 between us. It was a big sentence with all sorts of promises and lies enfolded into it. They stared at one another, long and hard, wondering whether they could trust each other or not. You're always a step ahead. Clever girl. So you see how important it is that you drop this silly claim that we were all still in a syndicate. What will you do with the money? She asked, looking at him from under her eyelashes. It was a cliché, but Jake didn't care. It was a sexy as hell cliché. They were both breathing heavily. I will do anything I like. And I like you. You used to say you loved me. Don't split hairs. There was a beat, and then they jumped at each other, clamped their lips and hands down on one another with a complete and visceral passion. His hands slid over her body, her full breasts, her tight waist, her delicious arse. He felt the muscled firmness of her through her clingy dress. He felt the exciting mounds and curves. He felt her nipples stiffen. She'd wanted this all along. Her anger was an act, a risk, a gamble. Her boldness caused his cock to harden. She arched towards him, slunk into him. He broke away, but only to pick her up and throw her back on the bed. She fell flat, lips and legs slightly open, inviting him. His fingers slipped up under her dress, hers laced into his hair and drew him towards her again. Their mouths banged heavily on one another, almost painful, totally delicious. With a swift, practiced confidence, he undid his trousers, pushed her dress roughly up her thighs, and pulled her knickers away. He was inside her in a second, her hot flesh accepting him completely. He put his hands on the tits he said he loved, and went at it. Victorious.
Chapter 17. Emily. Wednesday, 1st of May. Bloody fecking hell, this is the worst! I can't believe the Heathcotes and Pearsons are trying to screw us over like this. It's all my fault. Because I blabbed to Rids and Megan. They all had time to rehearse their stories and come up with some crap that is halfway convincing. I hate Ridley and Megan now. I do. I do. Mum looks really grim. Dad is trying to keep the shit together. He says everything is going to be fine and that the investigation will undo the Heathcotes and Pearsons. I hope so. They need to be exposed as the cheating, lying shits that they are. Dad says we can tell whoever we like about the lottery win at school now, that we should take ownership of the win. Even without press coverage, I reckon people will believe me because of Dad picking me up last week in a Ferrari. But for the avoidance of doubt, Dad went out and bought 10 Michael Kors Gemma tricolour pebbled leather totes yesterday. 10.
They are big enough to get A4 books in,
he points out, helpfully, as though that was the thing that excites me about them. Yeah, they are gorge. The leather is soft and smells amazing. Expensive. Everyone in my year talks about Michael Kors all the time, but only Evie Clark has one, and I'm not even sure if it's genuine. But why did you get 10? I ask.
You can give them to your friends. You want them to feel part of the celebration.
As if I have 10 friends. I had 2. Ridley and Megan, and we kept ourselves to ourselves at school. We arrived at Glenwood Grammar a ready-made gang, so we didn't bother with anyone else. Thinking about it now, I'm not sure how wise that was, but it wasn't a conscious decision at the time. We were glued by our parents, and none of us thought to spread ourselves about. We were just grateful that we weren't the ones desperately dashing about begging people to sit next to us, or scanning the playground, hopefully for someone to talk to during break. Plus, we liked each other. Loved each other. I could never have imagined a time when that would change. A time when I'd need someone else. Rids did make some other friends, through his rugby mostly, and also because he's pretty musical and plays in the orchestra, which he pretends to think of as lame, but actually loves, and a band, which is just all-out cool. But even when we were playing hockey, Megan and I have each other, and don't need anyone else. We always partner up for the exercises, we choose each other for teams, etc. At least, we used to. I don't suppose that will be happening anymore. Jesus, I better make friends quickly, or I'll end up passing the ball backwards and forwards with Miss Granger, the PE teacher who needs to wear a better sports bra. Social death. Way back, there was a brief time when I did sometimes try to mix. It was when we were about 13 and people started having parties. I thought it would be cool to be part of that, have a bigger group to arrive and dance with and stuff. But Megan didn't like it if I spoke to other girls. She said we didn't need their dumbass mixer socials. And then, when Rids and I got together, I really never again questioned wanting to spend a moment with anyone other than the two of them. Rids. Ridley. Is he even my Rids anymore? I don't think so. I have sent him 1,000 messages, and he hasn't answered one of them. I know I should be acting cooler, and I should be the one ignoring him, but I can't. He apparently can ignore me, though, which suggests he's not my Rids. In any way, shape, or form. I have to get used to that, I suppose. Yet, when I think of him, I sort of swell and sweat inside. I know that sounds so gross, but it's actually awesome. Or at least it was. Now my physical reaction is more like feeling someone is holding me under freezing water. I'm panicked, flaying, drowning. I guess that's Dad's point. He knows Mum won't let me be off school forever, so he's sending me to school with 10 totes so I can find 10 new friends. I am not above buying friends. Monarchs have bought armies in the past. History doesn't have a problem with that. Whoever says money doesn't buy happiness is simply not shopping in the right place.
How is she supposed to get those to school? Asks Mum.
True. Dad could barely get them through the doorway. I can't quite see myself waltzing into maths with them bundled under my arms.
It's a crazy idea, she adds with a tut.
What did you get my friends? Asks Logan.
Video games, replies Dad.
He holds up a game bag that is bulging with blue and green plastic boxes. Cool! It sometimes makes me feel sick with envy how easy Logan finds life, but I also love it about him.
I got a selection because I didn't know which of your friends had what.
Mum takes the bag off Dad before Logan can even get his hands on it. She peers inside.
All of these are certified for over 16 or over 18, she grumbles. That's what they're all playing, points out Dad. Maybe, but there is no way you can hand them out to his friends. Leave the goodies at home, kids.
What, we can't give them to our mates? Logan, who actually has mates, does the thing he always does when he's fed up. His body sort of slouches extra strength. Basically, it collapses in on itself.
Maybe at some point, their birthdays or something, or after I've discussed it with their mothers. Now get a move on, you'll miss the bus.
I pack one of the Michael Kors totes with my school books, I pick the pink fawn combo, and then I hide 2 more in my sports bag.
It's not PE today, is it? Asks Mum.
Her vigilance is usually spasmodic and always infuriating. Taking my kit in case I decide to go to training. I lie. She beams at me.
Oh, that's great, Emily. The sooner you get back into the usual rhythm, the better it will be.
She's like 1000% wrong about this. Things can never be as they were before. It's stupid imagining they can. The usual rhythm is dead and gone. Because the usual rhythm used to beat around Ridley and Megan. Why can't she see that? I don't enlighten her. I smile at her, kiss her on the cheek, and dash for the door. When Logan and I get on the bus, I swear, it goes quiet for a moment. Everyone is gawping at us. For a split second, I panic. I daren't breathe. Maybe the silence is ugly, and everyone is going to react the way Ridley and Megan did to the news of our win. But then, Logan's friends start cheering, whooping, and chanting, "Rich boy, rich boy!" I read the energy on the bus, concerned that we are going to get ambushed or something, but the mood is definitely celebratory. Logan's mates are mentally happy for him. Like real mates are supposed to be. They can't sit still but are up and down off their seats, like they're on speed. Logan punches the air over and over again, and other people start to do the same. He raises his hands above his head like a champion, and people start to sing the Rocky theme tune. Even though none of us were born when the film was made, and none of us has ever seen it, we know it's sort of the iconic Song of Winners. He walks towards the back of the bus, and as he makes his way down the aisle, people clap him on the back and shout out, "You lucky bastard!" But in a good way. I follow him, riding the uncomplicated tide of happiness. I'm thinking he'll still be the only person I can sit with, but halfway down the bus, Scarlett Sorella says to me, "Cool bag, I love it." She's smiling in a really friendly way, so I don't think she's being sarcastic. "Thanks," I mutter cautiously. Scarlett Sorella is in a few of my classes, but we haven't really spoken much before. She's pretty and cool. She's an excellent hockey player. "Hey, sit with me." She is sat with Liv Spencer, one of her 2 best friends. Scarlett throws Liv a "move your ass" look, and Liv gets the hint. She scurries into a seat in front, but she doesn't do it in a sulky way. She beams at me, as though she's happy to be kicked out of her seat for me. I slide in next to Scarlett. "You can have one if you like," I offer. Scarlett and Liv don't follow me. Not surprisingly. It's not every day you get gifted a 270 quid bag. I reach into my sports bag and pull out the totes. They look particularly shiny and special next to our school uniforms, which are pretty ugh. "For reals?" asks Liv. I nod. Her eyes widen, but she doesn't hesitate, not wanting to risk me changing my mind, I suppose. "Dibs on the butternut one." Scarlett smiles. "Works for me. I'll have the pink and fawn one that matches Emily's." We grin at each other. Handbag twins. It feels good. A relief. The three of us chat and laugh for the rest of the journey. I don't look around, but I feel eyes follow me. I guess everyone is curious, and any number of people could be staring, but I sense it is Ridley and Megan sending the evils. Their loathing can't touch me, though, because I'm protected by an invisible barrier, a bit like the one Violet in The Incredibles throws over her family all the time. I guess my mum did just that. She created a protective bubble when she bought that winning ticket. By lunchtime, word has got around that I am giving away free designer handbags to my friends, so I have plenty of friends. In the dinner hall, everyone is jostling to be on my table, but Scarlett stays close, like a best friend. I'm not an imbecile. I know she's not my best friend yet, but I'm not going to lie, it feels awesome to have the possibility that there might be new friends on the horizon. No one mentions Ridley or Megan, or asks what the beef is between us. All anyone wants to talk about is the lottery win. Do you know what heaven is? I ask. Heaven is all the shops on New Bond Street the moment after you've told the assistant that you've won the lottery. Everyone gasps and laughs. I tell them what I learned. Dolce & Gabbana is just out there. Maybe one day I'll go to some event, like a ball or something, and being so out there will seem like the right fashion choice, but it's not okay for me right now. Miu Miu is crazy chic. Loewe charge over 600 quid for a pair of khaki trousers. One word, Gap. My new friends laugh again. Although you totally won't be shopping in Gap anymore, points out Scarlett. I hadn't thought about it. No, you totally won't. You'll be all about brands like DKNY and Boss. I did try some of theirs, but all their stuff is way too long for me. They'll have tailors or something that do the alterations, points out Scarlett, who I think is taking to me being rich faster than I am. They want to know exactly what I've bought so far and what I'm planning on buying next. We're not supposed to have our phones out in school hours, but I pull out my brand new iPhone and flick through various sites so I can show the girls what I've got. They ooh and ah appreciatively. I practically drown in a chorus of, "You are so lucky." That is going to look so cute on you. Do you think I could borrow that? I show people the hotel we're going to stay at in New York. Not the one that costs 80k, because Mum vetoed that, but we're staying at one that looks really good anyhow. When are you going? Nella Wang asks. The week after half term. Term time? Everyone looks surprised. A few gulp in a melodramatic way. It's to be expected. We are 15-year-old girls, and yeah, we are excitable. Term time holidays are a rebellion, maybe even an act of war, because the head is dead strict about people taking time off during term. I still can't believe Mum agreed to it. I think she only did in the end because the people at the lottery recommended that we get away to take stock, take a breath. And Mum couldn't get half-term week off school because nearly everyone in her office has kids and they take turns about who gets to go on leave during school holidays. The ones with younger kids get priority. Mum said she's going to call the head today and explain. Do you think you'll get permission? Asks Liv. What can Coleman do? He can't chain me to the desk. Everyone laughs at this, and we start to make jokes about whether the head and his wife like bondage sex. Basically, I've become a very funny person since I've become a very rich person. I don't see anything of Ridley or Megan. They are probably skulking about somewhere, keeping out of my way, drowning in their own jealousy. For the first time in years, I don't care what they're doing. And realising I don't care is a huge relief. The win has freed me from needing them. And I tell myself that I don't want them either. None of my new friends are taking the bus home because they really are staying after school to train for hockey or netball. As I had no intention of doing so, I don't have my kit with me. My bag was full of luscious totes. So I have to travel home alone. I don't mind because it's been such a fantastic day. A bit of alone time is bearable after being centre stage all day. I decide to pop into the toilets, even though the bus drive is only 20 minutes. It's been so hectic, I honestly haven't had time to even wee. I never sit, I hover. Opinion is divided on this one. I don't really believe you can catch any germs from the seat, not unless your bum has an open wound on it. But why risk it? And putting paper all around the seat is bad for the environment. Mum says I should just sit, because I'm more likely to get an infection by not emptying my bladder properly. I literally pretend she hasn't spoken when she says stuff like that. I hear them before I see anyone. There's sniggering, and the door of the cubicle next to mine swings back on its hinges. Bangs. Suddenly, Ridley is peering over the top of my cubicle. I am so mortified because my knickers are around my ankles. Not that he hasn't seen that part of my body, but he hasn't seen it peeing. Rushing to cover up, I straighten up a moment before I stop peeing. You can guess how that works out. I pull up my pants, but he's already taking photos. It's just stupid. Totally fucking stupid. I'm humiliated and angry at the same time. Pissed off that he's ruining my perfect day, but also terrified that he's pranking me to this level. Photos of you drunkenly falling over are bad. Photos of you pissing your pants are so much worse. He's laughing his head off. I burst out of the cubicle and try to grab the phone off him, but he is tall and easily holds it above my head. Then I see Megan. But not just Megan. There are 3 other girls with her. Evie Clark, Shayla O'Brien, and Madison Aiden. They all rush at me. They push me back into the cubicle I've just come out of, and their combined force is overwhelming. I bang the back of my legs against the pan. They throb. But as I register that pain, I realise someone has grabbed my hair and is pulling my head backwards. Someone else, Megan, I think, slaps me across the face. Once, twice. I've never been hit before, and bloody hell it hurts. I cry out, but then a hand comes over my mouth, and I don't think I can breathe. They pull my blazer off my shoulders, down my arms, so it acts like a restraint. I'm wriggling and struggling, but can't actually fight back. There's no room to move, and besides, they outnumber me. I'd like to throw a punch, but mostly I want to get away before they can really hurt me. Will they? My phone falls onto the tiled floor, and I hear it smash. Shayla bends down, picks it up. Ooh, fancy. She drops it down the loo. Megan leans close to me and growls. There you go. Your shit is going down the toilet with your actual shit. Her friends laugh. I can smell her breath. It smells of the burgers we were served at lunch. The money your mum and dad stole from my mum and dad can't make you safe, Emily. Remember that. You are fucked. Someone yanks on my hair again. Madison? What have I ever done to her? Or any of them come to that? It's so painful. I think she must have actually pulled hair out. Someone kicks me. Maybe Megan. Maybe another girl. It's a muddle of arms and legs in the cubicle. I'm too confused, sore and scared to be sure. Ridley has been stood by the bathroom door throughout this, keeping watch for teachers. Presumably he feels squeamish about beating up a girl. Me. Someone he once said he loved. Okay, let's get going. We don't want to miss the bus, he instructs. And they melt away.
Chapter 18. Lexi. We're in the kitchen, I call through, unnecessarily. The children and I have an after-school ritual that has been long established. On Wednesdays and Fridays, when I only work mornings, I am always waiting for them in the kitchen. On hot days, I am there with sliced fruit, iced drinks, and on cold days, I offer hot chocolate and biscuits. It's one of my favourite times of the day. I love the quintessential old-school mothering aspect of it. It balances out the times I'm dashing for the door because I'm late for work and just scream instructions at them. Don't forget your glasses! Have you got lunch money? Did you do your homework? Waiting in the kitchen for their return seems like something mothers have been doing for generations. Plus, if I greet the kids as they walk through the door, I'm most likely to find out how their day really has been. On the 3 days a week that I arrive home after they do, I cheerily ask, "So, how has your day been?" But I'm usually greeted with a perfunctory, "Fine." At 6 p.m. their school day is old news, and they think I am annoying for asking about it. On Wednesdays and Fridays, I get the lowdown. Logan will remember to tell me about the parents' night we're due to attend, or he'll talk about how his football or rugby game went, and who he considered man of the match. He'll tell me what he had for lunch and maybe which teacher is getting on his case. I listen carefully and try to decipher how much of the unfair hassle he has asked for, or whether a teacher really is nitpicking. I use this time to try to unobtrusively guide and advise him. This is if he can get a word in edgeways. On Wednesdays and Fridays, Emily lets it all out. She gives me a running commentary of her entire day, including not only who said what to whom, but also who sat next to who side-eyed which teacher. Emily tells me who is dating, who is drinking, who is smoking dope. I really found that quite the shock, but pretended to take it in my stride. If you judge, they clam up. Today, Jake waits with me because he isn't working anymore. Oh yes, that's news. Jake has officially handed in his notice. Well, that makes it sound more civilized than it was. This morning he sent his boss a text. It read, "I've won the lottery. Please use my outstanding holiday leave in lieu of me working my notice. All the best." I thought he should have written a proper email at least, but he just shrugged and said his boss wasn't especially formal and that he'd understand. I can't say I'm surprised he ditched his job. I hope now he'll finally find something that he really wants to do with his time. Whilst he doesn't need to work for a salary, he could find something in the voluntary sector, or maybe set up a business. I can't think of anything worse than endless days stretching out in front of him that need to be filled. When Jake graduated, he'd landed a temp job in a glitzy advertising agency based in Carnaby Street. The work he did was menial, the hours long, and no one ever remembered his name, but he learnt such a lot. He'd loved every moment of his 6-week contract, and it was his dream to get a position on a graduate program in one of the big agencies. No, not just his dream. Back then, it was his ambition. But it didn't happen. He applied to at least a dozen ad agencies but was not offered a position. There was rent to pay, so he got a job working for the sales department in an electrical company. He thought it would be good experience, a CV builder. He didn't plan to stay forever, but time passed. Not a lot of time, but long enough to somehow disqualify him from following a career path into advertising, because when he reapplied for jobs in advertising, he was told his experience was irrelevant, not helpful, if anything, a hindrance. "We're looking for innovation. We're looking for fresh." His next job was selling branded white goods into large retail accounts. It wasn't a terrible job. We got huge discounts. The washer-dryer we owned when we first married was top of the range, but he didn't love the job, so after a couple of years he moved again, started selling software. It required some retraining. At first he found that interesting, then boring. Next it was office supplies and then physiotherapy and sports equipment. Jake has sold something different every 3 years. He has not progressed to an international position or even a senior position here in the UK because he simply cannot retain the love of his products. He still comments on clever adverts. He often gets excited about electronic billboards. Obviously, as I am passionate about my work, I realise he has been in an unenviable position. He was good enough to be paid enough, but not ambitious, fulfilled, or content. Maybe with this win, and the freedom it affords, he'll find satisfaction. That's my hope. I'm pinning a lot on that. The kids trail into the kitchen, their arrival home quieter than usual, and before I even see their faces, I know something is up. "Oh no, Emily! What happened?" My baby girl is black and blue. Her lip is bleeding, and her right eye is cut, bruised, and swollen. My first thought is that she's been injured at hockey training and we need to get to A&E as soon as possible. "I'm fine," she mumbles, and then promptly bursts into tears. I can't believe what she tells me next. Megan and Ridley beat her up. They threatened her. Her best friend, her first love, the babies we've known since birth, punched and kicked and slapped her. As she recounts what she's been through, I feel like I've been assaulted. I wish I had been, me rather than her. Every parent feels this when their child is hurt either emotionally or physically. They do anything to take that pain, but this is worse, because we've caused it. This fight has come to her door because of the trouble between us and their parents. I also can't help thinking this might not have happened if she hadn't taken designer handbags to school, which she has confessed to. I want to thump someone. Maybe the kids who have hurt her. Maybe Jake. Maybe myself. Instead, I hold her in my arms and let her sob. I try to find the words that will comfort her, but there are none. I am silent. My head is full of the blood on her shirt, the bruises on her face and legs. When she finally stops crying, I lead her upstairs, run her a bath, add lots of soothing bubbles. Then I leave her to soak. The minute I'm out of her sight, my wrath, which I've been suppressing whilst I comforted her, erupts. Those bastards are going to pay for this. Those animals, I'm going round there right now and I'm going to have this out. Fuck Jennifer and Fred's deal. They are not getting a penny. Not one of them. Hang on, Lexi. This isn't really anything to do with Jennifer and Fred, or even Carla and Patrick. Ridley and Megan did this to Emily, not their parents, says Jake, with a reasonableness that only fans my fury. They are animals, and they have bred animals, I spit. Okay, well, let me just check. Check what? I stare at him, confused. Why isn't he just reaching for the car keys? Check that Jennifer has spoken to Gillian, that she has amended her testimony. What? My blood freezes. I'm not saying you can't speak to them at some point, but the important thing now is that Jennifer has changed her story. Then, even if she changes it back again, or Fred does, they will look like unreliable witnesses. Fred won't, I snap. But if he does, if this ever goes to court, they will be doubted for shilly-shallying. We don't want to upset them before we know that the revised testimony is in the bag. Hang on. I'll call Gillian. Jesus, Jake, are you listening to yourself? Ridley and Megan beat up Emily. Your daughter is bleeding. I'm going to their houses. I'm going to the school. I'm going to the police. They are not getting away with this. I am raging. Sounds are whooshing in my ears, and I think it is actual fury whipping up a storm. This means it takes a moment for me to realise what Jake is saying. I think we should just pull her out of the school. Walk away from them all. We don't need the police involved. We don't need a scandal. We're just getting through one investigation. My mouth is hanging open. You can't expect me to ignore this, I splutter. When she gets out of the bath, we'll ask her what she wants us to do. Take a deep breath, Lexi. I'll pour you a glass of wine. I don't want to take a deep breath. I don't want a glass of wine. Think what is at stake here. Our daughter's health. I glare at Jake, but can't say any more. I'm conscious that Logan is still in the room with us. He looks shaken enough. I put my arms around his shoulders and pull him into a hug, kiss his forehead. He's clearly upset because he allows this, uncomplaining. Will I have to change school too? He asks. Jake and I answer at once. I say, your dad wasn't serious about that, we'll discuss it. Jake says, yes, you're changing schools, fact. When Emily emerges from her bath, wearing candy-striped pyjamas, she looks about 10 years old, vulnerable, overwhelmed, her skin bleached. There's a film glistening on her upper lip and her forehead. My heart aches for her. I am making pasta arrabbiata for supper. It's her favourite. She sits down at the kitchen breakfast bar and watches me. Okay, so we have some options. As this attack was on you, I want you to be comfortable with my response so your father and I can go to their houses right now. We can have it out with them and their parents. Then what? She slouches forward and rests her head on the breakfast bar. Well, I'm stumped. Demand apologies at the least. I can hear how inadequate I sound. Their parents won't even care. I mean, they hate us, right? I'm not prepared to give up at the first hurdle. We can talk to the school to have them punished. She shakes her head. What do you think will happen if you go into school and get them into more trouble? Are you going to get me bodyguards? Then the police. We'll go to the police, press charges. They can't follow me around 24/7. They can't make me safe. Besides, Dad isn't pressing charges against Fred or Patrick and they assaulted him. Well, no, but that's different. How? I don't know what to tell my daughter. Maybe Jake should press charges. We just don't want a scandal. Have we set a bad example? Well, what do you want to do? I try to swallow my exasperation. I'm not angry with Emily, but my sense of injustice is so ferocious, I'm not able to keep a lid on it as well as I'd like. I want to watch TV. Her eyes swim. She's fighting tears. What? I want to leave the school, go to a private school where everyone is rich and they won't hate me for it. Sweetheart, I'm not sure that running away is the answer. It is. I drain the pasta and slowly stir in the sauce. Are you saying you don't want me to do anything? I can't believe my feisty little daughter would respond like this. Yes. You are content with them getting away with this? Don't make things worse, Mum. She walks through to the sitting room. Jake shrugs. He doesn't look as surprised as I am. I wonder whether he talked to her before I did. That's that settled then, he says. Shall we eat this in front of the TV? It's spaghetti. It will get everywhere. We're getting a new sofa soon anyway, right? And I think the important thing is to cuddle up with Emily and Logan. He's right about that, at least. Somehow I hold it in while we eat dinner and watch a Netflix movie, all together as a family, ostensibly. The thing is, I know we are in the same room, but I don't feel we are very together. I have to concentrate to try to ignore the issue of our daughter taking a beating, since she is sat with a split lip and bruises. If Ridley or Megan were stood in front of me, I would push my thumbs into their eyes until they popped. I would rip their heads off and use them as footballs. Instead, I put my arm around Emily and reassure her I won't do anything to make things worse. She lets me tuck her into bed. I kiss her forehead, and despite the trauma of the day, she's out like a light. She's always been a good sleeper. I sit on the floor by her bed, surrounded by bags of shopping and makeup. I lie my head on the side of her bed. I remember back to when she was a baby, and the fact that she always slept so well had Carla and Jennifer believing I was some sort of baby whisperer with a special knack. Carla used to get me to put Megan to bed whenever she could. I remember this, and I cry. Silent, fat tears that dampen my daughter's duvet. Chapter 19. 15 years ago. I don't know what I'd do without you, Carla commented as Lexi sneaked back into the sitting room. Is she asleep? No, but she's calm. I think she'll drop off soon, replied Lexi. You are the baby whisperer, I swear it. Carla scooted up next to Jennifer so that there was room for Lexi to join them in front of the TV. Lexi had noticed that Carla always positioned herself in the middle of things. No one minded. It was just what felt natural. She was physically the tallest, but somehow also the biggest, metaphorically, in their threesome. Lexi collapsed onto the sofa, grateful to put her feet up. Baby whisperer or not, pacing the floor for 40 minutes with a screaming infant, even someone else's screaming infant, was knackering. She enjoyed the fact Carla turned to her, believing she could soothe little Megan because Lexi's own baby girl was a good sleeper. The best of the 3 babies, actually. Emily hit 7 consecutive hours of sleep at just 10 weeks old, practically a miracle, and now she regularly slept 12 hours at night, as well as taking an afternoon nap. Lexi didn't brag about her daughter's sleep patterns. She knew that exhausted mothers would find that really annoying. But her 2 best friends, of course, knew the facts. It was flattering that Carla thought Lexi could work some sort of miracle on baby Megan, who was fractious and agitated day and night and had never slept more than 3 hours in a row. But truthfully, Lexi didn't think she had any special powers over Megan or anyone else's baby. Perhaps she had a bit more patience. Lexi was constantly being told that she was lucky her baby was a good sleeper, a good feeder too, as it was turning out. They'd all 3 recently started weaning. Emily would eat anything that was offered up. But was it luck? Lexi swore by routines, blackout blinds, and home-prepared food. Carla didn't believe in those things. Jennifer leaned forward and picked up the bottle of red, poured a glass for Lexi and refilled Carla's and her own. Is it wrong of me to be glad I'm no longer breastfeeding so I can enjoy a guilt-free glass of wine? She asked, grinning. The other 2 women smiled lazily and didn't bother to reply. It was a rhetorical question. They felt the same. They were all good mothers, devoted even. Their 8-month-old bundles of joy were their worlds, but no one ever told a new mum just how exhausting and relentless the whole mothering business was. A glass of wine, a bar of chocolate, the occasional whinge to each other were necessary coping methods that kept them functioning. Where are the men? Lexi asked, looking about her. They've popped out for the takeaways, replied Carla. Thai tonight. Oh, goody! Did you order me? Crispy prawn tempura served with sweet chili sauce and jasmine rice, yeah. Lexi nodded, grateful and content. It was amazing how close they had all become in the past 10 months. Close enough for them to each know one another's favourite dishes on the takeaway menus, whether they were opting for Thai, Chinese, or Indian. They had met at a prenatal class and had clicked immediately, brought together by fear of the unknown as much as excitement. Bound by their swollen bodies that had seemed a long way from the desirable blooming, bonded by talk of intermittent incontinence and depressingly low sex drives. A sound emitted from the baby monitor. They all froze and listened. Collectively holding their breath, they waited to see if it was a sleepy murmur or a precursor to a full-on wail. That's Ridley, they chorused in a whisper, close enough for them all to recognise each other's baby mews. Lexi and Carla turned to Jennifer. She was perhaps the most anxious mother of the 3. Ridley was the result of 4 rounds of IVF. All the babies had been wanted, of course, but Jennifer had waited the longest. Lexi hoped Jennifer wouldn't dash upstairs to see her son. He'd most likely go back over to sleep if left alone. All 3 babies were in the same room, 2 in travel cots. Chances were Emily would sleep through if Jennifer did go in the room, but Megan would almost certainly wake and wail. They waited a beat. Nothing. Relieved, they smiled at one another. Then suddenly there was noise at the front door. Baritone laughter and chatter. The men back with the food. It was somehow primal and satisfying. The women leapt to their feet, opened the door, hushing their husbands. They began dashing around the kitchen, hunting out plates, cutlery, trays. "Did you watch the lottery?" Jake asked, as he landed a light kiss on the back of his wife's neck. He was comfortable with giving public displays of affection. He fancied his wife like mad, even when she had baby food in her hair and hadn't managed to put on makeup for a week. He liked to show his desire. Lexi smiled at Jake, paused for a fraction of a second, leaned her head back to rest against his. "No, I missed it. I was helping Carla out, putting Megan down." "We caught it, though," said Carla. "Sadly, we did not become millionaires this week." "Did any of our numbers come up?" asked Patrick. "No, not one," replied Carla, with an air of amusement. This wasn't a surprise. They'd been playing the lottery for about 4 months and they'd never had a number come up. It had become a running joke between them that they were defying the odds in managing to be so unlucky. Jennifer reached for the kitchen roll and efficiently snapped off 6 squares. They didn't bother with napkins. It only caused more laundry, and they were long past the stage of feeling they had to try and impress one another. In fact, they had simply skipped that stage. It was hard to be the sort of person who might impress guests when all your conversation centred around cushion rings for piles and putting cold cabbage leaves in your bra to ease the pain of cracked nipples. "I'm not resigning on Monday, then," laughed Fred. "No, darling, you're not," said Jennifer, playfully nudging her husband in the ribs. "So make yourself useful and open another bottle of wine." The babies all slept through until it was time to carefully carry them home. The parents drank 5 bottles between them. More than they'd had for a while, but not as much as they once used to put away. Luckily, they all lived close to one another. No one had far to walk, just a few minutes up the road. Lexi and Jake stood at the door, waving their friends off. The couples excitedly whispered plans for the next meet-up and tried to smother the drunken laughter that erupted from one or the other of them. They all felt light-headed, light-hearted, lucky. As they closed the door behind them, Jake pulled his wife into a hug. He kissed the top of her head. He didn't try to kiss her lips because he was aware that sleep was a higher priority to her than sex at the moment. If he'd kissed her lips, she might have thought sex was what he was hoping for. "Who needs the lottery millions when we have everything already?" he asked, sleepily. "Great friends, loads of booze, a beautiful baby, and each other." Lexi lifted her head, met her husband's slightly unfocused gaze, and whispered, "Shag me." Their life was perfect. Chapter 20. Lexi. When I'm certain Emily is fast asleep, I pick up my phone and hit Carla's number. I know I gave Emily the impression that I'd follow her wishes, that I wouldn't say anything, wouldn't make things worse. But you know what? I'm the adult. I'm the parent. I get to decide what a suitable response to a beating is. Carla picks up after just 3 rings. I imagine her in her immaculate Nicholas Anthony kitchen, the tobacco-dark wood units that beautifully contrast with the luminously pale, high-gloss lacquer surfaces. The ultimate in minimalist chic. Her cleaner comes in twice a week. She'll be holding a glass of wine, perhaps. Red. There'll be a bowl of fruit, all ripe and ready to be munched, nothing browning or past its best. I don't bother with any sort of greeting. I launch straight in. In case your lawyers are just thinking about their retainer and not keeping you fully briefed, I thought you should know Jennifer and Fred have changed their stories. Initially, he maintained he and you had recommitted to the lottery. She double-crossed you from the off, said she was in the loo at the pertinent moment. Anyway, now they are both saying that they were present and correct, and that they do remember pulling out of the lottery. I have to be honest, delivering this news gives me a certain amount of satisfaction. I see. So you have no case. They've let you down. What did you offer them? She asks, coolly. None of your business. I just want you to know, they are not your friends. What happened, Lexi? When did you become this person? I ignore her comment. Don't rise to it. I had been planning on giving you $3 million, Patrick and I are due 6. Why are you keeping up this pretense? I ask. Do you think I'm recording this call? Do you think I am? She counters. She's good. I'll give her that. I sigh. Well, I'm not recording it, don't worry. I just wanted you to know I have been planning on giving you $3 million for old time's sake. Jake doesn't agree, of course, but I thought you were owed it. She's quiet. So quiet I can hear her breathing down the line. It's crazy to think you can interpret breathing. But I can. I know her that well. I've heard her breathless after a hard run, then her breathing is raspy, laboured. I've heard her breath catch in chortles because she's laughed so wildly, often at something I've said or done. We'd roll around the floor, our stomachs cramping in hysteria, unable to spit out words because we were laughing that hard. I've heard her breathing become ragged with shock when she took the call to say her brother had had a stroke. I've heard her fall asleep next to me on aeroplanes and in cars, after late nights out, gigs, parties, child-minding. She doesn't snore exactly, but she breathes heavily. I know how Carla breathes. Her breath right now is expectant, hopeful. I continue. With that sort of money, you could do a lot of things, Carla. You could move to a new house. Go back to London. I know she's secretly hankered after the bright lights of the metropolis for a while now. She's become bored of the countryside and misses the hit of being at the heart. You could start up your own business, buy that beauty salon you've often talked about. Carla once put together a really impressive business plan to buy a high street salon, which she insisted on calling a spa. For a time, she was extremely excited about the prospect of working, being her own boss. Patrick vetoed the idea. Wouldn't even let her petition the bank. He said salons were common. I think he likes having a little wife at home, being the big I am. I pause. You could leave your husband, take the kids and go somewhere very far away. She gasps. Shock? Excitement? But I'm not going to give you a penny now. Not one. Go and ask your daughter why. Then I put the phone down, before she can respond. Chapter 21. Lexi. Thursday, the 2nd of May. Neither of the kids are going into school today. I can't risk a repeat of yesterday. But I don't need to stay off, do I? Asks Logan. Ridley and Megan are hardly likely to try to beat me up. We don't know what they'll try, I mutter ominously. I'm not scared. He looks frustrated. He thinks he's being treated like a baby and he hates it. No, I know you're not. I think we are giving Megan and Ridley and their apes the wrong message. You should stand up to bullies, Mum. That's what you've always said. What's going to happen every time someone crosses Megan? She's going to think it's okay to kick the hell out of them. Fail. My heart swells with pride. I try to hug him, but he dodges it as he's annoyed with me. He stares at me with that particular brand of accusation that only children can muster when they quote back to their parents their own words. I'm surprised to hear you arguing for going to school. I'm bored of shopping, and that's what Dad and Emily are going to do today, most likely. Actually, I think they are looking at new schools. He sighs. My friends are not arseholes. I shouldn't have to change school. Don't say arseholes, Logan. Why not? Dad does. He walks out of the kitchen. I feel for him. I understand from Emily that Logan's friends were apparently thrilled for him. He is in a gang of 5 boys. I use the term gang as loosely and innocently as possible. They are still at the stage when the most rebellious thing they do is fart loudly in maths classes and then deny it. I bet they forgot all about the lottery win by lunchtime. When Emily was being beaten in the loos, Logan was waiting at the bus stop, exchanging Fortnite strategies with his mates, as usual. I also understand why Logan might crave normality. I certainly do. I leave Jake in charge of the kids and catch the bus to work. It's a bright spring day. Birds are chirping, some spindly branches of trees, defiant and lush, reach, bend and bang against the side of the bus as it trundles along the narrowest part of the country roads. I enjoy the relentlessness of nature that somehow seems eternally hopeful and exuberant. Although, of course, soon the council will be out to chop back the branches before it becomes dangerous for vehicles taking a bend. I'm running a little late, but I'm sure Ellie will understand. I told her about the win after the press conference. I also told her about the Heathcotes and Pearsons hijack, so she understands how emotionally complex everything is. The CAB team were excited for me. Judy kept exclaiming, "You dark horse! You dark horse!" To celebrate, they bought me a Victoria sponge from M&S and we shared a bottle of Carver. We ate and drank at our desks, chuckling and chatting, much as we do when one of the team has a birthday. They asked me how I was planning on spending the money. "Jake seems to be handling that," I replied wryly, which got a laugh. Then, after about 10 minutes or so, it seemed we'd said all that we could say about the lottery, and soon we were asking one another about the status of various clients. "Did Alia Habib have any luck with child support?" "Has anyone circulated the details of the firefighters' education programme to the schools?" By the time I was washing up the plates in the tiny sink in the staff room, I'd almost forgotten why we were eating cake to celebrate. It's a 5-minute walk from the bus stop to my office. I can do it in 3 if I try. I walk at the sort of pace that makes me feel waxy on my lower back. As I turn the corner, I instantly know something is up. Usually this is a fairly quiet part of the high street. The neighbouring retailers include 2 vaping shops, a betting shop, a tattoo parlour, a curry house, a kebab shop, and a fish and chip shop. It's the place to come if you're hungry. Some other retailers are boarded up. There's a lot of graffiti. Not the cool sort, just people's names and expletives. I don't judge. People have a primitive need to be noticed. At this time of day, only the CAB is open, and so it's never a busy street. But today, there is a queue of people outside the office. As I approach, I hear people murmur, "There she is. That's her." And then, with more insistence, "Mrs. Greenwood, can I have a word?" There are too many of them to be the usual clients looking for a drop-in appointment. Initially, I fear they are journalists, but I quickly understand that they are people petitioning, not for advice or a story, but for money. "He said he'll change the locks if I can't get the money to him today. My son needs a new electric wheelchair with fundraising. Excuse me, can I talk to you about the Bison Centre for MS?" I realise instantly that I can't and shouldn't try to manage any of these people. Client interaction outside the office is frowned upon. Although I've broken the rules on that before, I feel this queue and the number of requests might overwhelm me and decide I had better stick to protocol. I smile briskly and stride towards the office, nodding at everyone who pulls at my arm or tries to talk to me, but effectively brushing them off. "Do make an appointment. Can you just bear with me? I just need to get inside. I have meetings." Inside the office is not much calmer. Every one of my colleagues has a drop-in client. There are other people filling the chairs in the waiting area, and many more are stood about. As I step inside, everyone seems to pause and turn to me. I don't know what to say. One woman breaks the silence. She is sat at Judy's desk, but quickly and dismissively turns away from Judy. "Thanks for your help, love, but it's her I want to see." In an instant, the woman is up on her feet and pushing through the tightly packed desks towards me. Her initiative seems to give everyone else permission to move. Suddenly, 6 or 7 people surge towards me. I recognise a couple of the faces. Laura Atkins, who has a brutal partner that she is too scared to leave, and Vicky Lavin, who's fallen foul of an exploitative payday lender who regularly threatens to break her arms. I see hope in their eyes as they clamour towards me. Someone knocks over a chair in their haste. It clatters to the floor, but no one bends to pick it up. The air feels volatile. It's chaos. I instinctually back away from them and then feel trapped when the back of my thighs hit my desk. I'm so grateful when Ellie's strong, calm voice cuts through the demands and disorder. If everyone can just take a seat, please. We're going to form an orderly queue. Rob, if you can give everyone a number, like at the supermarket meat counter. Lexi, can we have a minute in my office, please? I hurriedly and gratefully follow her into the office, embarrassed that I didn't handle that well. I've never backed away from someone in need in my life before. I normally run towards them. I close the door behind me, but the pleas of the crowd can still be heard, although muffled. They pull at my conscience. Well, this is unprecedented, says Ellie. I think we both wish we were in some sort of 90s cop show, where she could open the drawer of her desk and pull out a bottle of whiskey and a couple of glasses. She sits down, but doesn't offer me a seat. I hesitate, unsure why there is suddenly a formality between us that there never has been in the past. I continue to hover. The people at the lottery company said there would be petitions for charity, I point out. Did they tell you how to handle it? Well, usually the winners hire an assistant to open the post, answer emails, etc. Then the winners can buy some time before they make considered choices about who they want to donate to. I shrug, apologetically. But I guess I'm much more accessible. Yes, you are. Almost everyone you see and work with on a daily basis is in some sort of position of vulnerability. We are going to donate to charities, I rush to reassure my boss. I don't doubt it, Ellie smiles, but it doesn't seem entirely natural or relaxed. It seems to require more effort to muster than usual. Sit down, Lexi. She suddenly seems impatient with me. I hastily pull out a chair. It scrapes along the floor, lets out a howl. We both wince. So, what are we going to do? You know you can't give any of these people money, right? I mean, that's not our job. Doing so would be short-termist. It would cause a lot of trouble for the Bureau. Of course. I sigh. It's impossible not to think how easy it would be to go back out there and start to dish out cash. It would ease countless concerns. Because, once you started doing that, it would be impossible to know where to draw the line. Our job is to give advice, guidance, not cash. Yes, I nod. Ellie studies me to see if I'm really listening, then shakes her head. I'm not sure you'll be able to refuse them, though. It's not in your nature. You always struggle to draw a line. I glance at her, guilty. I don't think she is aware of the out-of-office help I've given Thomas, how involved I have become, but I suppose she might be. He's not the first client I've bent rules for. I have delivered clothes which my kids have grown out of directly to families I know are in need, when, strictly speaking, I shouldn't visit clients in their homes. On one occasion I paid for a client's supermarket shop because I knew she was too proud to go to a food bank and her kids wouldn't eat that week if I didn't. I'm not a natural insurgent. Jake is the maverick in our family, but nor will I adhere to red tape for the sake of it if I think it's standing in the way of the right thing being done. I sigh. Ellie is right. I will struggle not to dish out cash willy-nilly, even though, logically, I understand it's not the proper way to go about things. Or even, I admit, the most effective. I look around the office. I am reminded, not for the first time, how insistently Ellie is resisting the digital age. Her shelves heave with lever arch files that are overflowing. Many of the cases date back 10 or even 12 years. She is always promising herself that she'll catalogue them digitally one day. They could probably be binned, but Ellie won't do that because she's too conscientious and also somehow respectful. The troubles those people had shouldn't be entirely forgotten. Until she can preserve them digitally, the heaving files will remain. I read the posters that advertise the signs to look out for in a loved one if they have depression. Others that advertise websites and phone numbers that people can call if they need help with certain legal or health matters. I don't want to meet Ellie's gaze. I think I know what she's going to say, and consequently, tears of frustration have welled up in my eyes. I don't want them to spill. I have never cried at work. I've heard and seen many difficult things here, but it doesn't help anyone if I cry. People come here looking for clear and confident guidance, not emotions. I can't let the first tears be ones of self-pity. Are you sacking me? No, of course not. She pauses. But I do think it will be best if you take a period of absence. No one can get on with their work with this sort of disruption, and they have to work, Lexi. What we do is vital. I don't know how people found out where I am. Word gets around, I suppose. You have been in all the local press. Many of our clients no doubt simply recognised your face. I'm not certain, but I think I hear disapproval in Ellie's tone. She probably thinks we shouldn't have taken the publicity. She's most likely right. It was never my intention. I wasn't left with a choice. Yesterday afternoon was quite tricky. There were fewer people here than there are today, but it was still disruptive. There was this one young guy. He can't have been more than 20. Has Tourette syndrome? Apparently, you're helping him find work. She looks at me, waiting for me to identify him. She trusts me enough to know I know the names of all my clients. Dave McDunn. Yes, that's it. Well, he didn't believe it was your half day. He just thought we were stopping him seeing you. He got agitated, lashed out, knocked some elderly chap clean over. The elderly chap hadn't even come to see you. He just wanted to talk to someone about his heating bill. It was very tricky. Oh no, was he okay? Banged his elbow and thigh as he went down. It really was quite a violent shove. His daughter has already made a complaint. We're going to need to write it up. I shake my head. This is the last thing Ellie needs. We're always thinly stretched. A complaint investigation will add significantly to the workload. I'm sorry. Well, it isn't your fault exactly. She sounds grudging. Was Dave okay? I know him. He won't have meant any harm. Maybe not, but he caused some, and of course the Tourette's didn't help. Once he started swearing, old Mr. Ryan just thought he was a terrifying thug. It's a very much misunderstood condition, I interject. Ellie looks impatient. I know, Lexi. We sit for a moment in silence. I feel chastised, she feels patronised. I don't like the gap that's widening between us. I fear I might fall through it. Ellie eventually lets out a long sigh. After a few months, things will calm down and we can talk about you coming back. A few months, I gasp. Ellie shrugs. She's not committing. It might be less. I don't know how long these things take to blow over. You are going on holiday soon anyway, aren't you? Yes. To New York, right? Yes. I've always wanted to go to New York. She says this with what I think is a note of envy in her voice. Staying somewhere lovely, I expect. I nod. She studies me as though I'm an insect behind one of those glass domes the Victorians were so fond of. A curiosity. You should just try and enjoy your good luck, Lexi. I leave her office. There's nothing more to be said. I walk to the local Greasy Spoon that's just 10 minutes from my office. I expected some people from the queue at the Citizens Advice Bureau to follow me, but they don't because I lie, reassuring them I'll be back in a minute, and urging them to stay put. You don't want to lose your place in the queue. They trust me, so don't follow. I feel squalid and selfish ignoring their requests, being one more person who is prepared to lie to them and let them down. But what can I do? At the cafe, I order a mug of tea. It's served stronger than I usually drink it, but I swallow it quickly anyway, scalding my mouth in my impatience. I check around, but no one is paying me any attention. The place is full of builders on their morning break reading tabloid newspapers, their bottoms spread over the small wooden chairs, their stomachs rolling over their belts. Not for the first time, I think the real win in life is being born a man. I pull out my phone and hit the number that is now saved in my favourites. It rings 2, 3, 4 times before he picks up. Toma Albu, he declares. I have always liked the way he owns his name. Not afraid to state it, even when he was on the streets, Toma claimed his name, held on to himself, despite the odds. What would you do with £3 million? Lexi? Yes. I repeat the question. I read about the win. Congratulations. I hear amusement in his voice, which warms me. You are ringing me to ask how to spend it? No. I won nearly 18 million, not 3. I'm ringing you to ask how you would spend 3, if I gave 3 to you. Why would you do that? I can hear talking in the background. I guess he's on his tea break too. Like the builders, he also starts early. I imagine the bustle in the factory staff room as people jostle for mugs, tea bags, milk. I feel his stillness, his seriousness and calm as he waits for me to explain myself, which I can't. Not really. I want to. Is it enough to allow you to return home? Well, I suppose I could exhume my wife and son and have their bodies flown home if I had that sort of money. Is that what you meant? No, not exactly. I feel mortified because I've been clumsy. He told me he couldn't leave the UK because he couldn't bear to be so far away from them, to leave them behind. He has never said the problem was money. I suppose I hadn't really believed it. I suppose I still thought money could help him start again. Have I started to think like Jake? Do I believe money can fix everything? I'd be an idiot to believe that, when the evidence is stacking up to say the exact opposite. Yesterday my daughter was beaten at school, I explain. I'm so sorry to hear that. Is she going to be okay? Yes, in the grand scheme of things, I know she's not. I break off. Change tack. I know things could have been worse. He makes a sound, not a word exactly. I find it soothing. Before it happened, I thought I understood how you felt, that I understood your loss, your sense of anger and impotence, or at least almost. I stumble again. I take a deep breath and admit, but I see my empathy was limited. It still is. Your child was hurt, mine is dead. Yes. I feel fury and shame. Fury that she was hurt, shame that I didn't protect her. Toma must feel something 100,000 times more daunting, more dreadful. My problem isn't your problem, Lexi, says Toma quietly. I can't take your money. You have done a lot already. Thank you. You are a very good woman. His thanks are heartfelt but steady, not gushing. Thank you. You've helped me get back on my feet, the lodgings, the job. It still doesn't seem enough. I don't want you to lose any more time. You can't control that. Even with millions, you can't control time. Right. I sigh, and it sits between us. The boundary of my abilities. Toma seems to understand my sigh, my frustration. I can hear the smile in his voice. But Lexi, I'm nearly there. Things are changing for me. You did that. I want to give you this money, I insist. £3 million is a lot of money, Lexi. He whistles. A lot. It's a fraction of what we want, really, Thomas. I want you to have it. Go and do some good with it, or go and blow the lot, I don't care. I know it doesn't bring them back, I mutter apologetically. Nothing can. No, but it might help with other things. For a moment he is silent, and I am afraid he's not going to let me do this. Please. He sighs and then says, Okay. And he gives me his bank details. I feel breathless, light-headed. I make a call to my bank, trying not to think about how Jake will react when he finds out what I have done. I am taken through security by someone at the bank who is terribly well-spoken and efficient. In just a few moments, the transaction is complete. As easy as that. I'd expected that moving such a monumental amount of money might be difficult, but things are made very easy, for the rich. None of it seems very real to me. It's like playing with Monopoly money.
Chapter 22. Emily. Dad and I spend the morning trawling through various sites like Oliver Bonus, Anthropology, Zara, click, click, click. I buy lip balms, jewellery trees, bracelets, photo frames, handbags, hair clips, and clothes. I didn't want to do real-life shopping, because I don't want to stare at my bashed-up face in the mirror in changing rooms. I certainly don't want people staring at me. Dad sits next to me while I shop. Before the win, if I was browsing online, he'd be all like, "Wait till you see it in the shop. They make stuff look better online." Basically, massively discouraging. But now, he is worse than me. Get it, why not? He gently strokes my cheekbone, which is the colour of a thunderous cloud. Logan buys 2 different football kits, Manchester United and Real Madrid. It doesn't take long at all, but he seems mad happy. Mum has gone to work, but I don't think she'd have joined in on the spree even if she'd been here. Other than the clothes for the press conference, the only thing she has expressed any interest in buying is a book from the Folio Society. Apparently they publish special edition books with cool illustrations. She got one last Christmas off Dad, Atonement by Ian McEwan. She said she might start collecting them. What is she on? Start collecting them? Doesn't she realise she can afford to buy the entire lot in one drop? We don't need to eke anything out anymore. I don't know how Mum can exercise so much self-control. I have no idea why she would want to. I tell Dad he should buy her the lot to surprise her, but he buys her just one, Wuthering Heights. Your mum secretly loves a bad boy, and Heathcliff is the prototype, he says, grinning. I grimace. That is not information I need. Then, just as he's at the checkout, he pops Mansfield Park into the e-cart and murmurs, "It's her favourite book. 2 isn't over the top, right?" My favourite book is The Fault in Our Stars. I don't know if Ridley knows this. Ridley says his is Catch-22, but he's never actually read it. It just sounds cool. His actual favourite is Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Dad is buoyant today because last night he took a call from the lottery company who say Jennifer and Fred have now confirmed that not only had they pulled out of the lottery, but that the Pearsons had pulled out of the syndicate before the win too. He looks smug. I'm just relieved. Hearing their names makes me feel weird. As they are Ridley's parents, up until very recently, they were always associated with fun, happy times, and specifically, access to Ridley. Ridley has been a part of my life forever, and I can't remember a time when I didn't love him, one way or another. At first, just as a friend, and then, well... People say we were like siblings, because we shared paddling pools and chicken pox, but that was never true. I was always more aware of him and in awe of him than anyone is with a sibling. When we were tiny, I thought he came up with all the best games and plans. I followed him up trees and through streams. We built every Minecraft world to his specification. He is the first boy Megan and I ever kissed. We both kissed him on the same night. It was a long time ago, when we were younger and all just working out whether we were, I don't know, people who might want to kiss or be kissed, I suppose. It was experimental, and the experiment turned out to be conclusive. For Ridley and Megan, their kiss was just a bit of fun, a practice. For Ridley and me, our kiss was everything. We started to acknowledge that we saw each other differently. I don't understand the raw need he lights in me. I just know that when I'm not with him, I'm not really anywhere. I don't exist. I'm just flat. Then he walks into a room, and I'm all the dimensions. At least, that's how it was. Now, money is the new Ridley, I guess. The things we're buying, and the things we can do now we are rich, excite me. It's not the same, obviously. I can't kiss and suck and breathe in money. Money can't cause me to burn. But somehow, one edged out the other. It's just the way it is. I didn't think I'd have to choose. I still think spending the money with Ridley would have been the best. The old Ridley. The boy I thought he was. I hate Jennifer and Fred for messing everything up, for trying to con us and pretend a third of the money was theirs. If they hadn't done that, Ridley and I would have been fine. We'd have got over his initial reaction, and he'd never have done what he did to me in the school toilets. And yeah, they've had a fit of conscience now, and at least had the decency to do the right thing and come clean, finally. But so what? It's too late. It's all too late. I wish there was a button, though, that I could press and just turn my feelings off completely. I have played Rihanna's Love the Way You Lie basically on loop, 'cause #even angels have their wicked schemes. How could he have stood by and let them hurt me? And the photos he took? I can't forgive him. I switch up my playlist. Now I'm all about Ariana Grande, #I want it, I got it. Dad is distracted by admin. He announces he has made an appointment at a private school. They are prepared to see him this afternoon. I think Mum will kill him for going without her, but he doesn't seem to care when I point this out.
Do you want to come?
He asks me. No, you're all right. I don't think this face makes the right first impression. I try to wink, to pretend it's not getting me down, but it backfires because winking hurts like hell.
Fair point,
says Dad. He kisses the top of my head, carefully, to avoid causing any twinges.
Will you keep an eye on Logan?
Yeah. The minute Dad has gone, I beg Logan for his phone. Mine is obviously done for since it was flushed. He is sat at his computer, a blue glow shining on his nerdy little face. I have to tap him on the shoulder to get his attention and get him to take off his headphones. Like any normal teenager, he hates handing over his phone.
What will you give me?
I don't know, I admit. In the past, I'd offer £1. We stare at each other for a moment, and then simultaneously realise that we can no longer bribe one another with cash, because we have loads of it. This makes us laugh, and Logan gives me his phone.
If you post anything on my accounts, I'll kill you.
Fair. I dash to my own room, and then set about logging into all my social media accounts that I can. By flushing my phone, Megan basically pushed me overboard and left me bobbing in the sea without a life jacket or even a crappy little whistle. Since we rowed on that first day when I told them about the win, I have been hopelessly, but compulsively checking every form of communication about every 3 minutes to see if Ridley might contact me privately. Snaps, Insta, WhatsApp, Twitter, basic text messaging, and even old person Facebook. Since she flushed the phone, I can no longer feed this obsession. I guess Megan has done me a favour, even though that's the last thing she intended. She knows, everyone knows, how vital a phone is. She's basically hacked off a limb. The thing is, I've not told my parents about the photos Ridley took in the loo. I just couldn't bring myself to do so. They think that the worst he did was stand guard for teachers, and they fecking hate him for that, especially my mother. I think she would rip him apart with her teeth if Dad and I allowed it. I don't know why I'm protecting him. Or maybe I do. I have to know what he plans to do with them. Is he going to humiliate me and post them? Has he already done that? Or is it enough for him to know I know he has them? Does he just want to feel powerful again? I can't imagine he's wanking over them. I keep wondering, and this is bad. Are they a thing now? Ridley and Megan? Just the thought, just the suggestion, makes it difficult for me to breathe. No, surely not. She's never fancied him. Or has she? I guess she wouldn't tell me if she did. And he's gorgeous. Why wouldn't she fancy him? Megan always had this big thing about us telling each other everything about everything. Like, we talked about period pain, how fat our thighs looked versus how fat they really are, what we'd like to do with our lives, the fact she gets a recurring black head in the middle of her back, which I always squeeze for her, and I grow a single persistent hair out of my nipple, and even though I pluck it, it comes back. What is that about? Who gets tit pubes? That's the sort of question we used to put to one another. There are things I didn't tell Megan about Ridley. It became impossible to put into words the things we did to each other, the pleasure we got from one another. I didn't hold back telling her about that bit of us because I'm ashamed of it. The opposite. I didn't tell anyone because it's so brilliant, so amazing and special. I'm protecting us. Other people would ruin it. Even Megan. They'd say we were too young. They'd gasp, shocked, horrified. They'd say, once he got what he wanted, he'd leave me. Maybe they'd be right about that bit. Ridley wouldn't go there. Would he? With Megan? Here's the truth about Megan. She isn't super pretty. I mentioned she didn't get her mum's looks. Well, she's not even super funny either, which is a shame because her dad can be quite a laugh. She is, however, super clever. Cleverer than I am, and she's all sciencey, which is cool, especially for a girl. It should not matter, but it does because we're not living in the future yet, and people really do stereotype. I loved seeing people get blown away when she talked about the space-time continuum or black holes or whatever. When we were 11 or 12, that was just the best. Some dumb and arrogant boy would be going on about X-Men, Days of Future Past, naming all the mutants' skills or something tedious, and Megan would casually start talking about the possibility of time travel for real. Quietly arguing that if it was going to happen, moving forward in time was far more likely than back. Their faces. We'd practically burst laughing about it. I loved Megan. And then Ridley. Oh God, help me. It wasn't that I left Megan behind or moved on. I loved them both. It was just that what I felt for Ridley was something different. So more. Like everything about him gets to me. Where he smiles, laughs, eats an apple. Ridley moves in a way that is somehow both purposeful and also slack. It's not that he learnt this posed strut as a cool teen. It's intrinsic to him, and always has been. He's a great sportsman, And boys who grow up being told they are brilliant at throwing and catching and saving and hitting balls just ooze a different, inimitable confidence and a trust in their bodies that swotty kids never have. He knows where he wants to put his hands, his mouth. He knows where I want him to put them. It hurts, thinking about it. His hands on my body, and the fact that they won't be again, that I'm no longer entitled to that. It causes me actual pain. Way more pain than when Megan's thugs tried to rearrange my face. There is something I know I need to do. Like, very much more important than my nails or my brows, yet I haven't. I daren't. I can't. It's better this way, not knowing for certain. Limbo is pretty liberating when you think about it. Being on the fence, you get a view of everything. Once you jump down on one side or the other, half the world is inaccessible, right? The point is, although I'm not the science geek, I'm not an idiot. Time travel is not a thing. You can't undo the past. Time moves in one direction only, and that relentless march has never been more poignant than now. I fight the overwhelming lethargy that invades my body whenever I think about this and stand up, walk towards the large number of shopping bags that are scattered on my bedroom floor. I haven't got around to unpacking everything we've bought. I'm not even sure if I have enough hangers and space. Even in amongst all this mess, I know exactly where it is, though, and I'm drawn to it like a magnet pulls a needle on a compass. It's nestled in a skinny plastic bag, hidden inside a quality cardboard bag, right at the bottom, below a pair of Guess jeans. The pregnancy test.
Chapter 23. Lexi. I come home to a silent house. Logan is reading. "Where is my son, and what have you done with his body?" I ask the alien invader. "Ha ha." "What's the book about?" "A post-apocalyptic world where a bunch of teens survive without parents but have an army of zombies to fight." "Sounds great." "It's awesome, really gory, and actually the kids do much better without parents." Funny boy. I'm just pleased to see he's reading rather than playing video games as usual, but no better than to say as much. If I support an activity, I am condemning said activity to certain death. Emily is in her room. It isn't clear what she is doing. She claims to be watching a YouTube tutorial on how to apply eyeliner, but there's no sign of a screen. She's just staring at the ceiling. "Everything okay?" I immediately want to kick myself. It is too general a question, unlikely to elicit an informative or specific response. "God, yes, Mum. Why wouldn't it be? We've just won the lottery." "Right. I was thinking of doing some baking. Do you want to help?" "Bad day at the office?" I applaud her perception. She hasn't noticed I'm home 5 hours early, but she does know that I often bake when I feel wobbly. There's something about the rituals of weighing, sifting, stirring that I find extremely therapeutic. I cross my fingers, hoping that she'll agree to bake with me. "Don't fancy it today, thanks." Her gaze stays focused on the ceiling. "Not even brownies? Or cupcakes? We could make those bake-in-the-mug cupcakes." "Actually, Mum, if you fancy a cupcake, you should probably just get some from Lola's, in Selfridges. They do delivery. They're very on trend." "Okay, maybe I'll look into it." I won't. I've spent most of the afternoon clock watching because I figure 6 p.m. is an acceptable time to open a bottle of wine. The kids tell me that Jake is seeing a new school, but neither of them know which one, and although I call him, he doesn't pick up. I assume it's the local private school he's visiting, but I don't know for sure. For all I know, he might have made an appointment at Eton, or Cheltenham Ladies' College. Nothing would surprise me anymore. I'm irritated. He shouldn't be looking at schools without me or the kids. He doesn't get home until I'm a third of the way down the bottle of wine. I tell him about Ellie forcing me to take a leave of absence. I expect him to be insensitive and go on about how it's a good thing, because it will give me more flexibility and we can take more holidays. He blindsides me with understanding and thoughtfulness when he says, "Oh, Lexi, I'm really sorry about your job. I know it mattered to you." I'm sat at the breakfast bar, nursing my glass. He stands behind me and massages my neck. He leans close and kisses my nape with extraordinary tenderness. Thanks. I realise this is the moment I should tell him about giving £3 million away. I stay silent. Jake pulls away and claps his hands together. "Okay, right. Who feels like cooking tonight?" "No one. We need to go out for dinner." He's out of the room and calling up the stairs before I reply. "Kids, come on. We're going to London. We're going to find a really great restaurant and eat and drink too much." They don't need to be asked twice. I hear them scampering above me, running to Bagsy the bathroom. Jake comes back into the kitchen and beams. "Emily needs an opportunity to wear some of those new clothes, right?" As is quite usual in our family, the teens are never simply compliant. After the initial excitement about the prospect of eating out at a cool restaurant, Logan is disgusted to hear he might have to wear school shoes, because some of the places Jake is thinking of taking us to have a footwear policy that specifies no trainers. Then Emily has a mini confidence crisis because of her injured face and won't believe us that her makeup covers the bruises. "You can hardly tell." She's right not to believe us. Her attempts at caking makeup over the wounds just draw the eye, but both Jake and I are well aware that to say so, whilst ticking the box of honesty, would backfire and escalate her panic. "I think it makes you look edgy," says Jake. "Kind of heroin chic." "Jake, that's not a thing anymore, and it's hardly aspirational for our daughter, is it?" Jake winks at Emily, and whether or not she understands that her dad is alluding to an anarchic vision of beauty, signalling drug addiction, she grins and dashes for the door. We call an Uber, and as we are driven into London, Jake makes some phone calls and secures a dinner reservation at a restaurant called At. Not At or Arabas, just At. The name alone tells me the place will be so trendy it will be terrifying. Jake says that at the moment, At is reputed to be the most expensive restaurant in London. He beams. "It is fair to say that it is the sort of restaurant that only oligarchs and those with expense accounts visit. There's a waiting list that's 3 months long, but when I told them we were lottery winners, they found us a table." "Cool," comments Logan. Although I wonder what he'll find on the menu that he'll like. He's a burger and chips boy, steak and chips on special occasions. It's impossible not to be impressed. The ceiling towers meters above us. The floor is vast, a place where people come to see and be seen. All the tables are round, and we are shown to a circular booth which affords privacy. My guess is that this one table is always kept aside for the trail of pop stars, actors and VIPs that must want to drop by every night. The leather booth is dark blue, the round table is gold. It should be awful, garish and obvious, but I have to admit it's stupendous, luxurious and startling. The room is swathed in various shades of shimmering fabrics that suggest a bygone era. "It's like being on the set of The Great Gatsby," says Emily, giggling. She's completely forgetting to be a teen and showing her enthusiasm in spades. I can't help but be thrilled by this. Any parent of a teen knows that a child's mood dictates the success of the evening, and it's a relief to see her happy. There's a lot going on in her world, and I need to spend some time unpicking it, but there's a lot going on in my world too, so I haven't quite got to the bottom of it yet. The large cardboard menus are as thick as magazines. In each dish there is at least one ingredient I don't recognise, but we manage to order anyway as we largely depend on the recommendation of the staff, who are incredibly friendly, and thankfully not the breed of waiters who feel their job is to rudely intimidate. Jake insists on ordering champagne. He hasn't drunk anything else since the win. Let's buy by the glass, then we can switch to wine if we want to, I suggest. He shrugs, but doesn't object. He just throws me an odd look that suggests I'm bonkers, and then catches himself, tries to put his face back into neutral. I know we can afford champagne. We can probably bathe in it. But I want wine. Once we have our drinks, and whilst we wait for the main course, I turn to Jake. So, the children tell me you went to look at a school today. That was quick off the block. Why hang about? I called Cooper's and the head there said she'd see me. Cooper's is the local private school. I'm relieved that at least he hasn't been more ambitious and thought of sending them to boarding school without consulting me. I thought it was worth striking while the iron is hot. I know you don't like me just hanging around the house. This is true, so I can hardly object to him showing initiative. What's it like? Beautiful. Amazing. The facilities are out of this world. They have a theatre, language lab, science labs, a music room. Sign me up, says Emily. We have all that stuff, points out Logan, not willing to keep the reluctance out of his voice. Yeah, you do, but this is all just bigger and better and shinier. Jake laughs and downs his glass of champagne, signals to the waiter for another one. He offers me another, but my glass is still full. Their theatre has dressing rooms and the light and sound kit is amazing. The language and science labs are state-of-the-art. I've never seen as many instruments as there were in the music rooms. The sports facilities are spectacular, son. Really? Jake knows which buttons to press. I'll give him that. Honestly, they have everything. An Olympic-sized swimming pool, full-size football and rugby pitches, 4G AstroTurf, cricket nets, squash courts, tennis courts, a gym. You should have seen it. Yeah, he should have. We all should have. Our starters arrive, and the conversation is put on pause as we all ooh and ah at the plates in front of us, which are basically works of art. The waiter asks if we need anything. Logan asks for ketchup. To give the man his credit, he doesn't blanch. It's only after the chorus of appreciative noises has died down that Jake says, "There are places available. You could start straight after half-term." What? The week after next? No, that's not possible, I say instinctually, although I haven't really fully formed a reason as to why I'm objecting. Why not? It makes sense to get a half-term under their belts before the summer. That way they can make friends who they can see over the long holidays, the right sort of friends, adds Jake, looking pointedly at Emily's bashed face. How come there are places? I thought a school like that would have waiting lists. It should have, if it's any good. It does, grins Jake. The headmistress mentioned her plans to extend the library. I made a sizable donation. You did what? I bristle. It's how it works, Lexi. If we start the week after half-term, does that mean we can't go to New York? Asks Emily. That was when we were planning our trip. I think we should cancel that, says Jake. What? No! Emily objects vehemently. Well, postpone. We can go in the summer. Your mother's right. We need to get you back in a routine. Start our new life as soon as we can. The kids glare at me, and I'm unsure how the blame landed at my door. If we cancel the holiday, will we get our deposits back? I ask. For the hotel, yes. What about the flights? I'm not sure. Emily looks broken. I want to fix her. I suppose now I'm not working and don't have to worry about getting leave at half-term, we could bring the trip forward. Go next week, I suggest. I thought about that, but then thought maybe it's all a bit too much. Maybe we do need to take a breather, like you said. Take time to really let it all sink in. I mean, we'll need to organise buying the new school uniforms and such. It will be hectic, says Jake. I am gobsmacked by his U-turn, and I must look as startled as I feel because he adds, "What's up? I thought you'd be pleased." I am, deep down, I think. I do believe we need a breather, and I wasn't really looking forward to the orgy of shopping on Fifth Avenue that I know Emily was planning. But I had been keen to visit Ellis Island and see the Statue of Liberty. Besides, I just don't like breaking promises to the kids. Reading my mind, Jake assures me, "The kids will get over it. I'm not saying never, I'm just postponing." Turning to them, he flashes one of his best smiles. "When we go in the summer, we can stay longer or fly to the West Coast too and go to LA. LA? Really? Emily is instantly mollified. We could visit Universal Studios, adds Jake, and that hooks in Logan. He doesn't need to say anything more. They are placated, compliant. The holiday forgotten, a new school agreed to, like lightning. Jake has secured everything he wanted. Yet he pushes on, regardless. "You know what I've been thinking?" "What?" "We should throw a party." "A party?" "It's no one's birthday for ages." "You can have a party without it being a birthday, Logan," points out Jake. "I was thinking we should throw a party to say goodbye to all your old school friends, and we could get the class list off your new school and invite your new friends too." "Have you lost your mind? That will never work," I interject. I think it's so obvious, I don't even feel I have to explain. 2 sets of teens from different schools and different scenes, half of whom we've never even met. Why would they even agree to come? I'm absolutely blown away by the fact that Emily isn't closing down the idea immediately. "All my old school friends?" she asks with what sounds like curiosity. "Yes, a huge blow-their-mind sort of party." He doesn't say it, but I can't help but think that far from being a celebratory occasion, the subcontext is to rub other people's noses in it, to smear our wealth far and wide. "And my friends?" asks Logan. "Sure, yeah, of course, buddy." Jake ruffles Logan's hair. "And mine and your mum's. We'll invite everyone we know." I hate being thrust into the role of realist bad cop, but feel I have to point out the flaws in the plan that seem so obvious to me, but are apparently eluding everyone else. "And do you think everyone will come?" "Well, my old mate certainly will," says Emily, presumably discounting Ridley and Megan, who are unlikely to RSVP in the positive even if we did ask them, which I never would. Not in a million years. "I see that, but your dad mentioned inviting your new classmates. I'm not sure about that. We know nothing about them. We don't know how they roll." "Everyone loves a party," interjects Jake. "Well, no, teens don't, not always." He's a very involved dad. I know he is aware of cliques, gangs, fashions, trends, socio-economic status, cool status, and just plain old-fashioned self-consciousness. All the factors that can cripple a teen party. "I think if there is enough drink, everyone will enjoy it," insists Emily. "Emily, you are 15. Any alcohol served will be limited, and besides, you don't even drink." "Yeah, you're a freak," chips in Logan. Emily throws him a searing look of irritation, and I automatically say by rote, "Don't be rude to your sister." "I'm not being rude, I'm being factual. She's 2 months off her 16th birthday and she doesn't drink. Everyone else her age does. She's a freak, and I don't just mean everyone else considers her a freak, which they do. She is an actual freak. Statistically proven." Logan continues to dip skinny fries into the ketchup, and then pushes them into his mouth, seemingly unaware of the offence he is causing. Jake rescues the situation. His ease and charm are always really helpful when it comes to diffusing the kids' spats. "I think everyone will come to the party if it is cool enough, and yeah, that means some drink," he says, smiling encouragingly at Emily. "But dished out responsibly," he adds, shooting me a reassuring grin. Jake has a way of making everyone love him, even when they are on opposite sides of the fence. "This party needs to be awesome, and when I say awesome, I mean awesome. A recognised DJ, for starters." "Really?" Emily squeals. "Yeah, like someone who plays on Radio 1. They gig out at unis, don't they? We must be able to secure someone your mates will know. We'll have lights, a dance floor, smoke machines, all of that." "Wow." Emily's eyes are wide with expectation. "Also, a theme. We need a theme." "Like Star Wars!" exclaims Logan excitedly. Jake and Emily don't dignify his comment with a direct response. Jake continues, "Like a colour theme or underwater world, a carnival." Then looking around him for inspiration. "The Great Gatsby." "A carnival could be good." Emily is grinning. "We can hire rides like a Ferris wheel and a merry-go-round." "A bouncy castle?" Logan is beaming, enough of a kid to want to bounce on a castle for the sheer joy and giddiness of jumping up and down. I think Emily might caustically shoot him down, but she maybe is still enough of a kid to appreciate that joy too, because she nods. Or maybe she just knows impulsive, uncontrolled bouncing up and down is a great way to flirt. Is she even thinking about flirting with someone new? What is she thinking and feeling about Ridley and Megan? I don't quite know, and I should. Yesterday she was adamant that she hates them, but that sounds too simple to be true. She's had a strange, feverish edginess about her tonight. What does that mean? Does she fear them? Teens are surprisingly resilient and horribly vulnerable, sometimes simultaneously. I can't help but wonder if she's purposefully stuffing back emotions she can't comprehend. "We could get a candy floss machine, bunting, festoons of light, a marquee in the shape of a circus big top." It's lovely to see my daughter so excited by something, especially after what she's been through. I feel mean throwing cold water on the idea, but I just think this is all moving too quickly. I don't know for a fact that the gifting of the designer bags inflamed Megan and her thugs enough for them to instigate the beating, but I have a feeling that it did. Jealousy is an insidious, pervasive disease. I'm concerned that throwing a look-at-us full-on show-off party isn't going to have the desired effect of getting all our friends, neighbours and associates to celebrate with us. It may just turn into something that will cause further resentment. We haven't got room for any of these things. We can't fit a Ferris wheel in our garden. My family turn to me and laugh loudly. Even Logan. "We'll rent a venue, a field or something. Obviously." Obviously. I down my glass of champagne and make eye contact with the waiter. I think I might need to order a bottle after all. This is likely to be a long night. Chapter 24. Lexi. Friday, the 10th of May. The days of the week explode like fireworks, tumble, shine, and then disappear, now that we are lottery winners. The days have no order to them. Time seems irrelevant, almost awkward. Routines are abandoned, surprises are abundant. Friday is no longer a day when I see the kids off to school, my husband off to work, and then go to work myself, partially excited that it's a half day, home by 2 o'clock, the freedom, and partially panicked. How will I fit a day's work into a few hours? Only one of my kids goes to school, and neither my husband nor I work. As my days are no longer divided into 30-minute appointments, they stretch out, endless and indolent. This Friday I'm pleased to have something to do, somewhere to be. We are meeting with a financial advisor to decide how best to manage our millions. Unbelievable. Jake and I sit in the huge glass atrium, staring at an 8-metre-long reception desk at which sit 4 receptionists of exceptional beauty. There is a living wall of plants behind them, reaching up at least 10 metres, and yet still not hitting the ceiling. There are a number of conversations I want to have with my husband. They hang in the air around us, like overly pungent incense, silent, colourless, but intrusive all the same. This morning I received a text from Hugh, Jake's eldest brother. It detailed how much was owed on Hugh's mortgage and his bank account number. I wasn't aware Jake had asked for either thing when he called to share their good news, but maybe he did. We do plan to pay off both of Jake's brother's mortgages, but I'm a little put out by Hugh's expectation that this is a cert, and I'm irritated by the fact that he requested we make the payment in full before the end of the month, as he has apparently already cancelled his direct debit. In full was written in capitals. I loathe texts that are written in capitals. I have been a lottery winner for 20 days. I had no idea how exhausting it would be negotiating other people's emotions. The envy, disbelief, incredulity. I constantly feel a degree or two warmer than usual as I absorb the heat of everyone's gaze. I want to tell Jake about Thomas. All about Thomas. Our secret mission to discover who was ultimately behind the deaths of his wife and child, and the relationship that has developed as a result of our shared undertaking. I want to tell my husband about the respect I feel for another man, because if I do that, then surely I disarm the ticking bomb. But I don't know where to start. Most importantly, I have to tell him about the money I gave to Thomas. I know Jake will be furious. He won't understand. He'll point out that I can't right other people's wrongs, can't offer compensation, can't play God. And even though I know what his argument will be, I find I don't know how to present my own. Instead, I look at the wall of plants and ask, "Do you think they are real?" "That's why it's called a living wall. We should get one." "Why do we need a wall of plants?" "I don't know. Why do these guys need one? It looks cool." Jake sees that I am unimpressed and so adds, "Oxygen? Imagine how much oxygen it's producing." Well, I can't see that in our front room. Jake laughs. "Which is why we need to move. We need somewhere that reflects who we are now." I am still me, the same person I was before our win, for good or bad. I'm not anyone different, and can't really imagine living anywhere different. We don't need to move. Maybe we could extend our own house. When we bought it years ago, we sometimes banded around the idea of adding a sunroom by extending into the garden and building an extra bedroom above, if things ever picked up for Jake at work. That would be lovely. The extra space would certainly be useful. Gillian meets us in the reception. As ever, I am delighted to see her. She is going to chair the panel of advisors, which I find reassuring. There will be a financial advisor, a solicitor, and an accountant. I am dimly aware we're paying for the service of at least the latter 2, maybe all 3. I don't know how it works with the financial advisor. Do they make commissions off whatever products they sell? But then everyone keeps stressing that this financial advisor is independent, so maybe that just means we pay for his expertise up front. I have no idea what these professionals cost. A lot, if the scale and style of this office is anything to go by. Jake has pointed out we can afford it anyway, so there is no need to worry about it, which I suppose is true. I almost envy the easy way he has adapted to our new wealth. He's straightforwardly overjoyed, not in the least bit overwhelmed. No twinges of conscience, no concerns about responsibility. I'm not being difficult on purpose. It is just after a lifetime of knowing what costs what And being excited when there was a 2-for-1 offer on at Pizza Express, it's surprisingly difficult to feel entitled to so much cash. I've always been the sort of person who shopped about, got estimates and compared quotes. I was a woman who regularly handed over coupons in supermarkets and Boots. I collect points on at least a dozen loyalty cards. I've always had to be that person, and I don't really know how to stop. Apparently, we're to expect a different solicitor to the one that was present at the inquiry, as they all have areas of expertise. I'm glad. I want to put all that business behind me, and am not in a hurry to be face-to-face with Ms. Walsh again, even though she's very good at her job. The receptionist approaches, her heels click-clacking on the marble floor. Her skirt is so tight that she has to put one foot directly in front of the other to move at all. As a result, her hips sashay left and right. She is mesmerizing. Of Japanese descent, she has alabaster skin, her long black hair falls down her back in waves. I've noticed how many beautiful people are connected to the wealthy. Without exception, the shop assistants in New Bond Street were stunners. Male or female, they were shiny, groomed, tall, symmetrical. I wonder, is that another privilege of being rich? The fact that the only people you ever come into contact with are basically supermodels. The people I usually mix with are significantly more ordinary. I finger the hem of my dress. It is new, exquisite, and expensive. I bought it after much coercion from Emily. A blue abstract print. Fitted, it swirls around my knees in a pleasing way. But when I bought it, I didn't think about shoes, and when I put it on this morning, I realised I didn't have any that matched. I'm wearing black platform sandals. They aren't ideal. Emily is keeping a list of things she thinks I need. She's added blue shoes to said list. "Would you like to follow me? I'll take you up to the meeting room." The receptionist's professional smile reveals pearly white, straight teeth. I run my tongue over my own and hope there's no lipstick on them. Jake chats to the receptionist whilst the elevator takes us to the 15th floor. He reveals a deep longing to visit Tokyo that I have never heard mentioned before. I inwardly roll my eyes, mildly irritated by his inappropriate attempt to flirt. I reach for his hand and give it a brief squeeze. Onlookers would think it was affection. He might understand. It's a warning. The room is full of men, suited and booted. They smile with the same professionalism the receptionist has shown. I hadn't considered that smiles could be professional until recently. I've always thought they had to be warm, broad, sincere, or even insincere. The room is panelled in a dark polished wood. Mahogany? There are 2 incredible floral arrangements on the long glass table, and a plate of colourful macarons. I just know that no one will eat them. I bet eating is considered frivolous at this type of meeting. I wish I dared ask to take them home for Logan. Then I remember I don't need to. If we want macarons, we can buy them. The receptionist hands us over to a young man called Jeb, who is apparently our host. Then she disappears. A vision of loveliness gone in an instant. Jeb offers tea, coffee, water, still or sparkling. Once we are furnished with delicate china cups and heavy crystal glasses, he discreetly sits at the side of the room. He has an iPad and seems poised to take notes. I think he's probably fulfilling the role that used to be identified as secretary when I was much younger. I turn to the suited and booted men, now sat at the table, and take a deep breath. There is a lot to take in. The financial advisor talks about managing risk while also tapping growth opportunities. Words such as trusts, bonds, shares, options, diversifying global growth, equity investors, ISAs are all bandied about. I know what most of these words mean in isolation, but I'm not absolutely sure I am keeping abreast of the context. My heart is thumping so hard that I imagine people can see it. I am terrified someone is suddenly going to ask how much money we have exactly, and I'll have to confess to giving Thomas the 3 million. I don't regret doing so, but I really should have told Jake. I should tell him what I've done before he finds out. Maybe he's more likely to forgive and understand if I do that. I don't know. Would I forgive and understand if I was handed a confession, rather than having to discover something shocking? Or would I still feel enraged and vengeful? My eyes slide to Jake. He is sat forward in his chair, eager. He emits a newfound confidence. It borders on arrogance. I stay silent. The accountant is easier to follow. One of the perks of playing lotteries in the UK is that winnings are not subject to capital gains tax or income tax, regardless of how much money you win. I thought so! Jake punches the air. Winning! Isn't that weird when you think about it? You know, up until now we've earned a combined salary of $56,000 a year and had to pay a big chunk of that in tax, and now we get given, just given, this money and no tax is due, I comment. Are you seriously complaining because you don't have to pay tax? Asks Jake. He is laughing. At me. No, of course not, I'm just observing, I say defensively. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, he mutters. I'm not, I'm just... Well, I've always believed people should pay tax. It's almost a privilege, isn't it? It means you're gainfully employed and that you are meaningfully contributing to society and... I trail off, because I've lost Jake's attention. He's shaking his head, grinning at the accountant who is holding his face in a polite, neutral expression. Ignore her. Go on, he urges. The accountant throws an apologetic look my way. I don't think he's the one who should be apologising for my husband's rudeness, but I don't want to get into it in front of strangers. I force myself to smile at the accountant to smooth waters, giving him permission to carry on. However, once you've deposited the winnings in your bank account, any money earned through interest is subject to income tax. Okay, happy now? Jake challenges. I ignore him. It's very natural in circumstances such as yours that you start sharing and gifting. Jake interrupts. Yeah, too right, we're not tight. So it's a good idea to understand how that works in terms of tax. Jake shrugs, unconcerned. Certain that whatever the tax implications are, we can afford them. Go on, I urge grittily, my throat tight. The words just squeeze out. I hadn't thought about the tax implications of giving. I need to listen carefully in case there's anything I have to tell Thomas. You can give away £3,000 worth of gifts every year without the recipient becoming subject to tax. This is your annual exemption. £3,000? That's like pocket money to us now, isn't it? Jake laughs again, shaking his head. Loose change down the back of the settee. Jake claps his hands together and rubs them gleefully. I should be relieved he has such an easy-come, easy-go attitude to £3,000. Maybe gifting $3 million won't rile him either. Some small gifts, such as Christmas and birthday presents, or those that you can afford out of your normal income, are also exempt. To avoid complications in the event of your death, it is a good idea to keep detailed records of any gifts you give to friends and family, so that they don't unduly receive a hefty inheritance tax bill. Okay, I nod slowly. And what about bigger gifts? What are the implications there? I cough. We're paying off my brother's mortgages and getting her sister a place. Jake beams, proud of his own largesse, unable to resist bragging about it. Right. Well, they need to know, if you were to die within 7 years of handing out gifts in excess of £325,000, the recipients of those gifts would be subject to an inheritance tax bill of up to 40%. Oh. I've no plans to die, mate, laughs Jake. I'm going to live to be a very, very old man. I'm going to make the most of this. This has not only changed my life, it's given meaning to my life. The room feels heavy. The awkward silence slips down the walls. Leave it, I tell myself. Leave it. but my heart overrules my head. Weren't me and the kids meaning? My voice is quiet, but determined, and therefore powerful. Jake colours. Well, yes, of course. You know what I mean. He laughs again, but this time there is a distinct lack of bonhomie. He reaches out and takes my hand, squeezes it, brings it to his lips, kisses it. I let my hand go dead in his. A weight. Resistance. But now there's no struggle. Imagine that. We're going to be okay for life, and the kids too. We've changed their lives too. The accountant continues to talk about a sliding scale of tax. He tells us what the laws are between spouses, and much more besides. I do my best to take it in, but all I want is for the meeting to end. For people to stop talking about money. Just for a few minutes. Finally, we are outside, on the busy London street. The wind whips at the skirt of my dress and bits of rubbish scuttle across the road, with pedestrians. It's a chilly day. The air pinches. It's been a weird spring, weather-wise. Bright one minute, wet and nippy the next. Sometimes we have all 4 seasons in a day. It seems the mercurial weather is reflecting our situation. Unprecedented, unforeseeable. Gillian says goodbye and Jake hails a cab. Once inside, he asks the driver to take us back to Bucks. I can do, mate, but it'll cost you a few £100. Let me worry about that, says Jake. He taps his breast pocket. A flare of frustration slaps me. He is behaving like a dick. Don't be insane, I snap. Please just take us to Marylebone Station, I say to the cabbie. The cabbie nods, seemingly unconcerned about missing out on a huge fare that would have taken him far out of his usual zone. Most likely he is relieved. He probably thinks no amount of money is worth sitting on the A4, M4, M25 and A41 on a Friday afternoon, breathing in traffic fumes. We sit in silence. I fiddle with the air conditioning. I suddenly feel hot, inside and out. I stare out of the window, not wanting to catch Jake's eye, but unsure why. Shouldn't we be constantly celebrating? If Jake had his way, we'd be popping open a bottle of champagne in the cab, have it on tap. Anyone would, right? My eyes fall on one grubby sleeping bag after another, legs poking out of cardboard homes. Many homeless people set up camp on the busiest London streets. Jake sighs. His thoughts are clearly travelling along a similar path. Why are you resisting this? He asks. I'm not resisting anything. I can't explain it to him. I can't explain it to myself. Don't you remember what it was like, Lexi? Jake's voice oozes an attractive mix of emotions. He sounds sincere, concerned, reasonable. The brash, overly confident, idiot man who was annoying and confusing has apparently slipped out of the cab. How many times have you woken up in the middle of the night, worried about money, about our future? I sigh. It's true. I remember the helpless black when my worries chased and chased around my head, snowballing until I felt immobilized, unable to think, a panic-induced brain freeze. Last year we'd agreed that Emily could go on the school skiing trip to Norway, and to ensure things remained fair and even in our home, that Logan could go on a geography field trip to Italy. I lay awake for many nights, running the numbers through my head over and over again. How come the trips were so expensive, considering the kids were travelling by coach and flying on airlines that were little more than buckets with an engine? What about group discounts? And another thing, my kids were flying in buckets. This worry also kept me awake. But it wasn't related to money. Or was it? Does money increase safety and security? I think of Toma, Revika, and Benka. Yes, of course it does. When the kids came home from their trips, they both reported that the accommodation and food turned out to be dreadful. Not that they cared, because they had been with their friends, joining in. They were not the ones being ignored or left out, left behind. But I had cared because I value for money. I knew I could have created the exact same holidays for a fraction of the price. And besides the outlay for the holiday, which we'd scrimped for, there was the cost of the equipment and kit. I'd bought Emily's ski jacket and salopettes from TK Maxx, and yet it still came to hundreds. Logan had needed waterproofs, climbing boots, and a rucksack. I sold clothes on eBay to raise a bit extra. I've never told Jake, but I started to buy from there too. T-shirts and stuff, mostly for Logan. From about the age of 11, he wanted Nike like everyone else, Superdry and Jack Wills. They were brands that I could only justify if I picked them up second-hand. Logan believes me when I say I always pre-wash shop clothes before he wears them to soften them up. I've never tried the same trick with Emily. Emily needs the security of price tags. We paid for the school trips in installments. The final payment for both trips happened to fall in the same week. I sold the ring my grandmother had given me for my 21st birthday. No one noticed when I stopped wearing the little ruby. No one other than me. So, yes, I do remember the dark nights of worry. We weren't starving, we weren't living on the street, but we had to be careful. We were a family that made do, that managed. And now that was all gone. That is all over. I am safe. We all are. We can pay off our mortgage. We will never again see a red demand bill. It is bliss. I should be feeling something pure and uncomplicated. Joy. Happiness. Haven't you always wanted to be rich, Lexi? Well, yes, of course, everyone wants to be rich, don't they? I reply, trying hard not to make it sound like a question. It is obviously true that money solves a lot of problems. That is a given. The news is, it creates some, too.
Chapter 25. Emily. Monday, 13th of May. Dad's idea of throwing a party is inspired. Just what I need. A great distraction. A way of not thinking about it. I don't like thinking about it. Even when I try, I can't. It's like I leave my body. I float above myself and theoretically think, what should that girl have done? What should she do now? And I don't know. So I'm not doing anything about it. Staying in the moment is the best. That's what I have to do. Not think about what has happened or what might happen next. Hey, basically I'm practicing mindfulness for screwed teens. Dad has hired a party planner because, even though Mum doesn't have a job anymore, she wasn't really getting into the party. She constantly asked what things cost and insisted on us getting 3 quotes for every single thing. It was getting tiring. Plus, I don't want to be mean, but I'm not certain Mum has the vision to pull it off, the way Dad and I want to see things go down. For instance, Mum agreed that it would be nice to have a moment where we cut a celebration cake as a family. She even suggested it should be tiered to make sure there's enough to go around. But then Dad said we could have a cake with a false top tier and get a magician to pull a rabbit out of the hat or something. Better yet, a monkey in one of those cute little red showman jackets. I mean, that is vision. You know? But then Mum started going on about health and safety and animal cruelty and kept insisting we consider the practicalities. Another example, Mum thought she was being flash when she gave the nod to us having loads of helium balloons. Then Dad said we should get an actual hot air balloon and have it tethered to the ground, but people could go up and down on it, just for fun. You know, vision. Let's just say Mum set a budget which she described as generous. We've quadrupled it. So now, basically, me, Dad and the party planner, Sarah, are doing everything, and Mum spends most of her time dealing with the charity requests that are rolling in thick and fast. She seems pretty happy with this division of labour. Logan went back to school. He said he wanted to finish this term with his old mates and was bored at home. It's not that he's a super swot or a saint. It's just that he never worked very hard at school before. He might as well be there, messing about with his mates and having people high-five him in the corridors than here, on his own, playing video games online with complete strangers who are sweaty losers at best, but most likely potential pedos. This party is going to be amazing. I can't really emphasize that enough. Sarah is awesome. If I ever thought I might need to get a job, I think I'd want to be a party planner maybe. But I'm never going to need a job now, though, am I? She's really creative and yet efficient and businesslike. We've plumped for The Greatest Showman as our theme. So basically, circus with a 19th century lean. She found us a field that we can hire about 5 miles from where we live. It doesn't look like much at the moment, just a big field, overgrown with grass and wildflowers, backing onto a frankly spooky-looking area of woodland. Behind that, there is a pond that's dank and sullen. However, Sarah's Pinterest boards promise the space is going to be transformed. We are having a Ferris wheel and merry-go-round, like Dad said, and we're hiring actors to wander around pretending to be magicians or bearded ladies or whatever. We're having actual trapeze artists and a tightrope to entertain the guests. Dad said he wants to wear a red jacket and a top hat, and I think he likes the idea of Mum wearing a can-can dress. Perv, gross. Mum said we should all wear red so everyone knows we're a family, but that's mad. Everyone does know we are a family. This is why it's best she doesn't get involved. Besides, I'm more thinking I'll take my inspiration from Zendaya's costume. Not the purple glitzy number, but the simpler one she wears when she's rehearsing. Hot pink hot pants and a blush camisole. I want to look cool and stand out, but as though I haven't tried at all. Like we first talked about, we're going to have popcorn machines, candy floss, and festoons of colourful lights everywhere. Dad's coming good on all his promises. We couldn't find a red and white striped marquee, and so we are having a white one customised. There is going to be a hog roast, plus a selection of cabins with other food options like crepes, hot dogs, and burgers, although I'm not sure exactly how 19th century they are. I'll Google. There is going to be a cocktail bar and a massive champagne tower. You know, a stack of those round tit-shaped champagne glasses piled high up, and you pour champers from the top, and it flows into all the glasses. Sticky, I bet, but so glam. I think it's time I started to drink. Why not? Logan is right. Basically, I'm a freak. What's the worst that can happen if I get drunk and I lose control of my mind and my knickers? I mean, really, how much worse can it get? When we were about 13, Ridley started sneaking WKD into socials by pretending it was a slush puppy. I just didn't feel ready to get behind it then. I don't know. Maybe it was because Logan was often out with me, and he'd definitely have snitched me up to Mum and Dad. They'd have gone ape. Hypocritically, I might add, as they both can knock it back. Then, suddenly, Ridley and Megan and everyone I've ever met were drinking vodka straight, hardcore. They seemed to skip the beer inside a stage. Mum says I can't invite Megan and Ridley to the party. I get that. I know why she hates them. I hate them too. Sort of. I want them at the party, though. I want Megan there because she has to see it all. To see my life and know what she could have shared with me. But she couldn't let herself because she is boiling in her own jealousy and she just can't be happy for me. It's so weird that I'm not sharing this with her, considering everything we shared up until this point in our lives. Like secrets, chicken pox, crushes, hairbrushes, homework, lip gloss. The list is endless. We created things too. Memories, friendship bracelets, rose perfume in jam jars. And Ridley? Well, we've done so much together. We've curled up on a sofa watching Disney movies, telling ourselves we were only enjoying them in an ironic, nostalgic way, but in fact loving them for real, in an authentic way. We've played chicken wing roulette at Nando's. We've Christmas shopped in London. We went to our first gig together. We've made a baby. I need to talk to Ridley, I suppose. Although, how am I going to say what I have to? It kills me, but I miss him so much. It's so uncool of me not to just straightforward kick him out of bed, hate him. I didn't know until now that it was possible to hate and love a person at the same time. I miss the way, when I'm with him, I feel strangely lightheaded. The way he moves, effortless and loose, thick hair, dark and curly, backpack flung over his shoulder. I used to cling to his other shoulder as casually, as intrinsically. I miss the feel of his hands on me. I miss the way he throws back his head when he laughs, exposing his lumpy Adam's apple. His laugh is the best if I've caused it. I miss the conversations we had.
What's your greatest fear?
He asked me this as he trailed kisses up and down my thigh and hip. His lips were gentle, tender, and yet also hot. Right then, I had none. No fears at all. He made me fearless. Weird question, I pointed out. He smiled.
Yes, I guess it is. I was hoping you'd say, losing me.
He looked shy, sheepish. I grinned. Yeah, that's it, I replied, indulging him. He came towards me and kissed my mouth. Through his kisses, I murmured, losing you and not doing this again are my fears. He momentarily stopped kissing me and stared at me with a fabulous intensity, his dark eyes boring into me like he knew me inside out.
Then you are totally safe. Which is all I want. I want to protect you and keep you safe forever.
This was quite caveman as an approach, but it bothered me less than it should. The conversations we had were the sort you can't have with anyone else, not even Megan. I miss the musty smell of his balls. Obviously, I hate him too. Or maybe not obviously. Not at all. Dad, are you going to ask Jennifer and Fred to the party? I ask, as we are examining Sarah's map and timing plan of the evening's flow.
Your mum isn't keen.
Yeah, but they've apologised, right? And set the record straight about them not being in the lottery.
You think I should forgive them?
Dad keeps his eyes on the plan. He marks up a suggestion in pencil, swapping the crepe stall with the taco cabin so that the sweet options are all on one side of the big marquee and the savoury on another. I'm not sure it should be regimented, but don't want to get into it with him, as we might get off track. It's because he seems caught up in something else that I feel I dare admit. Maybe.
What if they bring Ridley along? Do you want to see him?
God, Dad, no way. Yes, more than anything. I mean, if they bring him along, I'm cool with that, but I don't want to see him. Dad looks at me now, steadily. Unblinking, he searches my face for something. Whatever he was looking for must be satisfied, as he says,
I might ask them then, if you're okay with it.
I shrug. Dad gets me.
Chapter 26. Lexi. Monday the 20th of May. I look out of the window and see that the dark grey cloud, which has hovered all day, has now swollen to stretch across the entire sky. Rain is imminent. I wonder how much progress my family has made today. Jake, Emily and Logan are all at the party site, helping pitch the marquee. Actually, if only that was true, then I'd be there with them, lending a hand. To be accurate, they are stood about watching other people mow the field, pitch the marquee, lay the dance floor inside the marquee. I haven't joined them because I don't want to endorse our children's idleness and increasing belief, encouraged by Jake, that they can pay someone else to do everything for them. We now have a cleaner, and she does our ironing too. She's a lovely woman, and I'm sure Jake's right. I probably will get used to the idea of someone throwing bleach down my loo and emptying the bathroom bin. Eventually. I can't deny that our house has never been tidier. In fact, it's immaculate, as it has benefited from 2 thorough goings over this week, the first one I did before our cleaner arrived. As much as Jake loves his brand new Ferrari, which he took delivery of last week, he doesn't clean it himself. Yesterday he got someone to come around to do a specialist inside and out clean, even though it's only a whisper away from pristine. Certainly a far cry from the state we used to allow the old family Volvo to get into. The inside of that always reflected the fact that it had served years of hard labour ferrying us around. A foot deep of crisp packets, banana skins, and Diet Coke cans was the norm. Whenever I drove it, I kept the window down an inch to try to disperse the stench of rotting food, sweaty sports kits, and dried mud. Jake has got rid of the Volvo. He's bought a new Audi Q7 in metallic brown. It's undeniably gorgeous. He says it's my car. Mine. I wouldn't have chosen brown. Well, the family car, you know, because we can't all fit into the Ferrari. I haven't had a chance to drive the Audi yet, but I have been a passenger and it definitely smells better than the Volvo. Jake and the kids have been at the party site all day. Emily keeps sending me photos of the props and rides arriving and being unloaded from huge vans and lorries. Her photos are pretty good, and I want to show that I'm interested, so I reply with a series of exuberant messages. Awesome! Amazing! Wow! And a string of overly jolly emojis. Sometimes I have to admit emojis are a godsend. They save us from ever having to articulate anything tricky. Emily has yet another new phone, the second in as many weeks. She told us that she dropped her first one when she was trying to carry a takeaway coffee and Snapchat someone at the same time. Why weren't you more careful? I grumbled when she finally admitted this to be the case. I could hear my father's voice singing in my head. Easy come, easy go. A reprimand that carried such force when I was a child, and I instinctively knew that nothing had come easy to my parents, who worked long hours at hard jobs to provide for me and my sister. I just dropped it, Mum. I didn't do it on purpose, Emily muttered sulkily. What do you want me to do? Chain it to me? Well, you could buy a case, I suggested. She seemed okay with that suggestion. It gave her something else to buy online. She has spent a lot of time online buying stuff. I can't bring myself to tell her off about that. What else is she supposed to do if she's not at school and isn't seeing her friends or boyfriend anymore? Until recently, Emily defied the stereotype of a teen. She served on the school student council for 3 years. She was an active member of the debating society. She sang in the school choir, and last year, she was the only student in her year to receive the Gold Award of Leadership Through Service at school. It was a scheme that a keen member of staff set up, which monitored just about everything the kids did: attendance, participation in sport and clubs, volunteering work, etc. It was pretty much the most hated thing in Year 9, because they all felt their every moment was clocked in and clocked out. That said, Emily did everything that was required. Never put a foot wrong. I remember at the time Ridley and Megan teased her, saying she had an unhealthy respect for rules, considering she's a teenager. They, and a handful of others, got the Silver Award. Getting up on a Sunday morning to coach lower school hockey games was the deal-breaker. I was so proud of her enthusiasm and her community spirit. She doesn't seem interested in anything other than shopping now. I am not a big shopper, so when I was asked to leave work, I had worried that I would be bored. But in fact, as one door closes, another opens. As Gillian told us to expect, we are now receiving a lot of letters requesting charitable donations, or asking if we are interested in investing in different ventures. Some no doubt real, others appear deeply suspicious. We are not ex-directory, a fact that we had entirely forgotten because that decision was made when God was a boy, and no one had ever really heard of data protection, privacy issues, etc. Certainly, none of us could have imagined a scenario whereby people we didn't